What's happening? Benton here. Thanks for joining me. JT, I am in trucker limbo. JT asks, y'all driving tonight? I would love to be driving tonight. I'm in trucker limbo, and what I've learned about trucker limbo is it tends to extend until the. What's happening, D-Rex? Good to see you, bro. Thank y'all for being here. Truther Cop's still live, but I don't know. He's got a way bigger audience. Shout out to Truther Cop official. We're here doing our little niche thing over here in this tiny little corner of the internet, and I'm never going to stop harping on this point. I've been on the internet effectively every single day since early 1994. When I see these bozos on these panels wanting to call out the chat, oh, they can come up here. Come where? This is the internet, sirs. It's based in Texas. When I was on the internet, there was not yet when I first was on the internet, there was not yet a graphical web browser. There wasn't nowhere to come up to. Yeah. I guess I'm going to have to get some kind of lighting in here. Let me turn the front lights on. Hell, I'm in the Walmart parking lot. Maybe when they open, I'll go in there and get some kind of lighting. Woody pointed out my eyes are black, and I got demon eyes in the thumbnail apparently. Well, I do have, my eyes are basically black, even when there's good lighting. So you're not gonna see a white person with darker eyes than yours truly. Hey, Robin, good to see you. Yep. Shout out to Camp Cupcake. Okay. Well, I try to say subscribe. More and more I'm watching the language on these things. And like, sub to me implies like Dom sub relationship or Dom sub. But then I'm just trying to keep this channel from turning into the homo hookup, man. Have y'all been seeing what's been going on around here lately? I mean, good Lord. Believable. Believable. Did the Alex Jones's gay bomb get unleashed? I mean, what the fuck has happened here? And shout out to Illuma Tommy. Although Tommy, I'm gonna pontificate for a while. I don't know if you're around or not. I got a bunch of notes here. Sometimes I don't know what the notes mean though. Like I had these great ideas. Yeah, I'm involved in a war of attrition with this company I work for. See, I've already outmaneuvered them by living in the truck. I'm now being paid $80 a day to which is a very low. I've never heard of a company paying less than $100 a day for layover. But what's happening, Rob Cleveland? Good to see you. But I'm basically being paid $80 a day to exist in a state of trucker limbo in this truck. Be interesting to see how much my paycheck is this week. And I try not to do too much Monday morning quarterbacking, but I'm wondering, did I do the right thing Friday when I swapped trailers with these team drivers, thus delivering them from their situation. Now, speaking of delivering people from their situation, over on Truther Cop, they're watching somebody try to work on his POS van on the side of the road. Man, I do not miss having a personal vehicle. When the gas hit $5 a gallon, I was already trying to get out of the killed in action Sorrento, but then I was trying to park on the street and I backed over some limbs and it split the high pressure line for the power steering, which I had the money to fix it, but I'm just not interested in trying to fix a vehicle in the fucking Walmart parking lot or whatever. And ended up getting $500 for it. The tow truck came and picked it up. But ever since then, man, I've lost all, and that was a pretty decent vehicle other than the very poor fuel economy, but just lost all interest, man. And this thing, I'm in the big rig. I can just cruise around town. I dropped the trailer at the casino, so which I don't think they'll tow it. Who knows? I don't even care at this point. I'm thinking about just packing that trailer into the lake. And I think that's what we get into when we talk about Jeff was on here. I can't remember his last name. The guy who is unfortunately his father's in the ER. Um, Shout out to Jeff. Hopefully he's doing well or doing. I don't know. All things considered, hopefully he's doing. He's obviously not doing well. What's up, Austin Murphy? Good to see you. Um, but he's always saying that he doesn't like confrontation, which I interpret to mean like he's not good at it. See, I'm good at confrontation. I'm very effective at getting in people's faces metaphorically and settling their hash. So I've almost kind of gone the other way. I don't know what that means, Rob, but good to see you, bro. Hey, Provo Kid in the house. How about that? But I've kind of gone the other way with it towards the yin of the yin and the yang. Like I can always engage the active, yang energy and smash some heads if I need to. Hell, I'll hook up to that trailer and drive it right back to the shipper. I don't give a fuck, man. Doesn't matter to me. I'll bobtail this thing to oh, I don't even care what I'm transporting, to be honest with you. I got the bills right here. Let's see, what is this? But yeah, honestly, I don't even give a fuck. It's telephone parts. Telephone parts. Yep. And then I get back to this idea of people who work in offices and they live for the weekend, by the way, and that is one of the notes. And that's actually there's many reasons why I initially chose to live in the streets with nothing. And that was one of the reasons I realized like how it's just miserable for me, speaking only for myself, this idea of living for the weekend, which is really just like a day and a half, because most of the time it seems like we end up working Saturday. Or I have to. I'm in tech support, and it's my weekend to take the pager home. It's like I'm trying to get fucking hammered, man. Motherfuckers paging me. What are you talking about? Oh, that's his last name. Okay, good. Jeff Pizer. Thank you, sir. Yeah, there you go. Who knows, man? Who knows? I don't know what it is. I don't care. Uh, they can have it. But for those who are not up to speed, I was loaded up Friday in 100 miles away from here, and all set up to run all weekend. I was going to drop and hook in Dallas Fort Worth and head out to Arizona. In fact, what is today? Tuesday. Yeah, I'd be delivering today in Arizona, which would be so. What I would have worked over the weekend would be somewhere around $1,100. So close to $1,000 after taxes, probably. But meanwhile, here I am in trucker limbo. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't have trouble saying no. So when the company called me and wanted me to swap with these drivers, I just said yeah, sure, whatever we got to do. Uh, I must take all beatings in this realm. It seems like it's. Let me just lay down. Let me just lay down uh, in the bunk at the Santa Barbara, California rescue mission because I've got a court date for illegal camping, and I'll just lay down every night for a month and just let the bed bugs just consume my flesh. Because I had came there only because of this court date, and I had to go to court because I knew I had to maintain my driver's license because I knew one day I would get a CDL and start driving a truck. That's what I told the cops when they wrote me a ticket. I said, man, I know a lot of these people blow this shit off. I have a driver's license. I'm going to have to come back here and deal with this. And of course, they got $0, but that was my pound of flesh. Was I laid down in the rescue mission to avoid the potentially getting more tickets. And that was the only ticket I ever got when I was living in the streets, by the way. And that happened to be in Isla Vista on UCSB property, although nowhere near the campus buildings. And it was the 1 year anniversary of that Elliot Rodger event in Isla Vista. So I guess the cops got all stirred up and just, for whatever reason, went out and harassed the homeless people. It's very strange. In fact, one of my best homeless friend, Henry Hopper, who's probably dead by now, um, he got arrested. They actually booked him into the county jail that night for illegal camping. So I think I got off pretty easy. I just said, man, I've got a car. I'll just go drive the fuck out of here. That's how I got him to not arrest me. I said, you just won't see me, but I will have to come back for court since you're writing me a ticket. Jackbooted oppressor thug. Yeah, Rob. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Is my story making any sense? I have no idea. But I think maybe I'm going to tell some homeless stories on this broadcast. Shout out to Dark Glasses Woody. Uh, but one thing, just while I'm rambling, and if anybody is new uh, to what I do here with the live streams, I'm usually driving and talking while I'm driving, which is in a lot of ways much more interesting. I think people seem to like enjoying seeing the open road, as it were, especially at nighttime. We meet some animals on the road occasionally, unfortunately, but not often. Uh, but lost my train of thought. I got to thinking about coffee. By the way, shout out to coffee. I hope everybody has their coffee. And I think I slept about 3 hours. I woke up at like 10:30. Thank God I woke up. Some lady, I guess she was delivering food or something to a trucker here in the Walmart parking lot. She knocked on my truck. I said, "Well, shit." I said, "Thankfully, this is the time I wake up anyway." But I've gotten much better at not just jumping down people's throats. The old Benton would have just been like, "What the fuck, bitch? Don't you know I'm a truck driver? I'm trying to get some sleep. Keeping America moving." Yeah, right. Oh, and welcome Magabozos. These Truther Cop shouted me out over on his deal, and yeah, I understand you might have 99 in the live, but 75 of them's Magabozos, sir. Imagine believing that a blue-blooded billionaire from Manhattan cares about po folks. I mean, come on. What is that? Well, and that, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they're truckers or not. I know one guy said he was in the convoy, but Truther Cop was with the convoy, but he was uh, acting as a journalist, apparently. And by the way, I don't even recommend this channel to people. I don't know why. Truther Cop, why are you recommending the channel, by the way? Who would? I don't recommend this. I don't recommend truck driving because you will end up in trucker limbo at some point. I don't recommend like this company has referrals. So when I went through the bullshit orientation, they're trying to tell me about the referral program where I can get money for telling another trucker to join the company. I said I don't do referrals. I don't want to be attached to anybody. Meanwhile, I don't recommend no company. Are you kidding me? They're all bad. There's not there, so why even change jobs? Yeah, I can go to a different company with a different set of circumstances and a different set of problems, or I can just lay down every night for 30 days and metaphorically just allow the bed. And they love me, by the way. Just let the bed bugs feast on my flesh, which is what I did. That's in part how I got into truck driving, by laying down at the Santa Barbara rescue mission for 30 days and letting the bed bugs feast on my flesh. Yeah, the Coomboy. The Coomboy was a complete and total embarrassment. And me and EBT and Drew were covering that over at the old, whichever incarnation of the CBO Discord that was. It might have been EBT's Discord by then. I don't even remember, but back in my Discord days. And I called it from day one. I said, they won't get inside the Beltway. And that's what they just circled the motherfucking Beltway. Now, I know technically speaking, at some point, they managed to actually penetrate inside the Beltway. And meanwhile, the traffic is so bad on the Beltway, who could even tell the fucking difference, right? And this is where Magabozos, where people who think they're conservatives, meanwhile, the only conservatives are the Amish. Ain't none of y'all living traditional family values, Magabozos. It's not a thing. I understand it's part of your programming. It's part of your brainwashing, but you're all divorced. Oh, we believe in family values, but it's blended families. It's the fucking Brady Bunch. Everybody's, well, and that was, by the way, a widower situation. They was both widows. That shows you where we've come in this country. It wasn't socially acceptable when the Brady Bunch was on television to even be divorced. They couldn't be shown sleeping in the same bed. They had motherfucking twin beds. When was that? They was both widowers. Meanwhile, oh, we're a mom apple pie, American exceptionalism, greatest country of all time. Big Daddy Trump gonna save us. Traditional family values, and everybody's got a blended family, and everybody's divorced. Give me a break. You ain't what you think you are. You're not what you purport to be. MAGA, and Republicans is just as bad, just as depraved, just as decadent as Democrats. The Democrats just ain't got no shame and they put it on Front Street. Republicans go hide in the closet and do their weirdo, freaky shit. They're equal to Democrats. They're equally bad. Also, we see the evil communist fucking Democrats. Well, that must mean the Republicans are good. Are you that fucking stupid? Meanwhile, that Jeff bozo called Hillary Clinton a hick from Arkansas. That bitch ain't from Arkansas. She had to go to New York to get elected to the Senate. You know, Bill won the state of Arkansas when he ran for president. That was the last Democrat to carry the state of Arkansas, by the way. Hillary had to fuck off to New York. What does that tell you? Outside of Little Rock and maybe Fayetteville, Hillary couldn't get elected to a school board in Arkansas. Nobody ever liked her, ever. Oh, no, it's communism. And increasingly, I'm seeing MAGA say stuff that's associated with Antifa, leftist commies, like, oh, you're platforming somebody. Who the fuck started that? But meanwhile, MAGA don't read books. MAGA hasn't read Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals. If you think you're going to go up against these leftist communists and you haven't read the playbook, Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals, what are you even doing? Meanwhile, no person, no Republican or Democrat has ever done anything to help the masses of people. Not one time. It's never happened. So insanity is continuing to vote for Republicans and Democrats, expecting that something for the people will come out of that. And this shit is so basic. I'm really astonished to even have to say it in 2023. These motherfuckers are about 6 years behind. Meanwhile, Alex Jones taught me over 10 years ago about the so-called left-right paradigm and how that's a bunch of nonsense. Then a few years later, here's Jones carrying the water for Trump. Yeah, exactly. I mean, what is this? And oh, go look at 1968 presidential election, by the way, when Walter Cronkite in motherfucking black and white went on the TV and informed the country that Dick Gregory, the black comedian, rest in peace, had carried the state of Pennsylvania, and the big computer, whatever in the fuck that is, actually was predicting that he was going to win the entire election. And the very next night, Walter Cronkite, America's trusted voice, had to fall on the sword, go on TV and apologize because apparently it was a computer error. So what that leads me to believe is that the election in 1968 for president wasn't even legitimate. I was born in 75. That means most likely there's never been a legitimate election in this country at the federal level. So what are we even talking about? Vote harder. Meanwhile, I vote in Arkansas. So it doesn't really fucking matter. My vote really doesn't count. And it's not a horse race. You don't go in the booth, pull the fucking lever, metaphorically, and it spits out a betting slip, and then if your fucking horse comes in, you get to go to the betting window and get your cash prize. People really interface with voting as if it's that. Well, you got to vote for a Republican or a Democrat because, otherwise you're wasting your vote. Like, what are you talking about? If I know that Republicans and Democrats will never help the people, what is wrong with me if I vote for them? I mean, think about that. That's literal insanity. Literal. You can't do this, man. But here they go. Just keep voting, keep voting, keep voting. Meanwhile, it wasn't that long ago in this country that the Republican Party was the complete joke. Remember W? Anybody remember that? See, I do, because I have a memory, and I've been reading news articles going back to the 1980s. I remember W. Bush. Yeah. Why don't y'all? So now all of a sudden, the Republicans are going to save us, and the banks own the Congress. We had a sitting congressperson back during the bailouts. Remember them? Remember when the economy collapsed in 2008 and 2009? It was never fixed, and in fact was just propped up. Well, guess what? They can prop that motherfucker up as long as they want. Meanwhile, Russia and China, according to the official fiction, have already had their widespread famine. And what does that lead to? That leads to only the strong survive a motherfucking prolonged famine. That's why the supply of McDonald's will continue unabated in this country. because food shortages and bread lines and widespread famine will do nothing but kill off the weak and leave the strong. And if you say, oh, they want this and they're scared of that, does it seem to you like they want a strong America? That's how you know there's not going to be food shortages. I was mobbing around 5 years ago, freaking the fuck out about the possibility of food. Actually, I was freaking out about it in 2010, 2009, 2010, because I was listening to Alex Jones every day, fear mongering. The info/disinfo agent known as Mr. Jones, the government asset known as Mr. Jones. Yeah, great radio show, by the way. The greatest newsman of his generation. His coverage of the bailouts, fantastic, unparalleled. Truth or cop, because we do have an actual journalist around here. Yeah. No, it's a farce. What everything I'm speaking on it's farcical. But people are so strongly identified based on their programming. They're identified with America as a strong country, as the greatest nation, at the level of how they view themselves. They're strong and powerful and heroic through the military might of America. Meanwhile, have you not read Joseph Heller's Catch-22? I read that shit in my 20s and figured this out. I said, okay, I see what war is now because Joseph Heller wrote a book. Yeah. I mean, seriously, what is this? So I got to think, if these motherfuckers haven't figured it out yet, they're not going to figure it out. Oh, but Big Daddy Trump going to save you. Yeah. Oh, you mean the guy who still brags about Operation Warp Speed? So this is how fucked up and lost MAGA is. MAGA, and I go to Citizen Free Press. I post in the comments on Citizen Free Press. I'm reading the Citizen Free Press comments every time somebody drops dead. Oh, clot shot. Oh, clot shot. Meanwhile, your big fucking hero Trump to this day says that it's a great thing, and he brags that he got it done in 6 months and that it would have taken the fucking Democrats 10 years. The man himself, oh, well, he has to say that. He has to say that. Well, then what good is he? If he has to say that, that means he's bought and paid for. That means he can't never serve you. Meanwhile, can't nobody get in that seat without doing what they're told. You know why? Because Satan himself owns the presidency. Satan himself owns the fucking congressional seats. And swap in a blue or swap in a red, it ain't never going to help you. But keep voting for it and keep existing in a state of mind control because you strongly identify with a nation. Meanwhile, Network came out in 1976 and delivered the message. There are no nations. There are no peoples. All there is DuPont, U.S. Steel, Amazon, Walmart. Those are the nations of the world, Mr. Bill. 1976. So if you ain't figured it out by now, you ain't never going to figure it out. Fuck Trump. Fuck Biden. Yeah. Oh, yeah. FJB, sure, but F Trump. See, I see F Joe Biden. I'm like, yeah, F Joe Biden, but F Trump. If you say F Joe Biden, you lost. If you say F Joe Biden and you don't say F Trump, you lost. Meanwhile, who's his mentor? Oh, that homosexual Roy Cohen, right? Yeah. Yeah. And Trump with the pride flag. Just Google it. Trump with the pride flag. His mentor is a homosexual, or was. I think the man's dead now. Yeah. But Big Daddy Trump gonna save you. You lost and you brainwashed, MAGA. And I shouldn't even have to say this. The fact that I feel like maybe some of y'all are over here, that's why the subtitle of the video is Welcome Magabozos. And meanwhile, when I first started, and I popularized the term so-called truth community. When I showed up in these so-called truth communities, dude, I said, these motherfuckers are Trumpers. They're MAGA. They done fell for the bullshit. Conspiracy theorists who've been analyzing the fucking MSM mind control and all the programming for years. Here comes the Trump narrative. They just fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Well, I was formerly mind controlled by a cult called the Jehovah's Witnesses. I was inoculated against that. Yeah, I can't fall for no Big Daddy Trump gonna save me. Oh, you mean the blue-blooded billionaire from Manhattan? Well, I think he's probably from one of the other boroughs. But yeah, oh, a blue-blooded billionaire from Manhattan. Meanwhile, Operation Warp Speed, Who got most of the money? Pfizer. Where are they headquartered? Manhattan. I rest my case. Yeah. He's just like the rest of them. Talks a little better. Talks a little better. No, nobody's saying this, Provo kid. That you're wrong. This is not a. Nobody's saying this. You never hear this. And I've been. By the way, I did a podcast 3 motherfucking years ago saying this. And when I came into these so-called truth communities, not only was nobody saying this, they literally believed Trump was going to fix everything. And I never hear anybody calling Trump out on the jab stuff. Never. I played the audio clips. I used to have the audio clips on my phone. I would just play the audio clips of him bragging about the jab. I never see that. What I see is people going to Trump rallies, holding up signs, being against vaccines in general. And meanwhile, they think Trump is against vaccines because, oh, Barron is autistic or whatever. Yeah. See, that's funny, Provo kid. Nobody says this. But see what they try to do? They try to just negate. Oh, well, yeah, oh yeah, everything you're saying is valid, but everybody says that. Everybody knows that. No. Sorry, you're wrong. Yeah. Yeah, I'm exactly. 2 more weeks, partner. Yeah, Trump's gonna come save you. Just keep holding out hope. 2 more weeks. Flatten the curve. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's up to you, sir. But it's interesting because again, that's just simply untrue. You can't point me to anybody who delivers the message I just delivered. That with all of it included. It's not out there, man. It's just not. Yep, 2 more weeks. Anyway, how is everybody? I always know I'll get on a rant, but I never quite know what rant it'll be. But I don't even care. It's mainly that. Well, I mean, I do care. It's mainly my annoyance that not that there's a we, but it's this late in the game, and there's people who still have not realized that their mom and apple pie nationalism is mind control that was placed there without their consent, and is in fact has no basis in reality. I mean, oh, we're traditional family values, but everybody's divorced. Where is that being said, Provo kid? Point me to one person that says it's MAGA family values and everybody's divorced. Show me. I've never heard it. Yeah. No, it's not being said. I didn't say it was new. I'm saying it's not being talked about. It's being people are delusional in denial. None of this is groundbreaking. This is only based on the fact that I think these are things that people know on some level and they're not facing up to. They're not. They're repressing it through a process of delusion and denial. Again, something else I detected when I first came into the so-called truth community: delusion and denial. But meanwhile, when I was first calling it the so-called truth community, people didn't even like that. I was like, okay, I'm here in the nightmare dystopian beast system, and everything's it's inverted world. But the one thing that is what it purports to be is the truth community. Yeah, give me a break. No fucking way. No fucking way. Oh, I don't know who these people are. Well, maybe they've heard me talking about it and now they say it. Well, that's a good point. I'm not aware of every time y'all mention somebody, I've never heard of them. So yeah, maybe I'm wrong, Provo kid. Maybe people are saying that. The fact that people are now saying what I was saying 3 years ago is neither here nor there for me. But yeah, perhaps they are. You might be right. That's very true. I don't need to look up divorce rates. Nobody gets married and stays together effectively. There's a few that do. Now if you're in Utah, see, you don't even know what you're talking about because that's one of the few places in the country where people do get married and stay together. Yeah, Mormon. Believe me, if I could pretend to believe in that nonsense, when I was out in Cedar City, Utah in the late 90s installing, me and another guy installed an inventory management system at Southern Utah University. And man, them Mormon girls tried to keep me, Jack. They wrote me a fucking letter. Yeah, gorgeous. Mormons got it. They know what they're doing recruiting through them women. But yeah, if I could choose to believe in that nonsense, I would have just fucking moved there and took a Mormon wife. I'm not even kidding. Yeah. Of course I do. But meanwhile, what do they say? Turn off your station. Of course I know what I'm talking about. You just don't like what I'm saying. If you don't like what I'm saying, then it has nothing to do with the validity of what I'm stating. So you need to hear this because unfortunately, Provo kid, you probably don't get enough straight talk. You probably don't get enough straight talk. Hmm. So now just me saying that Utah is one of the few areas of the country where people get married and stay together. That's true. Go to the rest of the country, by the way. I've been to all of it, and not as a truck driver. Yeah, I was in the streets for 6 straight years. I've basically been to every large city in this country, with a few notable exceptions. And I didn't go on motherfucking vacation except to Philadelphia. Yeah. The fact is, people getting married today, and increasingly young people just are not getting married statistically. But the fact is, most of the people getting married today will get a divorce. That's just reality. And all these 90-year-old motherfuckers that have been married for 65 years, when they die, ain't nobody replacing them. So, in fact, the divorce rates are, I would say, are artificially fucking low because we still got a lot of old people hanging on. My grandmother might outlive my mom. She's fucking 90 or I don't know how old she is. She's probably like 90. You can't kill that. You can't kill that lady. They don't make them like that anymore. Single mom, successful business, small business owner, by the way, in the fucking 60s and 70s. Well, actually, the 60s. But these younger generations, if all they see is everybody's divorced, why would they even bother to get married in the first place? It's like why would we see the mistakes of the previous generations and repeat that? They're much smarter than us in many ways. And if Provo Kid was actually raised in the Mormon mind control cult, well, unless you've deprogrammed yourself, sir. Because remember, I grew up in the Jehovah's Witness cult, and I have deprogrammed myself for the most part. Unless you've deprogrammed, you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about until you remove. If that's what your experience was, until you remove that programming, you probably are just programmed to believe. Well, of course, people get married and stay together. That's just hype. That's media hype. Motherfucker, I'm out here seeing these people get divorced. I'm seeing them get married and get divorced. Now we've got EBT who will probably stick it out for the long term, or at least till the kids is grown, right? EBT might be like my folks and stick it out till all the kids are out of the house, and then get divorced. Yeah. But a lot of what I'm talking about here is it's nothing but taboos. Meanwhile, I was made to go to a building 3 or 4 times a week, and sometimes we sang songs about speaking out and fearlessness. If I know these things to be true, that's what I'm going to go with. Yeah. And I'm not interested in hearing from you, Provo Kid. You got your own channel, so if I want to hear your views, I'll tune in over there. But anyway, that's how that goes. The pseudo intellectualism. Am I going to be asked a bunch of questions? Yeah. Am I going to be asked a bunch of questions? In fact, actually, Provo Kid, you're the first person I've chosen not to bring up. If that tells you anything, I've literally allowed whoever wanted to come up here. Literally everybody. You're the yeah. Oh yeah. I'm terrified. You're right. Yeah. I'm quaking in my boots, Provo Kid. I'm shaking in my boots. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm intimidated too. Yeah. Yeah. People that sleep on sidewalks in major cities for years at a time, they're easily intimidated, and fear is placed into them by pussies from Utah. Yeah, I'm sure. Been to Salt Lake, by the way. Yeah. Oh no, you're on your channel. I'll go watch you over there. If I want to hear from you, I'll go watch your videos. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're rage quitting. That's right. That's funny. Now Rob Cleveland, we like to talk to him. Yeah, yeah. I'm censoring. Yeah, I'm censoring people. That's right. By choosing to not talk to them, or not to have to listen to their ridiculous nonsense. Because in the new world order, under the new commie world order, I'm expected to just patiently listen attentively to a bunch of nonsense and let this person have their say. I'm just not interested. I'm simply not interested. Yeah, that's right. I do. Well, the thing about weak and pathetic, Provo Kid, is that I'm stronger than you will ever be. far stronger than you will ever be. I would say get on my level, and then maybe we can have a conversation. But not until then, buddy. You're too pussified and sissified and weak. Yeah, I've seen you, sir. It's not good, man. It's very bad. It's very bad. Someone's done you a great disservice by allowing you to exist in such a weak state of non-manhood. And in fact, I mean, let's face the fact, you couldn't go do a day's work. Uh, and I can't respect somebody as a man that's your age and can't go do a day's work, because that's what I was indoctrinated with. And I do respect that. If you can't do what I can do on an unskilled Mexican day labor sense, meanwhile I'm dying of various illnesses and I can still go put in a day's work. It's hilarious. Well, but see, I do this every day, Provo kid. So you're the Johnny come lately. I'm here doing this every day. You're the Johnny come lately. I think. See, this is the thing: is why wouldn't you take ownership of and respect the fact that you're the Johnny come lately, and maybe you should try to observe and get in where you fit in before you make demands. You're more or less demanding that I have to platform you. By the way, yeah. That's the funniest thing. I see the people who think they're conservatives. Meanwhile, there's not a single conservative anywhere in the government, and I mean anywhere, and that includes the Utah state government. By the way, you don't have a single conservative in your elected government in the state of Utah, not one. How about that? You like them apples? Yeah, but that's the thing is, see, that's the younger generation. Why would I interface with somebody who calls me weak? And then when I point out, well, I'm far stronger than you are, so even if I was weak, you're way weaker than me. They just make fun. Now they begin to make fun of the very concept of masculine strength. See, this is a person with no integrity. This is a person who will not stand by what he says. See, the same person that will accuse me of being weak to try to get his way. Well, pretty soon now he's making fun of me for claiming to be strong, for accurately speaking on my own strength. Yeah. I mean, it's laughable, it's comical, actually. But then again, some people do, and maybe I can relate to this. Some people are quite skilled at becoming the center of attention. Yeah. Well, no, I'm extremely tough, but not in a beat you up sense. I don't. And see, here's where me and Provo Kid probably would get along. I'm more or less a pacifist physically. I don't believe in physical violence. I've been attacked numerous times physically on the streets by homeless people. I don't respond with physical violence. I don't believe in it. For me, see, yeah. But yeah, I'm tough as motherfucking nails. I mean, but the thing is, are there not people who are strong and tough in this world? I mean, seriously. It's just, meanwhile, you're on my internet, Provo Kid. I was on this internet literally before you were born. So I understand that most folks my age don't really understand what's going on with the internet. I've been here more or less every day since 1994, literally before you were born. I mean, think about that. That's who you're talking to. You're talking to one of one, man. There ain't another Benton. I'm the only one, man. Only one person came out of the fucking swamps and bayous of Arkansas and is talking intelligently to you people. Sounding like I am the smartest person that sounds the dumbest. And 99 ASVAB guy, by the way, just so you know. Yeah. No, because I have a fear. Because it has to be fear, right? It has to, I'm scared. Ooh, it has to be fear. Yeah. That's all it could be. Yeah, shout out to the feds. Yep, born on the bayou, Woody. Yeah. Meanwhile, I did 56 episodes of a podcast, Pro Kid, in which I said many things that were not being said for the most part. And I played some of those episodes here. In fact, if my laptop wasn't dead, we'd probably just go to a rebroadcast. Just go ahead and play some of the back catalog. Yeah. And that was before I tried to drink myself to death, so I was a little bit sharper with my discourse back then. Well, I mean, it's just it's funny. It's just passive aggressive, insult my character and attack my character, and then wonder why I don't want to talk to him. I mean, Do you really think that I haven't observed enough of his habits to know that he's already this way? Like, why would I want to talk to somebody this way? Meanwhile, I've got Tommy coming on here, basically hosting the fucking show, talking for hours at a time, uh, but making complete sense and not being a fucking bitch. Yeah, I mean, think about that. I would rather listen to Tommy, and no offense, Tommy, it's just how I see it. I would rather listen to Tommy, just talk in a stream of consciousness for hours on end, and nobody can get a word in edgewise, than to have prissy Provo kid up here with his precious self. Yeah. Meanwhile, you've got a channel, buddy. Why not just play my content on your channel and respond to it? You can click play. Hey, look, Benton's talking. You can press pause. Well, here's my rebuttal to everything Benton just said. Press play. Hey, Benton's talking. Here's my rebuttal. See what I'm saying? Why not just do that? That's what I do when my laptop works. Oh, he's still trying to come in. Oh, Provo kid's heated. I love it. That's awesome. Well, that's where you're going to remain, sir. You're not welcome here. Yeah. Meanwhile, you're literally the only person who hasn't been welcome here. I even let Tinfoil on here to fucking give me shit. Yeah. Oh yeah, fear. Yeah, that's right. Fear. It has to be fear. I think you're projecting, sir. Yeah, no kidding. I think you're projecting, sir. That's hilarious. Here's what I would say. If you don't like it, Provo Kid, turn off your station, in the immortal words of Mike Tyson. If you don't like it, turn off your station. Meanwhile, Provo Kid, I don't want to get too much into my, psychological deductions about whatever's going on in his psychology. No, I'm never going to bring you up, Provo Kid. You will never appear on this channel. Not while I'm here. Maybe I'll go to sleep and Truther Cop will bring you up because he's admin. He's one of the admins on my me and Truther Cop are admins on my StreamYard. So yeah, he might bring you up when I'm not around. Other than that, you will not appear on this channel. Yeah. Oh yeah, because it has. See, that's what's funny. In your world, it has to be intimidation. So when you try to get your way passive aggressively, and someone says no, I'm good on that. To you, that has to be fear and intimidation. See, that's how your generation works. I was socialized in an environment of almost near total fear and intimidation. I came home from school in about the 3rd or 4th grade crying because the kids was bullying me, Provo Kid. This really happened. Now, see, what Provo Kid will do is he'll just type, well, this really happened, meaning it didn't happen. But so I went home to my mommy because my daddy was at work at his small business, a workaholic, So I went home to mommy crying about the kids bullying me at school. And she didn't give me no sympathy. She said, well, when your dad gets home, tell him. So now I'm already confused because I know, well, I'm not going to need any sympathy out of dad. And then now I'm like, well, shit, did I do something wrong? So dad gets home, tell dad what's up, Well, dad just says, well, tomorrow you have to go march right up to those bullies and just tell them that, more or less this is a bunch of bullshit and you're not going to be putting up with it. Now I was scared to do that, Provo Kid, in 3rd or 4th grade. I was scared to go stand up to the bullies. I was terrified of my gigantic, scary father. 6'2", 260, smallest of 4 boys. Yeah. With fists as big as your head. Yeah, I was scared of that motherfucker. Who, by the way, in his fucking late 50s, physically intervened in an armed robbery in a convenience store, threw a motherfucker up against the wall, and just fucking held him till the cops showed up with his fist raised, just daring the motherfucker to move. Yeah. So of course I went off the next day, stood up to the bullies, never had a problem out of bullies my whole life, see. But unfortunately, your generation has done you a great disservice. And this is what we were talking about last night. No more rites of passage, although maybe the Mormon culture has it to some extent. I'm speaking generally. No more rites of passage. And we were forced to be strong and tough, or we would not be accepted in the local society, in the local community. We had to be. I went to school with a kid whose nickname was Pussy. All through school, nobody called him his name. I didn't call him Pussy because I didn't believe in that. Calling somebody that. But he was called that solely based on that he would not stand up to the people who called him that. Meanwhile, he was a big, strong kid who played football. And I'm from the deep South. Football is a big fucking deal. I didn't play football. This kid played football and was literally known as pussy all through school. Yeah. You don't know nothing about that, man. You don't have no concept of that, but you're going to come in here and talk to me about fear and intimidation, man. That's a non-motherfucking starter, man. That's a non-starter. Meanwhile, my hometown, Pine Bluff, Arkansas, literally had the highest violent crime rate in the country when I was a teenager. And I wasn't no fear and intimidation when I went out into them streets. Wasn't no fear and intimidation when we went to Memphis for a fucking Jehovah's Witness assembly. And after dark, I grabbed my skateboard and told my folks, hey, I'll see y'all later. And I left the hotel room and just went skateboarding around Memphis. Motherfucking gas stations with bulletproof glass and bars over the windows. Yeah. So you can't tell me about fear and intimidation, buddy. Meanwhile, I've literally been on this internet pretty much every day since 1994, before you were born. Yeah. Veteran of IRC and message board flame wars. What you gonna tell me, partner? What you gonna tell me, partner? Shit, get that weak shit out of here, Provo kid. Meanwhile, I'm not. If I wasn't violent, I could just. If I was violent, rather, I could just wrap one hand around Provo kid's shirt and just toss him across the room. And I'm dying of fucking various ailments, and I weigh 130 pounds. Think about that. Think about that. Yeah, of course you love it. Of course you love it. Why wouldn't you love it? How could you not love it, Provo kid? You're here. I mean, you're voting with your feet, sir. Probably going to be the newest, biggest fan of the channel, most likely. Provo kid, he's going to love this shit in the long run. Because he will hear what he needs to hear, and he will hear what he's not hearing other places. Much, oh, well, I feel like just everybody's saying these things. Well, maybe they heard me saying these things 3 years ago, and now they're saying them. That's possible. That could be. Well, I mean, everybody's a kid to me. I'm 47. I'm a fucking dinosaur, man. Well, and see, if you really wanted to come at me, if you understood how to come at me, it would be based on the fact that my generation is just, well, number one, I'm Gen X, so I'm from a lost generation. I'm a boomer as far as the younger generations are concerned. There is no Gen X, effectively. We got Bret Easton Ellis. That's it. He's the only Gen Xer, Bret Easton Ellis. Not that you've read any of that stuff, right? But yeah, what you could attack me on is the fact that I'm so ancient and I'm so antiquated and I'm such a dinosaur. It's over with for me, man. It's a wrap. You're at least still young. See, you still matter, Provo kid. That's the interesting part. Is I'm effectively a non-factor. You still matter because why? Because you possess, Provo kid. Now maybe you're in your 30s. I have no idea, but assuming that your age still starts with a 2, which I don't know. Maybe it doesn't. But if your age still starts with a 2, you still possess the thing that's most highly prized in American society, even more so than money. That's called youth. So if you're still actually young, that's where you want to attack me if you really want to get to me. It's not based on my toughness. And I was sleeping in a tent not that long ago, literally panhandling to feed myself, and it was 100 degrees and 85% humidity in Arkansas. And I was much more physically ill than I am now. Yeah. So you're not going to get me on a toughness basis. Yeah. Meanwhile, you can Google my grandfather, Jim Benton, and what comes up is an ESPN article, and the headline is "Ram Tough." Think about that. But you're going to come on here and tell me that I'm weak. Yeah, okay. Meanwhile, face it, man. If you had to get it done, if you had to strap up and get some shit done in the real world, you ain't got it, man. Now you can develop it. That's the key. You see, I can remember when I was in my late teens and early 20s, I didn't have it yet either. See, you don't have it until you develop it. And that only comes through work. That only comes through consistent application of your will and your mental strength. That's the only way to get that thing. And I've got it and you don't. So I win. But I lose because I'm already an antiquated dinosaur. It doesn't matter that I can outwork your generation. Guess what? My dad's generation can outwork me. And his dad's generation can outwork him. It really doesn't matter on that level. But are y'all going to be the first generation and motherfuckers can't do nothing? I mean, at least my generation could still do a couple of things. 1 or 2, y'all going to be first generation, can't do nothing. Well, I guess it won't matter because you'll just You'll go on your app and you'll just click a few buttons and the self-driving car will show up and you will own nothing and you will be happy and you'll just get in the car. It'll take you to your destination. And then, like Tommy likes to point out, we'll be on the central bank digital currency and you'll behave in very specific ways. You'll do the up to the minute monkey dance of the day, a la communism, which is already in place in this country. Social credit score and the whole thing. And you will behave in prescribed ways. Or when you go on your app and you click the button to summon the you will own nothing and you will be happy self-driving car, well, it'll say, well, actually, sir, you have not been behaving in the prescribed manner, so you better get your shit together. Or, well, hey, some of them bozos you've been talking to on the internet, just by your mere association with them, your scores drop low enough. Oh, but that'll never happen, right? That can never happen in America. Well, not only is it going to happen, it is happening. Actually, no, dude, they've had self-driving trucks for years. But see, I don't identify as a trucker. See, I don't identify as a trucker. That's not my self-image is not wrapped up in being a truck driver. I was underneath a tarp for 2 days in Austin, Texas. And I said, well, shit, I guess I'm tired of this. I'm tired of living in the streets, carrying around a backpack the size of me, by the way. Gigantic. I'm tired of carrying around a gigantic backpack. And then, I had about all the meth heads I could stand. No offense, Tommy, but I had about all the meth heads I could stand. So I said, well, shit, I guess I'll take my happy ass to the Salvation Army downtown Austin, Skid Row. Went down there, and they make you meet with a caseworker in order to stay in the Salvation Army. And he said, met with the guy, real nice guy. And he said, hey, do you want a job? I said, well, actually, I do, for the first time in probably about 10 years, because I'd left the workforce of my own volition. Oh, so not unsurprisingly, that happened to be right about the time that the economy, the entire financial system collapsed. Meanwhile, my research indicates that the only reason the thing was even able to be propped up is because the banks allow cash from the illicit drug market to flow into the banks, and that flow of cash is what kept them having just enough liquidity to get over the hump. Well, that and the all the money that the Fed was pumping out. Yeah, oh yeah, and I guess I can explain subprime mortgages to you and collateralized debt obligations. Get into all the conditions that led to all of that, right? But meanwhile, I've got people out here want to fearmonger based on this. Oh, the economy's going to collapse. Oh, you mean that thing that collapsed in 08, 09 and was never addressed or fixed, and in fact was just propped up? So you want me to be fearful about the collapse of an already collapsed system, and the possibility of bread lines? Show me, Provo kid, who's saying that there's not going to be food shortages, because that would make the country strong to starve out these weak motherfuckers. Have you looked around you recently and seen how obese these motherfuckers are? They was already, by the way, they was already dropping like flies before the events of the last few years. Middle-aged white people's death rates had skyrocketed. You want to tell me to look at divorce statistics? Motherfucker, I'm a nerd. I love statistics. I knew all about that shit. You ain't gonna tell me nothing, partner. Meanwhile, my 1,000 books, who you think came up with that? See, you don't know who you're talking to. You better recognize, Provo kid. You better recognize. But yeah, so I said, yeah, I want a job. Meanwhile, he didn't have a suitable job, so I went out and got a job on my own. Yeah, I fucked off to the Austin airport and drove rental cars from one side of the parking garage to the other for $11 an hour, and I worked 28 motherfucking days in a row. I showed up there and worked a shift every day until finally management figured out what I was doing and said, hey man, they told me you can't be getting all this overtime, so you can't just come here and work every day. But I in my mind, I'm literally showing up and working every day until they tell me I can't. That's who in the fuck I am. Homeless, riding the bus 45 minutes to get there, 45-minute bus ride back to go climb into a rack with a meth head who can't shut the fuck up. And I show up to my rack for the first time, meth head in the rack. And I took one look at this dude and I said, well, I can't say one word to this guy, or every moment I spend in this dormitory, which is a jail. By the way, it's jail culture. I've never been to jail, but it's jail culture. Well, I've never been incarcerated. And 100 men in a dorm. But I took one look at this dude and said, well, obviously I can never speak word one to this guy, or he'll just never shut the fuck up, which he didn't do anyway. But then I'll be expected to actually interact with him. So I said not one word to this guy ever. Well, then after I started working, now I still got to meet with the caseworker. He's like, well, shit, this guy might actually have some gumption, unlike the rest of these losers. Meanwhile, I was one of those losers, because before that, if he would have said, hey, man, do you want a job? I'd have been like, no, man, I don't want no job. I'm trying to have no job. What are you talking about? Beast system offer. Debt slavery. Wage slavery. But no, so he was like, shit, do you want some job training? I said, we got a Goodwill case manager in the building here once a week. I said, shit, yeah, hook me up. So I went and saw this guy. He said, what do you want to do? I said, I want to drive a truck. I want to go to CDL school. I said, all right, we can put you in CDL school. Of course, it's not just, oh, yeah, sign on the dotted line. Now you're in CDL school. Should I tell the entire story of the obstacles that was placed in my path that I then overcame? Right? Should I go, should I even bother telling all of that? So after a long, arduous process, which involved me at one point confronting him and saying, look, man, I don't know what's wrong with you. I don't know if you're just severely depressed or what, but I said, are you going to do your job? Because I'm patiently waiting for you, Mr. Goodwill case manager. Are you going to put me in this truck driving school or not? Because I can't just wait indefinitely. And I said, meanwhile, I don't want to get you in trouble, but if you don't do your motherfucking job, I will have no choice but to go over your head and let your bosses know what the fuck you're up to down here. Bingo, bango, now Benton's in the class. Amazing. That's called standing on somebody's desk, metaphorically. Yeah, absolutely. That's what that's called. That's who in the fuck you're talking to. Yeah. If you ain't got experiences like that you can come on here and convey, well, not come on here because you can't come on here. If you ain't got experiences like that you can go convey on your channel, you can't tell me nothing. Nothing. Oh, but we've got some intellectual knowledge. You can't get to where you need to get, Provo Kid, through the old bean. It's not possible. And y'all ain't got the spirit and the body. You might have the intellectual attainment. You ain't got the body and the spirit. Well, that's the least common. You can only operate at the least common denominator, partner. Whatever is the weakest link in that chain, you can't advance beyond that. Meanwhile, I've already transcended. I've already beat the game, Provo Kid. I already beat this game. Ain't but one person rose up out of what I came from and is on the internet talking to y'all today. Only one, and you're talking to him. You're listening to him. And I don't think it's a coincidence that you're here listening to him. And Spurgeon in the chat. I don't think that's a coincidence. Spurgeon in the chat listening to me one-on-one. Plenty of people had the opportunity to be the one sitting here talking to you, but it's me. Imagine that. Imagine that. I don't trust you. Provo Kid, see, if you would listen instead of talking, you might learn something, see? If you would, what it is when you open your ears, you might learn. When you do this, you can't learn nothing, see? You can't learn by doing this, Provo Kid, but you want to come on here and do this and not learn, okay? So if you were listening, Provo Kid, you would know that on this very channel, as recently as yesterday, the day before, I said I might be the only person or one of a handful that has a higher ASVAB score than their actual IQ. But I've got Provo Kid on here telling me that I'm not smart, who missed my entire what I was saying because he was talking. He didn't understand that I said mind, body, and spirit. So if my IQ is 98 and my ASVAB score is 99, but I can only operate at the minimum level of mind, body, and spirit that I've attained, well, until my spirit and my body are in line with that 98 IQ, it don't fucking matter, buddy. Meanwhile, I met plenty of meth heads in the streets that they had a high level of spiritual attainment as far as their understanding. They could have high level spiritual conversations. And in fact, they could drop knowledge. But you know what they couldn't do? They couldn't practice it. You know why? Because they didn't have the spirit, sir. So what are you going to tell me? Meanwhile, I lived in the streets for most of 10 years, off and on for 10 years, all of six straight, and just walked around all day, every day thinking about this stuff. you're right. I'm not that smart, Provo Kid. All this stuff I'm telling you, I figured it out already, and I've already thought about it. I'm not smart enough to figure this out in the moment. So yeah, of course I'm not. Thank God, by the way, because if my IQ was 20 points higher, I would not have the luxury of being a lay person. See? And I grew up in such an environment of ignorance and backward, stupid people that they thought I was smart where I came from. Can you believe that, Provo Kid? I was considered one of the most intellectual bookworm kids there was, but just because I was nerdy and liked to read books and I could do well in standardized testing. So see, they should have sent me to the VOTEC. I should have been an electrician and a plumber and a carpenter. See, I should have just learned all that in my 20s. I should be able to do anything. But no, Benton likes to read books, and he does good on standardized testing, so we got to send him off to the university. And my parents paid for it. So even though I came from one of the most economically depressed counties in the country, Jefferson County, Arkansas, surprise, surprise, bingo, bango, Benton's parents happened to just have a high enough income to write a check to the university for him to go to college. Yeah, how about that? Which, just like the rest of my formalized education, taught me exactly zero. You know, they taught me nothing in school, but I can read books. Yeah, there you go. Well, see, in an EBT, I respect EBT because EBT operates on levels that I will never attain. Now, yeah, I could go off to diesel mechanic school. Absolutely, I could. And in fact, I could pay cash for diesel mechanic school right now. But realistically speaking, this is something I'm not going to do. But I could. But I still wouldn't be as good at it as EBT because of his years of experience. But, see, that is a form of intelligence. See, not everybody who can read books and learn things should go off to higher education. See, that's a mistake. I was done a disservice, but it was also my own free choice. Meanwhile, I wanted to go to the historically black college in my hometown, University of Arkansas Pine Bluff, where, sorry blacks, but most likely I would have gotten a degree if I'd gone there. I mean, let's be serious. Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's a cope, it's a cope, Provo Kid. I mean, you can interpret it however you want, but then again, you hang out with people like Tinfoil Straitjacket, so I'm not surprised to see you interpreting things as a cope because obviously you will interpret it within your own context, and I certainly understand that. It's not for me to try to change your mind, and nor would I, by the way. I wouldn't attempt to change your mind about these things. Perhaps one day you will know better, and then you will do better, but I just assume that you won't. But I think you can face the fact that where you're at in life, most likely you will necessarily undergo a process of growth and transformation. Or do you want to just stay like you are now? See, and ultimately, if you actually want to stay where you are now, mind, body, and spirit, then there's really nothing for me to talk about anyway with you, because the fact is, while I'm not Paul enslaved and I don't have some, formalized, or actually informal system of advancement, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I certainly, like I say, I'm very pessimistic about the individual, collectively, I'm very pessimistic with respect to humanity, the masses. But I'm very optimistic in that I believe in the transcendent potential of the individual. Meanwhile, I already transcended. See, this is the bonus round. I'm in the bonus round. I already beat my game, Provo Kid. So does Provo Kid even know what he's here to do? Does he even understand what his purpose is? Does he even know who he is? Meanwhile, if he doesn't, guess who suffers? I don't suffer if Provo Kid doesn't know who he is. I don't suffer if Provo Kid doesn't know his life's purpose. The fact that Paleo Edge goes on the internet and talks about Christ in the Bible from an intellectual perspective. Meanwhile, when he's called upon to testify, he goes and tells his biography and talks about how he, as a human being, relates to various concepts like the Jesuits and Freemasonry, as if that's testimony. Meanwhile, Christ Jesus has delivered me from wicked spirits, demonic spirits, and unclean spirits. And Christ died at the cross and thus defeated Satan. Satan is the defeated foe. That's my testimony. So how come I can testify in 2 sentences, but then people who think that in order to practice a religion, meanwhile all religion is man-made, more harm than good, I would never call myself a Christian because I don't want to be confused for somebody like Paleo Edge. But maybe one day he will have some sort of religious conversion experience. Maybe, but it obviously hasn't happened yet. But It's none of my business. It's none of my business. But he is putting himself on the internet and claiming a level of attainment that's clearly not there, that Paul enslaved very astutely detected and called him out on. Yeah. But that's fine. See, it doesn't affect me. Why? Because salvation is not a team sport. If there's a judgment like the Bible says there's going to be, it ain't going to have nothing to do with what Provo Kid thinks. It's not going to have nothing to do with any other human being. That's me and my maker. It's not let's get on team whatever and advance to the next round. But that's the herd mentality, by the way. That's human being herd mentality. Oh, and by the way, go hide in a house. Go hide in a house, Provo Kid, and live a life of comfort. Your life of comfort makes you weak, sir. When I'm assigned a new truck, the first thing I do is pull the mattress out of it. Why? Because that mattress is going to make me weak, Provo Kid. Oh, but now it's just passively aggressively. Oh yeah, you're so strong, Benton. Well, remember, wait a minute. But you started out by calling me weak, and now when I pointed out your own weakness, now we go and make fun of the concept of strength. See, you're already wishy-washy, and you already don't have integrity. Well, you were done a disservice and never forced to become a man. So, of course, you don't have integrity. Why would you? Why would you have integrity if you're not forced to? Yeah. Yeah. And ultimately, this is not what it is. I don't want to talk to Provo Kid, but I want to talk to Illumitami. See, now, not right now, but Illumitami. See, I think Illumitami understands that I'm on one right now. And by the way, I am the best argument for why Illumitami is not necessarily under the influence of amphetamine, because I've never done amphetamines other than we used to get not pseudo, we used to get actual ephedrine from the truck stop when I was in school, and me and my stupid friends would sometimes they were called cross tops, but sometimes eat the cross tops, which surprise surprise had the opposite effect. It actually calmed me down even while my fucking heart's beating out of my chest. It actually chilled me the fuck out, believe it or not, because I was already hype. So I'm the best evidence for Illumitami not necessarily being under the influence of amphetamines, even as he talks for hours and hours and hours. Because believe me, I can just do this. I can just sit here and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. Especially since I haven't slept much. See, that's all I got to do is not sleep, and that's a one-way ticket to mania right there, buddy. Yeah. Meanwhile, how many of y'all been through the mental health system? See, what I would want to know about Provo Kid is what medications is Provo Kid on? You know, what's Provo Kid's medicine cabinet look like? Because I've had people on the bus before tell me to calm down, and then 5 minutes, because I'm raising a ruckus on the bus, righteously, by the way, and then 5 minutes later I look over and that person's nodded out on opiates, and then I'm like, well, what do they know about calming down? Meanwhile, I'm not on anything now that I'm off the booze. Oh, and I'm choosing to work in a vocation where I'm not allowed to consume cannabis. Yeah. And I damn near drank myself to death 9 months ago, and then I was pitching a tent, walking around with all my not all my possessions, but walking around with my worldly possessions on my back, pitching a tent, getting eat up by skeeters. Yeah. Well, actually, some bum had pitched a tent and abandoned it. That's where I was sleeping. I wasn't even pitching it. Now that I think about it, and holding the sign all day in the 100-something degree heat, sick as a fucking dog. You don't know nothing about that, Provo Kid. You've never been deprived in your life, sir. You've never experienced deprivation. So of course, the fear mongering works about food shortages and bread lines. Meanwhile, I was scared of that in 2010. I finally come to realize, oh, that's right. If these motherfuckers get starved out, all that does is kill out the weak. All that does is kill off the weak 3/4 of the population, only leaving the strong 25% of the population. Well, that shit's not going to happen. The flow of McDonald's will continue unabated, sir. So that's a non-starter. Now, I also erroneously subscribe to that point of view that, well, oh my God, the economy is going to collapse. There's going to be fucking food shortages. Well, at least I was thinking that when the economy had just collapsed. You know, 08, 09, anybody remember that? Meanwhile, I'm out here in the world and I'm interacting with people who they've forgotten or they're pretending like 08, 09 didn't happen. Meanwhile, my dad's been day trading since the 90s, and I was having some kind of conversation with him, and I referenced 08, 09. He was like, oh, that's right, I forgot. Think about that. I don't forget. Been reading the newspaper since the 80s, except now it's online. What are you going to tell me? You can't tell me nothing, man. Get on my level, Provo kid. But, oh, yeah, the intellect. Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, I got just enough, man. I got just enough to do what I need to do. And let's face the fact that too much can be a hindrance. You know, uh, move, yeah. There you go. Yeah, benzos. Oh, my God. Yeah. But see, again, back to statistics, Provo kid. I understand that like half of the Gen Z, and I don't know I don't know what generation Provo kid's in, but I know that like half of Gen Z has a literal mental health diagnosis. So my generation's got a lot of problems. It's not motherfucking mentally ill. Okay. Yeah, my generation has a lot of problems. We're not mentally ill to the point where we cannot hold down a job. Meanwhile, what do you see? Uh, Look at the the workforce, fucking the labor participation rate. These motherfuckers can't work. Meanwhile, do you blame them? And the whole country's on welfare, stimulus check. So you got magabozos mobbing around crying about welfare queens, minorities getting welfare. Meanwhile, the whole country's on welfare. They didn't send them stimmies back, did they? They cashed some stimmies, didn't they? What'd you buy with your stimmy, Provo kid? What'd you buy? Huh? New computer? Some webcams? What'd you get, buddy? Hydroponic setup? Some grow lights? What'd you do with your stimmy, Provo kid? I didn't get one. You know why? Because I don't file an income tax return. And if you don't file an income tax return, the government don't just send you money. See how that works? Yeah. Meanwhile, they can't force me to file an income tax return. Meanwhile, I don't own anything for them to seize. And they're like, people are like, oh, the IRS is buying guns and ammo and they're hiring all these agents. Yeah, guess what? Tens of millions of people don't file an income tax return in this country. And guess what happens to them? Absolutely nothing happens to them. Is this Illumitami? I might let Illumitami have at you. No, it's still Provo kid thinking he's going to have a say. That's funny. We could get into astrology if you want, Provo kid. We could get into the fact that if you understood anything about my personality, you would realize that once I've dug in my heels, that I will never backtrack. Although I do backtrack at times. It's just not when I've dug my heels in. Yeah. Oh yeah, Illumitami's never off. See, I can't necessarily do this every time, but when I'm on one, I'm on one. But look at Provo kids spurging out in the chat. I love it, man. But see, I'm not I don't stoop to the level of you mad bro. See, because I don't believe that accusing an individual human of experiencing a specific emotion negates their ideas. See, I don't subscribe to that viewpoint, so I'm not going to use that. That, by the way, that's called integrity, Provo kid. So I'm not going to point out you mad, although I just kind of did, didn't I? Because I don't want to talk to Provo kid. That's why. I mean, that's the reason, Mike Clay. Because I don't want to talk to him. Meanwhile, again, he has a channel. What I would recommend is that he restream this and pause it and respond to it. I would love to see that. See, I would absolutely go to Provo Kid's channel, and I would just, with glee, I would sit back and watch that. And then I would go to the store because my computer's on the fritz. I would go to the store and pay cash for a new computer. And then I would play back his response and I would respond to it. But for some reason, people don't see the long game. The fact that I won't talk to Provo Kid is because I don't want to talk to Provo Kid. But I want to talk to Illumitami sometimes, although not right now. But see, that's what some folks don't understand. Is ultimately, when I talk about that I don't feel any ownership over this channel, and that I don't, I think it's our channel. That's true. But I've also said it's for everybody to come here and to contribute what they have to contribute. And I'm see, Provo Kid's getting a boner right now with me talking this way. It's because what am I describing? But It's for everybody to give what they can contribute and then to take what they need, right? That is a specific ideology as far as I know, but or close enough. So the fact is, as the person who is the strong personality, who's uh, the catalyst for whatever this is happening, because that's what I am. I am the strong personality who is the catalyst, and I don't want to talk to Provo Kid. So I'm more than happy to bring up people on the panel, and this is what I did yesterday with Illuma Tommy and JG. I just dropped off into the chat. So if Provo Kid wants to come up here and somebody else wants to come up here, I will happily go into the background and I'll just be in the live chat spurging out. See how it works? But I have no desire to talk to Provo Kid. And if somebody can't respect that I don't want to talk to him, I don't know what to tell you. To me, that seems pretty basic, that as a human being, I should not be expected to do things I don't want to do and to talk to people I don't want to talk to. I mean, that seems pretty basic. So I would say that that would be an attempted transgression against me at a level of my humanity, to recognize that I'm verbally stating I don't want to talk to this person. But and in fact, I said that he'll never be on the channel. See, now I'm already backtracking because I was talking out of my ass. I just don't want to talk to him. In fact, if Illuma Tommy wants to come up and have it out with him, that's fine. I'll bring Illuma Tommy and Provo Kid on. I just don't want to talk to Provo Kid. I mean, is that really so hard to understand? I don't think it is. Yeah. Yeah. And see, and one thing I respect about Tommy is that Tommy will fucking put in the work. Tommy will put his money where his mouth is. You can just tell. Provo Kid will shoot his mouth off, but when it comes time to back it up, he ain't finna be there, because he's never developed that strength of character where he can just say, I'm finna do this thing and just do it. Like when I made that 90-day content challenge. Do you think I wanted to do a piece of content every day for 90 days? Meanwhile, here I am doing it, by the way. But at that time, I didn't know if I could do it. I was going off into a competition that I may very well have lost, by the way. That's what I was going off into. But I am that person who will just put myself into the competition, and then we'll find out something about old Benton here. See, Provo Kid's you've never tested yourself that way, sir. It's never, and it shows. I can immediately detect, okay, Provo Kid's never put himself in an art of war sense. First, the warrior puts themselves beyond the possibility of defeat psychologically. See? So when I go into that 90-day content challenge that I proposed, that's art of war, man. I'm psychologically putting myself in the space beyond defeat, while recognizing I might actually lose this. It's possible. But that's death, right? That's the warrior being vanquished. But see, you Provo Kids, you don't know nothing about it. And it shows, man. I can look at you and I instantaneously know that you've never tested your mettle in the arena. You've never done it. And I don't mean physically. I'm a pacifist. I practice pacifism at the level of my physicality. I've literally got punched in the face outside the Greyhound bus station recently, not that long ago. Punched right here in my fucking face, and did not respond with physical violence, because I don't believe in it, man. Now, I will defend myself, but only if absolutely necessary. Shout out to Illuma Tommy and what he talks about with the bang bangs. And I don't go nowhere without my sword. Yeah. But he caught me slipping. Well, but see, that's if you get out of your emotions, little girl, if you get out of your emotions for a minute and go back into your logic and reason, and get a hold of yourself, and maybe get in touch with your breathing, because I am a fucking ascetic monk yogi on some level, sir. And get in touch with your physicality again, mind, body, and spirit. Let's get in touch with physicality, Provo Kid, and let's realize that at first I said you'll never come on the channel, and then I backtracked, so I lost a little face because I backtracked, and I said, okay, if somebody comes up here with him, I will drop off into the background. But now he's spurging out saying, bring me up. Meanwhile, this is the negotiation of terms, sir. So if you could get out of your feelings, little girl, long enough to realize that this is the negotiations. So if terms can be negotiated and mutually agreed upon, then potentially you can come up on the panel and have your say. See how it works? But because I am superior to you, at the minimum level of mind, body, and spirit, you need me to explain this to you because you're in your motherfucking feelings, which is fine. I don't care if you're in your feelings. But if we're going to mutually agree, and come to terms, we're not going to do that from our emotions, or you're probably not going to negotiate very good terms for yourself if you're in your emotions. But yeah, let's explain life to Provo Kid. This is hilarious. Oh man. There you go. I love you, Illumitami, and I don't say that flippantly. Although it's not it's still done humorously. Yeah, I know you're backstage, Provo Kid. Your Provo Kid's fucking rant. He's just, god dang, Bo. This shit's hilarious. Again, Provo Kid, I don't think you're hearing me because it's hard to hear through that wall of emotion. I understand, but reconnect with your consciousness, your your logical thought processes, if you would. Just get back into that. Meanwhile, isn't it amazing how I can just stay centered so easily? Isn't that amazing? Well, that of course, but see, again, you're projecting, Provo Kid. See, this is your projection of what you think I'm experiencing, because you have no frame of reference for my experience. Because why? Because you're not on my level. So if you're not on my level, oh, is this Tommy and Provo? Oh, it's EBT and Provo Kid. Well, I don't know that EBT can go at Provo Kid necessarily. Are you playing that role, EBT? Or are you playing the point counterpoint, or is it just I'm going to have both of you up to agree in an echo chamber, by the way, which I believe I was accused of about 25 minutes ago. No, maybe longer than that. It's amazing how these streams cause a time to compress. But yeah, maybe 45 minutes ago, perhaps, when something about an echo chamber. And all these accusations, by the way, being hurled at me. Accusations. Yeah, well, thanks, man. Yeah, well, appreciate it, Tommy. Yeah. See, I make up my own mind about people. So Provo Kid is actually viewed, he has a positive reputation as this paleo edge, but my opinion is the exact opposite. But Tommy has a poor reputation in many circles, and my read on the situation is the opposite. In fact, Tommy's reputation preceded him. I saw him on Truther Cop, didn't know that was Illuma Tommy, who I'd heard so much about over at Paul and Slave. I emailed Truther Cop, and Tommy had this Joker, overlay on his face. I said, I want to work with that Joker guy. Truther Cop emails me back, says, I think that's Illuma Tommy, meaning like, obviously, and I'm not saying Truther Cop said this. My interpretation was, well, maybe you don't want to work with him because it's Illuma Tommy. I said, well, no, that changes nothing. Still want to work with him, meaning have him on the show. And Tommy showed his broadcast skills, by the way. If anybody wants to go back and view Tommy's first performance on the channel, that was just one broadcaster talking to another broadcaster, right? Is Provo Kid? Can Provo Kid come on here with me and do a broadcast? EBT can, by the way. EBT can come on and do a broadcast. I don't know that I've seen the actual broadcast chops out of Provo Kid. Again, Provo Kid, get on my level. And just imagine being told to get on my level by somebody who sounds like I sound. And again, daddy issues, by the way. I don't have children. I'm 18 in my brain, but I've come to realize, and it used to be women, by the way. I used to trigger women's daddy issues. But I would say at this point, males, not men, males have more daddy issues than women do nowadays. That's what I'm detecting. Because I used to run into women, and I would trigger their daddy issues unknowingly as I've gotten older. Now I'm on the internet triggering young males' daddy issues. Meanwhile, I ain't got no kids. I never had to grow up all the way. I'm a very mature 18-year-old in here. Yeah, that's what I am. I love it. Well, that's what I'm saying, Tommy. See, they can't walk a walk, which is fine. That's not my concern if somebody can't walk a walk. But again, as the person who's been here effectively on a daily basis going back to early 1994, you can't come at me on this internet. Now, I will fucking spiral out and be triggered, but I do that myself. That's not, oh, somebody else triggered me. That's, no, Benton, who was already triggered, because I'm always triggered. spiraled out and rage quit. Nobody does that but me. See, that's what people don't seem to understand. Meanwhile, I was piecing motherfuckers up in IRC chats and message boards. I was, if anybody knows anything about offtopic.com, I barely missed OG status on offtopic.com because even though I was on the old Honda-Acura.net, I did not make an account until they transitioned to the actual offtopic.com domain. Of course, I'm not there anymore because it went all woke like everything else. It went woke like everything else, and I was no longer free to express my opinion. Same thing with the Squat the Planet forums, by the way, which I dispensed excellent hitchhiking advice, by the way. Yeah, because I lived out of a backpack and traveled the entire country for 6 straight years. That's who the fuck I am. But Provo Kid wants to come at me like I'm weak. And then, well, wait a minute, that's a non-starter. Oh, well, let's just ridicule the very idea of strength. Why would I want to talk to somebody who interacts in those ways? Yeah, Tommy might talk my head off, but he's not going to annoy me on that level with his lack of integrity, right? Who cares if he does fucking meth and God knows what he does and is, who even cares what he does otherwise? It's none of my concern. I'd rather spend my time with somebody like that than somebody like Provo Kid, who's never tested his mettle in the arena. And we can talk about Ready Player Benton. We can talk about the metaverse, and I can say that we're in the metaverse. Yeah, but there is still an IRL component to this. Yeah. Meanwhile, if these people think that, if you actually think society is going to collapse, and you actually think it's going to be a civil war, meanwhile, what did I realize today? I got it right here. Here, I made notes. Civil war. Civil meaning it is a civil war, meaning it's a civilized war. This is the Civil War, y'all. Ain't going to be no fucking hot war. Why? Because I got hardware, and I want to strap on my hardware and strut around with my hardware on all day. I got nice gear. So the very fact that I have a desire to do that, I recognize, well, that's a fantasy, and that shit ain't never going to happen because I want it to happen. And also, by the way, these are ideas propagated by the system itself that I'm going to get to go grab my hardware, strap up, and strut around in my gunfighter fucking setup with a Glock 21 SF 3rd gen on my left leg because I'm left-handed, and my backup Glock 21 SF Gen 3 on my chest rig with my 45 caliber Glock mags on my chest rig that also has pouches for my 308 Galil Ace mags. Oh, and don't forget about the CMMG Banshee 45 that takes the same Glock mags. Yeah. Mm-hmm. See, I want a mobber. Oh, with my soft armor underneath my my small plated armor. See, the fact that I want a mob around like a big fucking rooster strutting around, that's how I know that shit ain't gonna happen. So keep talking about a civil war. That shit ain't gonna happen. This is the Civil War, and it's civil, meaning civilized, meaning civil society. This is the breakdown of society. The fact that I'm in truck driving limbo. Oh, truckers keep America moving. And I'm just in trucker limbo, supposed to deliver to a major corporation in this country. One of the big boys, one of the biggest boys of all time, by the way. I don't want to say much more than that. It could probably be deduced based on the clues that have been left. And I'm in truck driving limbo. Meanwhile, at some point, I'll get sick of being in limbo and I'll just hook up to the trailer and I'll just drive that motherfucker back where it came from and say, well, here it is. I took it where you wanted it and they wouldn't unload it. But I got people in offices who work 8 to 5 living for the weekend, and all they wanted to do, it was Friday, and all they wanted to do was go home. So they said, well, Benton is dumb enough to switch trailers with this other driver, with this team, so we'll get the team out of the morass. We'll pull the team up out of the muck, but then we'll sink Benton down into the muck, and then we'll just roll in Monday. Oh, and we'll tell Benton, hey, yeah, your appointment time is Monday. He lied to me and just said, oh, your appointment is Monday at 7 a.m. Well, I went there at 7 a.m., Monday at 7 a.m., and that guy just laughed. And good old boy, by the way, good old boy, about my age, local guy. said, yeah, oh yeah. I said, I told them. I said, he said, I don't know if there's a communication barrier or what, but I told them that this thing has to be rescheduled because they missed their appointment time on Thursday. And the major corporation is not going to unload this until it's rescheduled. And then somebody at my company emailed somebody at probably with the broker, and the broker said, "Oh yeah, because the broker doesn't give a fuck because the broker's never in traffic or the broker's never showing up at the broker doesn't care if I go to the receiver and get turned away. What do they care?" So the lady at my company who just wants to go home for the weekend emailed the broker, and the broker just lied and said, "Oh yeah, he's got a Monday appointment, 7 a.m." And now the lady that I work with, they're worthless on Mondays. I used to work in an office. You can't get, if I want to get something done, I learned this years ago. If I got to call a place and get something done, I don't even attempt it on a Monday. Maybe by Tuesday afternoon, maybe really probably Wednesday morning, but not too early because they're still coming in and wiping the sleep out of their eyes at 8:30. Meanwhile, I go to sleep early. I wake up, it's still the same day most of the time, or it's midnight. I work 7 days a week, live in a truck, but here I am interfacing with people that live for the weekend. So yeah, maybe by Wednesday, my company will figure it out and get me back in and then start trying to effectively get me back in the game. So yeah, if I want to have to call, God forbid, I got to call customer service somewhere. Yeah, maybe Wednesday morning you can start attempting it, but not too early. You're really looking at about 10 a.m. to actually be able to talk to a human being who is somewhat with it. Yeah. You think I don't know this? Why, by the way, why did I leave the workforce for 10 years? And everywhere I go, I'm more or less the best employee they got. I'm dying of various illnesses, and I guarantee you I'm top 5 statistically out of 150 in this company. I guarantee you I am. The dispatcher more or less let that slip recently. Now the operations manager is smart enough to keep his cards close to his vest and not and in fact imply that I'm not. Well, you're a good driver, but while he knows, well, no, statistically I'm top 5 in your company, but I'll play this game, sir, where we just pretend like I'm not one of the best drivers you've got. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm white, which actually the white doesn't even really help that much. But I was born in this country. I'm somewhat what do you call, clean cut, and I can, in spite of my ridiculous accent, I can communicate with the people at the receivers. Oh, that's the private chat. Well, yeah, and that's interesting, Tommy. Felony risk, because the fact is, in my travels, I developed contacts in Oregon and Northern California where I could have purchased cannabis between $500 and $100 a pound, $500 to $1,000 a pound, and then drove it to Arkansas and directly sold it to people I personally know for $5,000 a pound. Well, probably $4,500, or I could just sell it myself at street level to people I personally know. But it's not worth the felony risk. Why? Because I don't have a criminal record. And that's ultimately, Paul and Slave can talk about corporate slavery till he's blue in the face. That's one of my greatest assets in this nightmare dystopian beast system, is that I am above reproach on paper. I'm employable. I don't have a criminal record. I've never been in the mental health system. I can pass a background check. The only mark against me is my horrible credit, which just ultimately all that does is make it hard to rent an apartment. It doesn't keep me from being employable. Funny how that works. Well, that doesn't matter if you're talking to me, EBT. That don't matter. You know who's a punk bitch, EBT? You with your obese belly. How about you get your shit together, EBT, before you start telling me how I'm coming off? Because back in the day, buddy, I was up to a size 40 pants, and you know what Benton did? Benton got his act together and lost 60 pounds in 6 months, lost 45 in 4. Until you do that, sir, you can't tell me nothing because you're running your fucking mouth. How about you back it up, buddy? And you can be a family man all you want. What's it matter? I hope your insurance is paid up. You're going to drop dead of a motherfucking heart attack. Drinking yourself to death, by the way. I know a little bit about that. Oh, but I'm coming off some type of way. Well, if you do mean me, all I got to say is get on my level, buddy. I dropped 60 in 6 months one time. Get on my level, buddy. I'll be waiting. See, I love this. I thrive on this. I can do this all day, day. Yeah, let's challenge the ascetic monk to various austere practices. I challenge you to vanishing your obese gut. Because when I was obese, here's what I did. After I lost enough weight, when I'd do my workouts, when I'd run on the treadmill, I would take my hands and I would just wrap my hands around my gut, my belly fat. And in fact, I have an estrogenic fat pattern. I don't really have a big gut. I had it everywhere. But I would just grasp my fucking belly fat in my love handles. So I knew just exactly what in the fuck I was dealing with. As I did exactly what I had to do to make that shit go away. Or you could just keep pacifying your stupid fucking emotions with alcohol, and I know a little bit about that, and bad food, and fast food, and lack of exercise. Yeah, you can continue to do that. And you're not too old yet. And in fact, I was in my late 20s when I did what I'm talking about. And at your age, EBT, see, you could actually reverse all these bad habits. And what will happen is your testosterone will go up, which that's a whole new set of problems, by the way. And I'm not saying you have low testosterone. I'm saying your testosterone will spike. And just the testosterone spike will start to eat that fat. Because what's one of the effects of high testosterone is the male becomes more lean. See? But meanwhile, I'm just speaking on things I've done that you haven't done, EBT. It's time for PT. You want to talk about your dad? Was the what would you say he was? I forget what you said his function was in the military. That involved PT, right? Your dad had to pass a PT test. Could you pass a PT test right now, EBT? Because I can't. I can pass a PT test right now. Now, it would suck, and I would be out of fucking commission for a couple of days. Because my mind will outdo, it will. I've reached the point of physical exhaustion, by the way. Oh, yeah. Took a whole week of rest to recover from that. So what EBT could do is he could go ahead and do all these things I'm talking on, or he can go into the metaverse and criticize me. But meanwhile, EBT, take both your hands and reach down and just wrap them around your gut and just feel your weakness. Feel your lack of mental fortitude. That's a physical reminder. And I did that every day because I wanted to be reminded of just exactly what in the fuck I was. And here's what I did. I went to my apartment complex, had a treadmill, and here's what I said, because I have a brain. I said, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do 15 minutes of cardio 6 days a week. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the distance. And no matter what, I will at least meet that distance every day. So if I go farther today than I did yesterday, now I have to at least tie that distance the next day. So when I started out, I was so bad out of shape. I could jog, but then I had to walk. And then I could jog, and then I had to walk. And I did that for 15 minutes. And in 2 weeks, my fitness level fucking skyrocketed compared to what it was. But here's the where most people quit event. Here's the where most people quit event is in that probably day 4 or 5, some motherfucker comes in fatter than me. But guess what? He'd been working out. He was in shape. And he gets on the treadmill next to me, and he's just fucking tuning me up like it's nothing. He's just fucking showing off. Right. And I'm still in the walk jog phase. This motherfucker's fatter than I am. That's when most people quit. See, I don't quit. Once I set my mind to it, EBT, you can't make me quit. Can't nothing make me quit. It's called indomitable. And there's an indomitable spirit in you somewhere, EBT. Why are you separated from it? Probably because you're living with a bunch of women, let's be honest. And you're not, that makes you the strong man. And you ain't strong, EBT, but you are. You're not in touch with your strength. How about you get in touch with it? How about you wrap your fucking hands around that symbol of your weakness every day until it's gone? Then come talk to me about how I sound, bitch. Because I'll meet you in neutral territory and I'll physically make you look like a bitch. I'll defeat you in any physical competition you can devise, sir. Now, if it involves raw strength, we're going to have to adjust it for body weight because I weigh about 128 pounds. Give me 100 body weight squats right now and then talk to me about how I sound because I can do that. Yeah. How many push-ups can you bang out? I can bang out 25, no problem. And I'm dying of various illnesses. Yeah. So shut the fuck up and do something. Or come on here and run your yap about how people sound. Bitch. But see, I've been knowing this the whole time. You know why I don't say it? Because number one, it's none of my business until you make it my business. Number two, it's really better for me if y'all stay weak, to be honest with you. Although it's really not, because if y'all all man the fuck up, then I guess it'll be a little harder. It'll be a little harder for me. Maybe I'll have to step my game up, right? Meanwhile, I'm on my level. Get on my level, EBT. Until you drop 60 pounds in 6 months, you can't tell me nothing. And I never cared that you was obese. But, well, Paul went right. He went right to it, didn't he? Shout out to Paul and Slade. He went right to it, didn't he? And Paul's fat, apparently. And it's not even the fact that EBT's fat. It's that he don't like that he's fat. And that's weakness, by the way. Existing in a state of obesity, but not wanting to exist in a state of obesity. And every time EBT goes through the motherfucking fast food drive-through, he's bitching out and being a weak punk bitch. That's what that is. Every time he pulls up to the motherfucking squawk box and places his order, he's bitching out and being a weak bitch. Show me something. Then run your fucking mouth. I ain't going nowhere. Well, I am. But in the short term, I'm not going nowhere. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but see, it's always, and see, again, I've been on the internet every day since 94. It's always attack the messenger, see. See, you just attack the messenger and you don't have to worry about your low state of development. Oh, well, see, here's this person out here who's audacious enough and bold enough to just step on center stage and tell it like it is, see. Oh, we can just dismiss him at the level of his humanity to stay in a state of weakness ourselves. But you're the one that suffers I don't suffer for your weakness, other than what I said before about maybe I'd have to step my game up. It's easy to outwork you bozos. It's easy to outwork you bozos. Me and JG could outwork y'all all day, every day. All day, every day, physically. No problem. Now, EBT's probably halfway can do some shit because he's a mechanic. But hell, I've had tow truck drivers show up that were just looked like they was about to die any minute, but they could still crawl underneath the rig and, drop the fucking the drive shaft, right? Didn't mean they weren't about to keel over. Well, no, they are great takes. That's why you're here listening, Provo Kid. That's why you're here. Because people won't tell you this. People won't talk to you like this. See, you're welcome, Provo Kid. You're welcome. Now, I understand that you've yet to access the level of humility required to thank me for this great service that I'm providing to you. And I don't expect a thanks, but I understand that you've never accessed those levels of humility. And I'm fascinated by people who will talk to me about ego and being egoic, and you're in your ego. But I'm like, well, unless you've experienced the levels of humility I've experienced, you really can't tell me anything about my ego. Yeah, exactly. Welcome to the jungle. What's up, Music Holds a Secret? Good to see you. You did not walk into the wrong saloon, Croco. Oh yeah, I'm triggered. That's it. See, because I have to be triggered, right? That has to be the answer. Meanwhile, I guarantee you, if you hook this up to machines right now, my biometric data would indicate that I'm far less triggered right now than Provo Kid is. Well, it's called years of meditation and breathing. So I guarantee you, in spite of my advanced age, that my blood pressure and my heart rate are both far lower than Provo Kids are right now. Who's just spurging out in the chat. And I mean, look at him. Well, the chat always decides. But Provo Kid, if you could come back, if you could get out of your imagination for a moment and get out of your feelings long enough to realize that I already said if we can get somebody up here that wants to go toe to toe with you, that I will backtrack on initially saying you'll never appear on the channel. I'll backtrack on that to just I don't want to talk to you. Well, in fact, you're not worthy to talk to me. Let's be honest. At this point, you're unworthy to approach the throne in this context. You really haven't earned the right to speak with me face to face. Let's be serious. Yeah, if somebody wants to have you on and have some sort of argument or back and forth with you, if that can be negotiated, I'm more than happy to facilitate that. And I'll drop off into the chat, and I'll get my popcorn and I'll watch the show. Until then, we're at an impasse, sir. You've read some books. Certainly you're familiar with that term. We're at an impasse, sir. Well, why would they be? I mean, but I think that probably says something about you, Provo Kid, that I come on here day after day after day. And in fact, yesterday, me and Rob Cleveland, we had a I don't know what you would call that, but we had an interaction with Jeff. I forgot his last name already. Who had learned that day that his father is gravely ill and in the ER, and we we were there for him as human beings, right? And that for some reason this is the stream that some people would come to for that. Now maybe they come to your channel for that. I don't know. I'm not really familiar with what you do over there, but the fact that people want to come up here and talk to me, on a consistent basis, which ultimately involves me sitting here and actively listening. Now maybe Provo Kid would want to come up here and, because the fact is not that many people come on here other than perhaps Rob Cleveland and provide me with a active listening, provide me with a service of something I might need at the level of my humanity. So I don't know, maybe I'm just misreading Provo Kid's intentions and he wants to come up here and actively listen while I get some things off my chest and to connect on a human level, which by the way is healing. I believe it's always healing when two humans, as much as I say I'm not able to connect, I can certainly, I can interface with people on a human level, even if I'm not able to feel connected to them. I'm able to do that in a way where at least they are able to get something out of it. Well, probably I get something out of being listened to, although it is a bit confusing because realistically, people don't really listen anymore. And in fact, Provo Kid, you probably don't have the ability to actively listen, because that doesn't come naturally until one develops the ability to actively listen. It's something I've spent a great deal of time working on. No, you can come up here, Provo Kid. And in fact, I said that, but you were spurging out the chat too much to understand what I said. I said, and I tried to volunteer Tommy, but he doesn't even want to have anything to do with you. Now that's, I don't know, what does that tell you? But what I said was, if somebody like Tommy wants to come up here and talk to you, then I'm more than happy. I'm more than happy to go back on what I previously stated when I was talking out of my ass, as I tend to do at times. That I said that I would allow you to come up here and have your say, and I'll drop off into the chat. But my preference would be for you to merely play the replay of the live stream on your channel, then pause me as often as you want, and then have your say. And then I will probably go buy a computer, since mine's on the fritz, and then I will respond to your response. I love that. See, it's fun. That's a good time as far as I'm concerned. I might take a, well, see, but that's your choice. See, that's you. That's you, Provo Kid. That's what you do. See, this is where people like Provo Kid misunderstand the world they live in. What you do or don't do has nothing to do with what I do or don't do. It's called individualism. Unfortunately, you've been socialized with covert communism, and you actually are in collectivism. And so you somehow mistakenly believe that what you do or don't do has any bearing on what I do or don't do. I'm stating a preference, sir. So maybe your preference is to do replays. Well, that's your preference. My preference is that you would do that. So what? Again, we're back to an impasse. Yeah. Well, see, you'd have to, EBT. You would have to lay them out with one swing, because you wouldn't have the cardio to go beyond that. So out of necessity, that would have to be your strategy. Because if that fails, you would be in big trouble. But I know you're not talking about me because I don't physically fight anybody, so that's a non-starter. So I don't know who you're talking about potentially physically attacking in a criminal fashion. By the way, I'm assuming EBT doesn't have a criminal record. Are we really wanting to? Are you really wanting to go into this criminal justice system? That seems like a bad idea. Meanwhile, assuming you're talking about me now, now the true colors are showing, right? Now it's the internet and you sound like a bit and you sound like a bitch or whatever. But now it's people who claim to understand the internet who are trying to now talk about physical fighting. Have you been out in society, by the way? Physical fighting, that's not a thing anymore. That's effectively, now I did get punched in the face recently by a homeless person, but that's effectively a non-factor. I can walk around at 128 pounds and shoot my mouth off all I want. And guess what? Nobody does anything. I used to go right up to supposedly big tough Texans during the events of the last few years and just call them pussies to their face. They did nothing. It's a wrap, man. It's a wrap on toughness in the physical realm. In spite of the fact that I can still access it, it effectively no longer exists. So, but yeah, EBT, you would have to get out of necessity. You would have to get them. Put your gut into it is what I would say. You have to get them with the first one because you're not going to be able to last long beyond that. How clear is that nasal passage, by the way? How quickly? How long before you're sucking wind through your mouth? EBT. What's EBT's resting heart rate? Have you gone onto that machine at the Walmart lately? Next time you wander by that machine at the Walmart, how about you sit down and put your arm in the sleeve and see what happens. Meanwhile, shout out to Tommy and his steroids. At one time, my arm was so big from weightlifting that I was on the verge of the blood pressure machine not working, based on the circumference of my bicep and my tricep. So, how about you? So the fact that I'm now withering away to nothing, see, I like it. So I was never going to reach these levels of asceticism without literal organ failure. See, here's my weakness, EBT, is I've had a strong desire in my heart to live in a very ascetic, to live a life of to live in very austere, painful, ascetic ways. But I've been too much of a bitch to do it until now. See, this organ failure, this is actually, I put out to the universe that I wanted these levels of ascetic monkhood, and now I'm going to achieve it through the inability of my digestive system to absorb calories. And I was on 1,500 calories a day a few months ago, maintaining my body weight. And now I'm on 3,000 calories a day, and I'm barely maintaining my body weight. So that leads me to believe in a few months I'm going to be on 4,500 calories a day and barely maintaining my body weight. And then 6,000. And then we get into how much does that cost a week? Because remember, if I eat a Snicker bar, I'm sick for 2 days. So when I talk about 6,000 calories a day, it's only from specific foods. So at what point am I no longer able to get enough fiat to eat the 6,000 calories? So at what point do I just stop eating, EBT? Meanwhile, I got Drew LARPing as if he's going to do a 40-day water fast. And I'm on the verge of my body not being able to absorb any calories. I mean, what is this, man? Shout out to Chalk Body Outline. Channel graphics by Chalk Body Outline. Get at him, chalkbodyoutline.com if y'all need any thumbnails or banners. He is the man. Yeah, in the auto. Well, turn off your station. There's 31 people. This is actually the best ratings all week. Damn near. I mean, for the time slot. Hey, Provo Kid, for the time slot, this is the best ratings all week. The people have spoken, sir. They love the autistic monologue on some level. Because why? Because there's as much as it's the truth community, so-called, there's very little truth, especially with respect to interpersonal matters. There's very little truth. There's a whole bunch of pretending and fakeness and people not being real. And yeah, I fall into that category at times. Of course I do, because I'm one of you. Like it or not, I'm one of you. But then, and this is my favorite part when I first went into the CBO Discord, I had people who thought, I had city folk who thought they were going to go live communally. This is why people can't live communally, because at some point you're having to listen to somebody like me have his say, and I get an equal vote in the community to you. And guess what? The only way it doesn't become a cult is everybody has to agree. Everybody gets an equal vote, and decision making is based on consensus. It's not a democracy. Shout out to the Rainbow family. That's how they do it. Until we all agree, nothing happens. So at some point, the person that annoys you the most in the world gets to talk, and they have the floor. And not only are you obligated to hear them out based on your membership in this so-called community, but I'm talking about in the physical space. I'm in my imagination. But then they get an equal say into what happens, as you do. That's why you can't live communally, y'all. It's not possible. You can't do it. I can't. I can deal with anybody that can deal with me. Why? Because I've done it. I know I can do it because I've done it. Get on my level. Or stay like you are, in a state of delusion, denial, and weakness. Weak. I don't care that you're weak. That's your problem. Got nothing to do with me. Was it the Master Sergeant? I keep forgetting what EBT's dad's rank was. I reckon he could pass a PT test. EBT. I reckon he could. I bet he was hell on wheels, Jack. Benton can pass a PT test, although let's be honest, just barely. Thank God they break it down by age. I don't think I could pass the 18 to 24. I don't know who Tinsel is. At this point, I'm going to need to know who these people are before I bring them up. So we're going to need some verification at this point. I don't know who Tinsel is. Master Chief, my bad. Well, you know, I wasn't in the military, EBT. Yeah. In the military. But you're welcome, by the way. On some level, people must be getting what they need. Seems to me like they probably are. And part of me just wants to show Tommy how I got it. You know, I got to show Tommy what I'm made of on some level. I don't think he's seen the full unadulterated Benton yet. I'm going third person. I'm settling scores. Meanwhile, it wasn't that long ago I was scalping motherfuckers and hammering scalps into the wall of the sleeper. That wasn't that long ago. Yeah. Oh, well, you can be backstage all you want. See, again, Provo Kid, I can't raise folks that's already grown, man. How many times can I explain to you that until we come to agreement, you're not coming up here? Now, again, if there's somebody who wants to go counterpoint with you, then we'll get you and someone else, and I will go backstage and I will go into the chat, and I am a chat warrior as well, because I was on the internet when it was nothing but text. Lest we forget, in 1994, the internet was only text. Now, you could type in some text commands, and you could separately download an image file. And if you were running Windows, you could bring it up. You could view the JPEG or the GIF or the GIF. I always said GIF. But when you go on your computer now, in your Photoshop or I use GIMP, and it says interlace the GIF, that's because when I first got on the internet and you typed in the command to download the image file, it would populate your screen one line at a time, starting at the top. So the interlacing, it would begin to appear all at once, pixelated. That's what the interlace. That was why that came about. See, it's less annoying for it to populate the screen like that than in lines. So I know what this is. I know what the internet is. A lot of y'all don't know what the internet is, especially the boomers. They don't understand the internet. And that's why I get a kick out of them trying to call out the live chat. Oh, you can come up here. You can come up here. Motherfucker, The internet is text. This is new shit overlaid over the top of it. All this video. Meanwhile, Netflix was shipping me DVDs, mailing DVDs to my house in Arkansas. And I went on their website one day and they said, "Hey, looky here. This is the beta version of our streaming service. Try it out. No guarantees. It might not work." Never worked for me. I never could get it to work. All these people, I don't know who they are. Yeah, it's my internet, Jessica Jane. Yeah, and on some level it is. I was here first for the most part. Of course I'm grandstanding. Why wouldn't I grandstand, DBT? Why wouldn't I? Yeah, I got a new chew toy. Well, again, please understand. I need to show Tommy what I'm made of. What I'm made of on some level. So just that's probably the main thing that's being accomplished here. Flexing my muscles a little bit. Yeah, of course it does. Of course it works flawlessly, but I don't think you all know that though. EBT, you might. But you can't account for what these other people know or don't know. I talk to the people everywhere I go. Well, good for you. What's up? Yeah. By the way, everybody's welcome. That's the ethos of the internet. You know, everybody's welcome. Now, the fact is, the general public was never going to be able to get on the internet en masse until the advent of the smartphone. It just wasn't going to happen. Yeah. Well, meanwhile, I'm not bonding with any of you really. I mean, not in any meaningful way. That is a one of the major benefits / drawbacks of the autism is I'm really not able to. I am just to some limited degree able to bond with you, but it's limited, certainly limited. I got to take a screen. Look at these people trying to come up here. This is hilarious. Yeah, Fred with the obey. I like it. I say disobey. Well, that's a good point, Woody. I like how Woody brings it all back to something that actually has meaning. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Woody changed his what do they call that? PFP? I still think of it as an avatar. Well, again, when did I reach agreement, Provo Kid? Now, why are you trying to run over me and the channel? While I don't feel ownership over the channel, it is the name of the channel is my name. So now it's I talked to you about reaching terms, and now you're trying to bulldozer me. So apparently you've gone and you've worked this all out on your own, and now I'm expected to just comply. See, that's authoritarianism, Provo Kid. When did I consent to this? When was I consulted? When was I able to put my 2 cents in and say, well, who's backstage? See, why are you trying to leave me out of the decision making process here? Again, back to the point I made about why people can't live communally. Why are you attempting to subvert my chance to have an equal say? Why are you trying to bulldozer me and run over me? I'm confused. Now, maybe I just missed some messages in the chat. That's possible because I'm on one. But I would say at that point, you would necessarily need to develop some patience and wait till I've shot my wad, as it were. But I don't think we're quite there. Well, see, that's what's funny is you're not, even if I was, you're not qualified to call me out on that level. You have no qualifications. So assuming I am that thing, which I've never been, the chance of me ever being that thing died when my dad said, well, son, you have to go stand up to those bullies at school, which maybe you never stood up to a bully. I really have no way of knowing, but maybe you did, maybe you didn't. That's not my call to make. But see, even if I was that thing you're accusing me of, you're not qualified to make that judgment. So even if I was that thing, it wouldn't matter. Coming from you, that would still mean nothing. Isn't that interesting how that works? Well, I can talk to whoever. Yeah, Why not? Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I talk to him, EBT? Is there any particular? I mean, do you want me to go? I mean, I thought I was done with your obesity and your gut, but we can go back to your poor physical condition if we need to. No. I mean, EBT goes to do a push up and he can't really do a push up because his gut touches the floor no matter what. So technically speaking, EBT can't perform any push ups because his body will always part of his body will always be touching the ground. So EBT can do zero push ups right now. Think about it. Yeah. Oh, I am enjoying. That's see, never wrestle a pig. You both get muddy and the pig likes it. I'm the pig in this scenario. So yeah, I know I love this. This is the best time I've had in weeks, man, maybe years. Yeah, thank you, Rob Cleveland. Shout out to you, sir. Yeah. Now I'm just riffing and scatting and bebopping, but do I need to go read the private chat? I mean, is there or can whatever's been discussed be summed up for me now? Is that asking too much? And I'll stop talking. Well, it's not an insult, EBT. That's not an insult. And meanwhile, the thing about insults is once I'm insulted, I now feel free to operate on that level. So I do think it's interesting the phenomenon of someone saying insults, but then now they want to call out the other person for insults. Again, a lack of integrity. Because obviously, once it goes to the level of insult, I'm now able to operate on that level. I mean, obviously, right? I'm not the one who brought it to the level of insult, but I can engage on that level. But again, I don't even care. I mean, I don't care that you in whatever state you're in. Yeah, that's your problem. I was overweight. In fact, the reason why I initially lost weight is I was wearing size 40 pants and they were getting too tight, and I just refused to go to a 42. I said I'm not going to a 42. I just won't. That was when I finally started to get my act together. But some people reach bottom at different points, I guess. Well, I mean, is that I insulted you by pointing out by accurately assessing your physical condition? Again, that's if you interpret that as an insult. I mean, the fact is, EBT, you have fostered an environment in which you say true things about me that I could interpret as an insult. This can of worms was opened long ago. I mean, let's be honest about what's going on here. The fact is that when I very first started interfacing with EBT, he called me a fed, and he's never stopped calling me a fed. So we can have a tit for tat on who's escalated what in what time frame and in what context, but I can go back in time long enough to say, well, actually, I'm not the one who started the insult. So, I mean, there's always that. Yeah, that you may be right, Provo Kid, and you can't do anything about that. That's my favorite part of all this. Is you have, but again, turn off your station. Feel free to fuck right off, Provo Kid. Feel free to fuck right off. You don't have to be here. You're choosing to be here, which tells me everything I need to know. Well, no, you pulled up your shirt and showed your gut, EBT. You're right. I didn't know your physical condition until then. You're correct. I did not know, nor did I care until that point that you're at least around the middle, you are obese. I didn't know or care until you lifted up your shirt on the public internet. And now I know and can speak to what I've seen, right? Meanwhile, EBT, I took my shirt off on stream and EBT put me in a thumbnail knowing he was showing my gimp shoulder to the world. I mean, but I put my gimp shoulder. I got one normal shoulder and one gimp shoulder. He showed my gimp shoulder to the world. Well, I'm the one that put my gimp shoulder on the internet. You put your obese belly on the internet, sir. How are you going to put that on me that you did that? I didn't do that. I didn't lift your shirt up and show your obese belly to the world. You did that. I could feel some type of way about you putting my gimp shoulder in your Now I'm disconnected. There you go. What's up? That's a good one. Yeah. Yeah. Well, again, regardless, it's 30 people watching it, but message board style points, right? Oh, but literal weeks of it's the internet, by the way, directed at Ben. So that's what I would say to you, EBT. It's the internet, sir. Yeah. Well, that's true. It does indeed. Right. It's right there. Autism speaks. Yeah. Oh, I'm a content machine, Provo kid. I would never be dependent on you for content, but the audience can thank you for this particular style of content that they've received today. They do have that you to thank for that, but I can't thank you for the content because I'm a literal content machine. So. And it's an EBT. I did notice that for whatever reason, and nobody told me that you started out doing a daily piece of content, but you abandoned it before the 90 days. So I don't know what to tell you. But meanwhile, nobody informed me, and I wasn't going to your channel. I didn't even know that was going on until I went there later. I said, "Oh, looks like EBT actually started. He started to perform the challenge, but then he quit. Just like maybe he's tried to get that gut in check, but then he quits and throws in the towel and goes through the fast food drive-through. And by the way, you're not going to be able to drink booze every day and lose weight. That's not a thing. But maybe he wants to stay like he is. That's his business. Yeah, the downfall of Benton. That's right. Oh yeah, yeah. Because Provo Kid can come on here and take me down. It's not like Tinfoil hasn't attempted the same thing. That's what you bozos will never realize. I thrive on this. It makes me stronger. Not only can you not bring me down, I actually go up as a result. That's the best part. Yeah. No, I will let you. I laid out the terms. Yeah. So now that I've shot my wad, uh, you're more than welcome to uh, chat with me. You're more than welcome to type some words, and if we come to an agreement, then you'll just magically appear on the screen in short order. Yeah, but again, what does it matter how I sound? Meanwhile, it's the so-called truth community, but how I sound is somehow relevant. See, that's some feminine bitch shit, worried about how somebody sounds. Yeah, because that's what's relevant is the tone and how somebody comes across. Why? Because women are worried about feelings, and feelings are involved in, well, how do we sound? And how does the way we sound make people feel? Well, that's your fucking problem. So I wasn't raised by women, sir. I lived in a home where I outranked my mama by age 12. Think about that. When my daddy wasn't around, I was in charge. Literally, I was the motherfucking man of the house. Now, I couldn't necessarily make decisions for the household on an adult level, but if some shit popped off, I would have been in charge, not my mama. Think about that. So you don't know nothing about that, Provo kid. You ain't got no concept of that. So of course you're concerned about how I sound. Because in the feminine world, I have to be concerned about how I sound because I must necessarily placate feelings. Well, fuck your feelings, Provo kid. That's your problem, partner. It's not my problem how you feel about how I sound. That's your problem. You're the one raised by women and got to be concerned about how your tone of voice affects a broad's emotions. Think about that, man. Meanwhile, I was somehow able to cohabitate with females for damn near 20 uninterrupted years, sounding however the fuck I wanted to sound. She had to worry about how she sounded. Because if she came home trying to talk to me like she talked to them gals at work, I said, oh, no, no, no. I said, you can't talk to me like you talk to them gals at work. You better knock that shit off. Yes, sir. But see, you'll never be the man of your house. Now, will you, Provo kid? Never have been, never will be. Don't know nothing about it. Don't want to know nothing about it. Would rather be trapped in the feminine world of feelings. Meanwhile, nothing wrong with femininity. Nothing wrong with the yin of the yang, see? I'm in touch with the yin of my yang. Meanwhile, I'll burn this motherfucker to the ground with my yang. How about that? But yeah, let's let Provo Kid come on and have a say. No bite from bitten. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Again, it's the internet, and you know, the fact that you can't back up any of what you say, you know, that's fine. Oh no, I see. That's what EBT doesn't realize is that the CBO Discord did me a great service. In fact, I used that. Although this was not my intention, EBT, but that was my dojo. In that I'm actually unspiral. I cannot spiral now. I'm actually immune to spiraling. Isn't that amazing? Can't spiral. Provo Kid, have I not laid out the terms for you coming on the channel? Why are you not willing to accept the terms as laid out? What's wrong with you, sir? So let me help you, Provo Kid. Who is going to come on with you? Who's coming on with you? I need to know who that is. I don't need to have you organize a bunch of people. I need you to tell me who's coming on with you. Yeah, well, I will clear the room eventually. Dark glasses, but let's be fair. Yeah, I will clear the room eventually. It's a war of attrition. By the way, that is one of the notes. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. So let's see. That is one of the notes. Where is it? Yeah. Yeah, right there. War of attrition. Yeah, war of attrition is one of the notes. Yeah, who's coming up with you? But see, Provo Kid doesn't answer to me. No, I'm asking you who. Who do I pick from? See, who am I picking from? From among? What are my choices? Good Lord. What do you mean anyone? What are you talking about? I need to know who is willing to come on. So obviously not anyone is willing to come on here with you. I mean, what is this, man? This is just nuts. Yeah. This is what I would probably ask you, Provo Kid, actually. Why are you so limited in your thinking? What I'm asking for is who are the people who've stated that they're willing to come on the stream with you? Yeah, learned helplessness. That's what the guy who spent 2 days under a tarp in Austin and then took his happy ass to the Salvation Army and then worked at the airport with a total of an hour and a half of bus rides and climbed into the rack with a meth head and then got up in the morning and went to truck driving school and then went to training with the truck driving company and was informed in training that, well, it turns out that 90% of you will not be driving a truck a year from now. And I said, well, obviously I will absolutely be driving a truck a year from now. And of course wanted to quit numerous times. Said, well, I've already decided that I won't quit. So. And by the way, now I'm here in trucker limbo, and most truck drivers that are in the situation I'm in quit. So, but yeah, learned helplessness. Yeah, learned helplessness. So I created a problem for whom, Provo Kid? Yeah, see, I don't have a problem that I need to solve, because if I did, I would solve it. I'm asking you who are the people who've agreed to come on the panel with you, and you've not yet typed a name into I don't see a name in the chat unless I missed it. Let me go back. Maybe you could just type it repeatedly, because the chat is blowing up. So, oh, EBT. So EBT is going to give the point counterpoint? Oh, okay. So EBT is going to argue the opposite side. So he's gonna argue my side of the thing. See, I find this hard to believe it's actually going to happen. Oh, fuck you, EBT. Fuck you, man. Not going to be disrespected. I hope that's tongue in cheek. I hope that's tongue in cheek, EBT. Hmm. Well, that may be true, Rusty. That may actually be true, Rusty. See, there could be some truth to that, sir. Yeah, maybe I'm working out some of my frustrations. Very possible. Very astute comment from Mr. Smackleford. Shout out to you, sir. Show me, don't tell me, EBT. Again, Provo Kid with the with the uh, with the projection. Yeah, Provo Kid with the projection. It's interesting. It's quite interesting to be accused of existing in a state of fear. Of course, it's a projection. I cannot experience fear in this. It's not literally impossible. No, I don't want to talk to you. And in fact, I've already laid out the terms under which I would bring you up. Well, who is going to come up with you? And I don't believe that EBT is going to come on here and argue against you. I'm not convinced of that. Okay. Now what? Wow, he's reading my body language over the internet now. That's fantastic. Well, again, I would consider the source on this statement, Provo Kid. I would consider the source on that statement. Yeah. For the millionth time, who other than EBT is coming on the panel? Because I'm not convinced that EBT is going to argue. I think that's going to be an echo chamber. Don't forget it, EBT. By the way, don't forget it. Provo Kid is he's a young male, and I can't say man. He's a young male raised by women with noodle arms, with noodles for arms, who can't do a day's work in the physical realm. That's who Provo Kid is. But like the rest of like many in society, he's unbalanced towards intellectualism. He hasn't quite figured out yet that it's not possible to advance in this realm solely through the intellect. So he's maxed out. Provo Kid's maxed out. He's reached as far as he's ever going to go in life until he figures out that, in fact, the advancement in this realm is determined by the weakest link among mind, body, and spirit. So he's all up in his head. See, same thing with Paleo Edge. Yeah. How soft are my hands? You know I can palm a basketball, right? I don't know if you know this. I can palm a basketball, and I used to deadlift, and I used to rip the fucking scabs off my hands deadlifting. So, but I am a truck driver, so they're probably not quite as tough as they used to be. Yeah. Big strong hands, sir. I could crush you with my handshake type of hands. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'll give you the hand crusher handshake. Yep. No, it's true. Yeah, noodle arms. He's got noodles for arms, and he's raised by women, unfortunately, and has thus never had to. He's never been forced to pass into manhood, so he's still ultimately still a boy, which is fine. I mean, he suffers for that, the fact that he's not a grown man. I don't suffer because he's not a grown man. Yeah. Oh my God. Again, Provo Kid, who is going to come on with you? I don't know. Do you want to just come on solo? Do you want to just monologue on here, since you're unwilling to Since you're unwilling to just replay the content later because, oh, I don't do replays, he said. He's too good for replay. Because nothing's going to happen until we reach an agreement. Now, we can't reach an agreement as men because you're not a man, but maybe that's why we can't reach agreement, because you're not actually a man. You've never attained that stat. That's, in fact, now I'm realizing we cannot come to agreement. That's what's going on here. We're not able to come to agreement. Yeah, I'll let him monologue if he wants to. That's fine. Yeah. Well, now, but I need him to say that he'll monologue. Okay, we'll let you monologue. That's fine. We've managed to agree. This is going to be awesome. I can't wait. All right. He's here.
I'm here. Wait till you leave so I can monologue.
Oh, I'm leaving.
Jesus Christ. Great to have everybody here. Holy shit. How tough was that to listen to? So I don't get the whole, why is Benton intimidated? Why won't he talk to me? When I reflect on the previous conversation in my chat, I think the disagreement started over divorce or whatever it might have been. And his obscure mind he was rattling off. And I brought up maybe an alternative idea. And he shut it down. This guy over here doesn't want to talk to me. I don't know why. I have nothing really angsty against him. I almost was going to come up and make the show positive, lighthearted, have a good time and a good chat. But when he turned into like, this guy can't come on my panel because God knows what fucking reason, he just set me off in chat. So I apologize for going off in chat and doing my little thing, but I've never encountered someone to Benton's level of ignorance where he just doesn't know shit, right? He doesn't know anything I make. He's telling me he's saying he's a content machine. I don't make content. I don't do this, or I'm this, I'm that. I got all kinds of things. I'm here. Let's have a conversation, right? I don't even want to talk about those things personally, right? But Jesus Christ, I've never seen somebody so intimidated to talk about, what was it? The fact that I disagreed everybody's getting divorced, right? It's true. Some people are. But when he talks in these overgeneralized terms, it's just like, let me up. Let me offer a different point of view, Benton. But I think Benton only wants certain people. It's like, like if you agree with him a little bit and disagree with him a little bit, but if you're way on the other side, he doesn't want to hear it, right? He doesn't want to hear anybody who might challenge him intellectually, because he sits in a truck. He associates himself with a certain group of people. And if anybody comes into his area, his circle of comfort, doesn't even know anything about my content, right? I talk to myself for an hour, Benton. I don't talk about streamers. I don't talk about people. Look, I talk about myself. I would never talk about you on my channel. That would be a waste of fucking time. That's why I'm here right now. I'm here to waste time talking about you on your channel, because I would never do it on my channel. God forbid. I talk about interesting things. I do cool things. I talk about cool things. I'm living a real life, right? And I'm not going to say anything personally towards you, Ben, but holy shit, brother. Can you not have a conversation with another person? Right? What have I ever said to you in anybody else's chat? Nothing. In anybody else's stream? Nothing. I haven't even talked about you, Ben, at all. At any time, other than coming to your stream tonight and engaging in your chat. Holy shit, brother. What the fuck? Now, Ben, I think you're a good guy. I think you have valuable perspectives and points of view. But when you're so intimidated to not even have a conversation with someone, it looks like you're having something else going on, right? So he pulled something up here. There's hours of me having, hey, Benton, there's hours of me having conversations on my channel and on Spotify and iTunes. So go check me out, Provo Kid, Benton. I've been doing what you're trying to do, but better, because you talk to other people, Benton, right? I come up here and I just talk to myself. You talk to me for an hour and everybody else in chat. See, a real monologue king, you're looking at one. I don't need anybody to talk to. I just come up here, talk to myself, say whatever I want, and think about whatever I want. You could actually learn something from me right now, Benton, because you rely on everybody else for internal creativity, right? My internal creativity, Benton, comes from, I did 56. I have 180 plus, Benton. 180 plus, brother. And I've been on other people's podcasts. But let me get to my point, because I don't just want to react to what you're saying. I just want to be inspired internally, right? I want to speak from my consciousness, a stream of consciousness, which, I don't think you know much about, right? I think what you know about, Benton, is, oh, let me just react to other people, hijack other people's like intellectual thoughts and regurgitate them as my own and recycle them. I've been there. I've done that. And that's why I was calling you out earlier, Benton, because you were, what was it? Proselytizing a certain point of view. And no offense, Benton, it's years old, right? Your perspective you gave on the left and right earlier, holy shit, that's old, brother, right? I've been saying this, okay? The shit you said 10 years ago. Like, this is the thing with the boomers. They come to ideas that are really old. I think it's called, what is it? The loudspeaker effect, where you find something out new and then you just have to tell everybody, right? You telling everybody about the left-right paradigm. Holy shit. If you're an intellectual, you already know that. So I'm trying to understand, what group of people are you talking to about this subject? Are they people who just don't get it yet? Right? They just don't understand the concepts you're regurgitating that honestly are old since the 70s. This shit about the left, right, blah, blah, blah. It's been true forever, brother. Okay, context. And MAGA bozos. Well, the whole point of MAGA bozos or left bozos, brother, they've always been bozos, right? It's when people argue about the public education, they're saying, oh no, CRT's bad. Let's change the internal EBTs here. He knows about engines. Look, public school is compulsory. The whole problem is the system. And when people like you argue about the internal mechanisms of the system, it's just like nonsense. It's compulsory. So it doesn't matter if it's CRT or ultra right-wing America or secular, whatever it is, Ben, it's all fucked. Right. So I don't think you really understand how to monologue, how to do this, how to have a conversation with someone, I think, at my caliber, at my level. And I understand your intimidation. I understand you don't have a monologue. I understand you regurgitate other people's thoughts and pass it off as your own. I see it everywhere on YouTube. Right. The pseudosphere of intellectuals on YouTube is at the highest it's ever been. Right. It's higher than it's ever been. All these pseudo intellectuals like you've been. All of a sudden you find the internet and you got a few ideas. And it's kind of nice because your community is small. And when you find out an idea that's bigger than your community, you get to pass it off to them. Like, look at me. See what I'm thinking? Isn't this a cool thought? But Ben, the real cool thoughts come from like when you're just thinking for yourself. And I don't know if you know how to do that. Maybe you could come on here and correct me, right? Have a conversation about how you come up with thoughts, where your thoughts come from, or maybe even if you disagree with whether the fact, I don't think you're a good monologuer. Right. When I looked at what you did tonight and just talked to me for an hour, basically, I like, what is this guy's content? Like, what is it about? Is it about him just saying everything he wants and ignoring chat? Like, because I do that. Just why even, just don't even read it. Right. I don't even get the StreamYard. You have a StreamYard up. Lots of people go in it. You don't have them come up. It's almost fucking worthless, right? To have a StreamYard, to say, come on to my show, and then not allow people to come on your show or even share their opinions or express a different point of view. Yeah, and thank you. You've literally now brought everyone up, Ben. Now you've brought everyone up. So I appreciate that, Ben. And honestly, I think you're a really, maybe a decent guy. But the whole animosity and maybe like the hesitancy towards even engaging in a conversation with me just seemed real weak, right? It seemed real like, I don't know. I've encountered this, to be honest, Ben, this type of behavior of like non-engagement. I've seen it before. And typically that's why I say intimidated, because that's what it is, right? Like, you just don't want to have a conversation about anything. Like, it started with divorce. We could talk about anything here, Ben. You want to talk about 9/11? 1994. Okay, Ben, I was on the internet 3 years later. So whoop de fucking do, brother. 3 years later, I was on the internet. 1997. You're like one of these kids who, like, in high school think, or like whatever it is, like, I'm in a grade older than you, or like, oh, I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, you had the internet before me? What the 3 years before me, Ben? Good job, Benton. 3 years before I got it. Holy shit, brother. You must be so far advanced in the internet. Like, to have the internet in 1994 instead of 1997. Holy fuck. What'd you figure out before I did? I mean, you did just find it though, Benton. You did just find the internet and how to use it effectively, right? You've been using the internet like a fucking savage before, right? I don't know what you were doing, but you weren't using the internet effectively, were you? I mean, could you come up here and explain to me how you did use the internet effectively in 1994 or 1999 or 2005? Or tell me how you figured out the internet at imagine saying you figured out the internet in 1994. We're here in 2023 and you got a YouTube channel with 287 people. You had the jump since 1994. Brother, what's going on here? You've had the jump since 1994. 287 subscribers. Folks, smash that like, smash that subscription. He's been here since 1994. These numbers are lying. He's obviously getting shadow banned, right? There's no way somebody who's had the internet since 1994 knew about YouTube before they had ads. I remember YouTube before they had ads. Do you, right? Do you, Benton, remember YouTube before ads? What a glorious time. What a glorious time, Benton. But I remember that as well. I remember YouTube when they had Saddam Hussein. Did you watch his hanging, Benton? Were you there for that on the internet? Were you there for when they let the YouTube beheadings on the internet? Were you there for that, Benton? Where were you, Benton, when YouTube was there? Because you've been here since 1994. What were you on? E-Bombs World, right? Rotten.com, that terrible website. I mean, funny junk. I'm trying to think of these. You were definitely on MySpace. Your MySpace has got to be huge right now, Ben. Ben, you had MySpace before anybody. Am I right? Who knows, Ben? But welcome to the Provo Kid podcast show, everybody. Ben, he had a little bit of a situation with himself where he doesn't want to have a conversation with other people. Okay. And it's an interesting thing where you create a channel. You create a StreamYard, you create an open panel, and then you say, I want to have a conversation about these complex ideas, these different thoughts and ideas. But if you're a little bit too much, I don't want to have you on. Right? I don't want to have you on my show. In fact, I'll have you on my show because you're actually more entertaining than me. Right? You're better at monologuing, you're better at hitting all the same notes and points. You're younger, you're faster, you're stronger. You can grip a basketball. I can grip a basketball with my hand, right? I can do it with two hands. You put two basketballs in my hand, I can hold them both, Benton. You believe that shit? Do you believe that shit, Ben? I can't just hold one basketball, two. Would you fucking believe that? But honestly, Ben, I think you're a good guy. Your level of intimidation with me is way too high. We could have a nice back and forth here, a good conversation, a great panel. We could be talking about the left, the right. I probably wouldn't disagree with you too much, Ben, to be honest. I would have been more amicable. I would have been trying to create maybe a generous exchange between us both so I could have another opportunity to come on your show. But I don't know what world you live in where you don't think I also want to succeed, right? Maybe you think I don't want to succeed when I come on your stream. I want to create a terrible event and, make people hate me for God, knows what reason, Ben. I don't know why you have these poor assumptions of me, right? And maybe you could come up here, enlighten me, right, Ben? Enlighten me to your thought process, your world views on why someone like me with everything I just said is too much for you, right? It's too confrontational, whatever it is. Invited by the Truther Cop. Okay, Benton. Well, like I said, this is my first time watching your show. I don't ever talk about you, right? I don't watch shows about you. I don't watch reaction content about you. So I come in here, okay? I see what you're talking about. I react to it. And lo and behold, too much. Too much to where I'm the only person you said at one point that would never be allowed on your panel. I'm like, what? Why is that, Ben? Why is that? Now, like I said, don't have any problem with you, Ben. I think you're probably a great guy. I don't know why anything I said would have set you off, right? Who's this?
Hey, what up, man? My name's Mitchell.
What up, Mitchell?
Hey, not too much. I just crawled out of bed.
What do you think? How'd I do?
I thought you did great, man.
Thank you. I think Ben's running a nice ship here. You know what I mean? He's got a great channel. People like and subscribe. His level of perception when it comes to other people is a bit limited, though, right? And, I think everybody struggles with that at some times. And I don't hold it against him for his ability to assess other people and give an accurate judgment of who they are or what they think. But no slight to Benton, but maybe keep that in mind for people who are listening. He probably doesn't have the greatest grip on giving first assessments to people sometimes. Maybe sometimes he does. Maybe sometimes he doesn't. But at least I can say his assessment with me was a little off. What are your thoughts?
I tend to agree.
Me too. Yeah, because, hey, I don't really want to – I'm not a blood sport guy. But I do like talking about complicated issues, which is what he puts on the air of. Right. So if you want to talk about complicated issues, right,
I kind of like that.
I like that as well. And I like to do it in a civil way. Maybe, he thought I was coming in for a blood sport, trying to tear his arguments apart. That ain't me. Yeah. I'm autistic. I'm not allistic. Right. So I don't know if there's any allistic people in here, but that's the opposite of autistic. I'm definitely autistic for sure. And that's why I thought me and Benton would have jived. I thought like, hey, both brothers on the same spectrum. Me and him, maybe different ends, different variables of the spectrum, but like we should have been vibing and talking. But he wasn't having it. I'm glad you came up here. What was your name again, brother?
Yeah, my name's Mitchell. Yeah.
God bless you. Thank you for coming up here and showing everybody else that I'm not a big bad meanie. Because I think, hey, maybe me and you could talk about some of these issues, or maybe just share the gift of gab with each other. But can you maybe enlighten to me how you found Benton?
That's a good question. I don't really know. How did I find Benton? I think maybe from In a Yurt with Books, that guy.
Yeah, he's a bright guy.
Or In a Thought Experiment is now his name. Yeah,
he's a bright guy. I like him as well. And he gives a lot of good perspectives on things.
For sure.
And I the whole YouTube community and how it's growing, it's so fascinating to look at, because you see, I think the pandemic provided a large opportunity for people to share their voices. And a lot of new people shared their voice. And Benton seems like one of these new cats on the street, and I'm glad he's sharing his voice, right? And people like the Yurt and other people are sharing their voice. And that's why I came here, to have these kinds of conversations with other people who felt the same kind of inner calling to speak up or speak out and share their thoughts. And he says he's been doing this for a while, but I think there's a new phase that's occurred with people speaking online in the past 3 years that hasn't been going on maybe if you were on the internet before then, right? A new style of communication. We got panels, we got chat interacting more. We got larger communities, and I like that, right? And I want to be a part of that in some regards, and that's why I was a little bit confused about the hostility, because I see Benton's channel, I see Yurt's channel, I see these other channels, and yeah, sometimes there's conflict, but it doesn't always have to be that way, right? It doesn't always have to be a blood sport when people come to disagreeing with each other. Even if it's about something like, I disagree with that people aren't getting divorced as much, right? Or left and right paradigms, Mitchell. And I appreciate you waking up and listening to my monologue. I do have a channel called the Provocate Podcast. I'm about to hop off here because, I appreciate Ben letting me share my piece. If he wants to come on and break bread before I leave, I'd appreciate that, Ben. If not, no hard feelings, Ben. I get it, man. I think you're, you are who you are, and I'm learning more about you. So it is what it is. And Mitchell, great talking to you. Thanks for letting me have a monologue. To be honest, nothing better than coming on someone's show and sharing,
I enjoyed your
sharing a little bit of light.
Man. Yeah, it was interesting.
And do you have a channel or a stream we can shout out?
No, man, not really. I'm not really into it all. Thank you, though.
No, all right. Well, hey, I encourage you to start up your channel. Everybody else watching, fire up your streams, get out your voice, and hop on the panel with Benton. He says he lets everybody up. So let's see what you got next lined up, Ben. I'm going to sit back, see how you react to this, Ben. I want to see who you are after this engagement. Right, Ben?
Yeah.
God bless you, Ben. Thank you, everybody here. It's been an honor. This is the Provo Kid. Go check me out. My podcast probably isn't for you. And if you're already there, feel free to unsubscribe, dislike. No big deal, man. God bless you all. Many blessings.
All right, that was Provo Kid. Can y'all hear me? My mixer died. The battery died in the meantime there. Mitchell, can you hear me?
Yeah. I could see
All
how
right, cool.
these two personalities wouldn't connect.
Well, I mean, it was a bad timing also, but although what's interesting about YouTube is, and not this wasn't Provo Kid's fault, but the numbers dropped when I was just ranting and raving and going off in the way that Provo Kid described, and that we all saw. The numbers dropped down, but or the numbers went up, but then they dropped down when Provo Kid came on. But that wasn't because of him. I think that was just there's something about that sort of somebody just going off like that people respond to. But Provo Kid said he wanted to see who I am after that, and I said I'm kind of curious to find that out myself, Provo Kid. So yeah, and that was all well said by Provo Kid. So I certainly understood. I can certainly see where he's coming from as far as that goes. But how's it going, Mitchell?
Pretty good, man. How are you?
Cool. Oh man, I'm all right. Just I don't even know at this point, man. It's been quite a wild 2 hours and 45 minutes, that's for sure. But I certainly enjoy whatever this has been. Absolutely. So I'm a bit
Yeah, I'm
at
kind
a
of
loss for
lame.
words, but yeah, certainly Provo Kid certainly has a broadcasting ability, which I always respect. So I got to respect that for sure.
Yeah, I guess that element is definitely important here, but I don't really worry about it, that aspect of it, but I'm more interested in his thoughts, which and now have engaging in the conversation, which I didn't see an interest really to engage in a conversation though either. He's playing a game, you're
Yeah.
playing a game. It's all
Well,
just a big
that's
game.
well, that's fair on some level. I will say this, Mitchell, is that when I say that I don't consider this my channel or my show, and then it's our channel and our show, and then I also say like it's kind of for everybody to get what they need from it and then contribute what they can. What I've been taking from this is I want to be monologuing when people come up, and I just take them anyway. So then like I already like have things I want to say and I want to talk, but then if anybody's paying attention, I'm really bad at like getting a word in edgewise. I'm just not good at panels in general. Uh, Part of my deal is I'm not really good at knowing when it's my turn to talk. Like I'll start to talk and then somebody else will start to talk. So I think part of this is I'm sort of figuring that out. So it's like I can do the monologuing thing all day, but like part of this for me has been I'm developing that ability to talk to other people when I don't necessarily want to. But then I've always reserved the right in my own mind. It's like, if I didn't want to talk to him, I'm not going to talk to him. So that and Robin is trying to make excuses for me, and I appreciate that, Robin, saying I wasn't feeling well. But that's every day. But the reality is, dude, this is who I am. Like, I am that on some level. So it is what it is. But I don't like to make it about my personality. That's the thing I'm not into. So, and I do think it made for a compelling show on some level. And I do prefer the shows where I'm driving. I think things are a little more copacetic when I'm not on. Let's see, what day is it? Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So this is day 4 of not driving. So that's probably the most relevant factor if anybody's actually curious about what the hell's going on. Because I do like driving, and I prefer to do the show while I'm driving. So, but yeah, Provo Kid, that certainly was not. He didn't necessarily deserve what got directed at him there. So I don't know. I would back what I've said. I don't. I believe what I said, but I certainly. That would be the only thing I would regret, is that I don't think Provo Kid did anything to bring any of that on himself.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah,
yeah.
he doesn't seem like a bad guy. I mean, I felt like there was a lot of room for conversation there. We could probably disagree on a lot of things, but we'd probably have more in common than,
Yeah, absolutely. And then, but I do want to stress that I've been sort of practicing this thing where it's other people on the show a lot, and it's panels. But then, like when I'm driving, I usually have an hour or two before anybody tries to come on the show. But here lately, I don't know, the show is evolving in such a way that there's way more people that want to come up. And Provo Kid, it is true. There's only been just a couple of specific examples when I, for a specific reason, didn't bring someone on. So 99% of the time, whoever wants to come on the show comes on the show, but including Tinfoil, and I really don't get along with that guy. But that's been part of my deal. Is half the time I see that red icon, I really don't want to talk to that person. It's not that person. I don't want to talk to anybody. So that's part of what I'm doing, is I'm sort of getting out of my comfort zone, and I'm putting myself into a situation where I'm having conversations, even though I really don't want to have a conversation. If that makes sense. So anyway, hopefully there'll be some spirit of forgiveness at the level of me growling and being a cranky old man early in the morning. But that's really the main thing I would want to say is Provo Kid himself didn't deserve any of that. So
Yeah, I think I've seen him on Paul's, which is interesting because you say you're incapable of going on Paul's, which I don't understand
well,
that.
I think I could. What I'm saying, I'm just specific reasons why I'm not doing that. But and that's probably part of why I'm working on my panel game. And I am. I mean, I'm always working on my skills, my path's progress. Like,
Well, you're the one who
regardless,
said it.
but real
You
quick,
said it. I'm not saying
I
it.
did. I said it in a context, Mitchell, but I'll go ahead and own it. So, and
But
I'm
what
still
does it mean? Why?
I'm,
What
I'm
does
still
it
feeling a
mean?
little froggy
You're
though.
just gonna
So.
leave me hanging, though. See, that's what I don't
No,
get
I won't
about
leave
you.
you
You
hanging.
know,
I won't leave you hanging.
why won't you go on there? I mean, it's for specific reasons. But
Yeah, I don't feel like I have the skill level to represent myself properly yet, but I'm working on it.
I don't get it, man.
Well, of
Like,
course, yeah, I understand that you don't get it.
is it your judgment? Is he God or something? You know,
No, absolutely not. He came over here and he came over here and I brought him right up.
right.
Well, yeah, I'd still talk to him if it came over here. I just want to be I want to prepare before I go into that arena. If I ever do, I may never. I may never.
I think you take this shit with, I don't know. I look at it a different way.
I take a lot of things very seriously, Mitchell. I'm a very serious person. This is true.
It's interesting.
I can't do nothing about that. Yeah, that's right, EBT. I made my cardboard. Now I got to sleep on it. You're right. But he can talk about number of subscribers and views all he wants. The fact is, when I was ranting and raving earlier, the numbers peaked out and now they've dropped off a little bit. But I mean, ultimately, I really don't care. That's true. But and here's the thing is, I don't have an ego at the level of Provo Kid's probably better at the monologue than I am. I didn't know that. I didn't really realize that until now. He probably is. That's fair play, by the way. So I can recognize that.
Yeah, I've been through all that. This internet fame is not all that it's chalked up to be.
Oh God.
Not all attention is good attention. Surely.
Here it comes. Both barrels. Oh no. Oh no.
Is this EBT?
Oh no. No, this is the Master Chief. It's about to get us. Oh God.
You like that? You like that fat body? You like that fat body, sir? You want to fat shame me some more?
I didn't want to fat shame you in the first place, to be honest with you.
But you did. But you did, sir.
That's true, I did.
That's right.
Now I must atone.
That's right.
Nice beanie there. I like the green there.
You in deep shit, sir.
Yep.
You done stepped in it, sir.
I know. I have. Yes, I have. I see.
I'm just gonna let you think about that for a minute.
Okay. All right. Good. See, this is the worst part when you know it's coming, but it's not here yet.
You done stepped in it big time. What did Forrest Gump say? Shit happens, right? That's what just happened. Shit happened. You stepped in it, sir.
Yep. Well, I don't have too much to say, but Rusty Smackleford says Benton doing a whole lot of backpedaling. Yeah, evidently I am. Evidently I am, sir.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't argue.
Quite.
I don't argue. Yeah, I don't argue when y'all are right. By the way. Yeah, I stay in shape by backpedaling.
Quite interesting.
Yep.
Yeah, you're making my job hard.
That's how you maintain that physique of yours, right? With all that backpedaling.
Well, no, that's the dying of various illnesses. But I am glad you folks can be with me in my last days.
That's right, ma'am. That's right, ma'am.
Appreciate
I can't lift this tire onto this truck dock, man.
Oh, I know exactly.
I'm suffering from multiple degenerative diseases. Man.
That did happen, actually. You're right.
Call EBT fat. That's cool.
Yeah, I
cool.
know.
Yeah, we won't forget about that. That's all right.
Well,
then again, like I was saying, and you came around. This is our stream.
It is.
This is not your stream.
It's not my stream. You're right.
That's right.
That's we can all agree on that.
That's right. I'm very glad you came around to that because
It's not my show.
for a minute there, sir, you were kind of acting like it was your show, sir.
Well, but people have hijacked the show at various points. I can also hijack the show at times. Right.
Well, okay, granted. All right.
Yeah,
I'll yield.
thank you.
I'll yield to that. I will yield to that.
I mean, it was the Illumitami show for sevell hours yesterday.
That's right. That is true. That is.
I can
very
also
true.
hijack the show.
That is very true. Unfortunately I did not listen to that entire broadcast. But
Well, neither did I.
see, this is why I'm here, is for the brutal honesty.
Yeah, neither did I. Oh man. Oh man.
Okay, that's some funny shit right there. I don't care who you are.
The laughter bonding.
Yeah, humor bonding. We've already
Humor bonding, that's right.
It trumps drama bonding.
Well, see, that's
But
Go ahead.
it bleeds together. It bleeds together. Because some could say the first hour or so, whatever, of this broadcast, although it was drama to some extent, at some extent it was humor to some. So there's a distinction and a nuance there. Because to some it's drama, to some it's humor, to some it's both. So
Good point.
Yeah.
I will pat myself on the back for getting it off my chest and then reining myself in instead of continuing on for 6 more hours.
That's
And I
true.
certainly could have. But go ahead.
That's respectable.
Thank you, sir.
in my book.
Appreciate that. But yeah, and I will say this, as a human being, as a member of the human race, the fact is that I will begin to like Provo Kid in spite of myself solely based on his own humanity. I think that is something about the human experience, right?
Mm-hmm. Damn, what's up got me.
Yeah.
Got me thick body outline here.
No, I mean, and thanks for coming on, Provo Kid. And in fact, I don't know that, and I still may not want to talk with you, but maybe I will at some point. But in fact, I love it when people want to come on here and monologue. I would like to see more of that, honestly, just in my opinion. I think it'd be great.
I just think Provo Kid's interesting for conversation is all.
Yes.
Is all I'm going to say.
Well, I'm still developing in that area, so I'll get there maybe eventually. But I really meant what I said to Mitchell, who's still here. Shout out to Mitchell. I really am working on my ability to talk to people, even though I really don't want to talk to people half the time. But go ahead, sir.
The first time Provo Kid came on one of our streams, I rage quit him essentially because I didn't get the vibe, but then I kind of got it. And the dude's about making content. He was just here to influence content. Is the way I look at it. Maybe I'm understanding him.
No, I'm sure you're right.
Incorrectly, but
Yo, Zach Galifianakis, what's up with the Corn Palace video?
okay. So before I started that stream, I paid for StreamYard. And then I was going to edit out the part that Ben Thorpe came on after that. And I did that, and then I downloaded it, and then I did not upload it, is what happened, and because I got busy. So I probably could do that right now, since I'm not doing anything else. But yeah, that's what happened with that. And anyways, at this point, I don't really care. It's in the ether. It happened. People were there. If they weren't there, they weren't there. You know what I mean?
Well, and I do want to say real quick, and I'm kind of spaced out there, no offense, but I do want EBT on the show, and he knows I want him on the show. Yeah. Absolutely. I'm a fan.
Shit, you ain't been acting like that for the last hour, sir.
Yeah, a little fucking had to throw a little tantrum for whatever reason.
Making fun of my.
I don't know why, but I had to throw a
fat
tantrum.
belly and shit, sir.
Yeah, those comments were regrettable, but it's too late now. So.
Acting like you wanna throw some bows up.
No, but I guess those are fighting words. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to go into that realm.
That's why you don't wanna.
Hey, Mitchell.
Well, no, I don't. You're right, I don't.
Mitchell, that comment really got you that bothered, man? You got that triggered by that shit?
By what? What? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. The what comment?
The psychopath comment, right? Did doctors diagnose you as a psychopath, or are you just saying you're a psychopath? And that comment, that question got you that triggered that you got to say your mom and.
No, I don't even know what you're really talking about. I think, are you talking about when you said you called me a psychopath, or didn't you just refer to me saying I was a psychopath? I don't remember even what happened. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's crazy. Yeah,
What did I do to get triggered? Like,
a couple days ago, I asked you if you're a psychopath or if doctors diagnosed you that, and you just went off and said your mom, your stepfather, you're getting cold.
I just started talking a bunch of shit. I don't know. Sure, you can call me a psychopath. Label me whatever you want. But yeah, I've been through the mental health system. I'm open and honest about it. I've been diagnosed with a bunch of shit, but it doesn't mean shit to me.
That was pretty funny.
I could
when
probably
Mitchell was
diagnose
going
a
off
lot of
on
people.
Zarin the other day. That was hilarious.
And now you're acting like you didn't, you don't remember you commenting, saying that shit.
I just speak my mind, whatever comes to my mind. I didn't deny it. I probably talked a bunch of shit. It sounded like you wanted my attention, so I gave it to you.
Mm.
Yeah, you remember, man. Now you're just from.
Yeah, it's starting to, but it didn't like carry over, you know?
It obviously stuck in JG's mind. He ain't forgot about it.
Well, I remember, but I see that you're saying that. Oh, you're acting like you don't remember.
I didn't for a while. I do now. I had to dig deep into my memories. But yeah.
Why are you saying you're a psychopath? A couple nights ago, you're saying you're a psychopath.
Sure. Yeah, you can call me whatever you want, man.
No. You said you were.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, who isn't? Who isn't out here in these YouTube streets?
Right.
To be honest. JG, we know you're a psychopath, sir. You've smashed guys' faces in with your skateboard, sir. We already know this. Don't act like you're not a psychopath.
I'm not acting here. I'm not the guy acting here.
Who's acting here, sir? Sir?
All right, Paul, relax there, Paul.
Sir?
So articulate yourself. Use your words.
Sir?
Bueller?
I said I was a psychopath on Paul's screen. Probably.
Are you gonna
denying
pull a button and go off screen and get on the chat? Because you're afraid when somebody's up here on the screen talking shit about you, sir? Or are you gonna stand up to some fat loser in Illinois talking shit about you? What are you gonna do?
What's it gonna be?
EBT wants the attention. Is JG a psychopath?
I got more attention than I want, sir. Actually, in general, I don't like attention.
I feel you there, sir.
I'm trying to give you attention, sir. That's why I'm here. I was trying to give Benton attention, sir. I wasn't here for my own benefit. If I was here for my own benefit, I'd be sleeping.
You don't sleep, sir.
That's right. Sleep is for the weak, sir.
That's a cliche, corny quote there.
But you know I stay corny up in these streets, sir.
All right, what should we talk about here?
We're talking about you right now, JG. looking like you're a little afraid to talk about yourself, sir.
Oh, you want me to talk about myself, sir?
Are you sure about that?
I am, sir.
Okay, we can move on. We can move on if you want, JG. I'll yield. I will yield to you.
You.
I'm scared, sir. That's what you want, right? I'm scared.
No, JG. You know I love you, JG.
I back you, EBT. I back you.
JG's legit probably the only real motherfucker up in these YouTube streets, if I'm going to be honest. Maybe
Nah,
Rob Cleveland probably giving you a good work for that, though. He might be the realest motherfucker in these streets, to be
I
honest.
don't know about Croco.
Rob always sitting back up in the cut, not saying shit, just watching all these motherfuckers just go at each other, and then chime in when he needs to. Like the other night when he chimed in against a synthetic warrior the other night, that was fucking hilarious.
Really?
I think Z's the realest one out of everybody. I think Z's
Oh god.
Oh shit!
he's
All right,
most
go
gang.
ahead. Elaborate on that, then, sir.
Please.
All jokes. Oh shit! Here's Switch Mongo Rob.
What's going on, y'all? What's up?
Monitoring the old folks' home.
What's up, Rob? Good to see you, bro.
Good to see y'all as well. Ain't shit going on here. It's a pretty slow night at the plantation.
That's a good thing, right?
So. It gets a little hard to stay up, which is why I appreciate these late night, early morning streams. And I yield.
Uh-huh.
We're losing viewership. Quick.
I know. We like each other now, so it's all the
Yeah,
Somebody
see,
wants
they like the drama bonding, is what it is.
this is still kind of on the high side for this time of morning, I think. So we're doing all right.
22 at 3:36 a.m. my time, Central Standard. Not that bad.
But I think people like the conflict for, the resolution part of it. Of course, the conflict is it's nice. Well, not, I won't say it's nice, but it's entertaining to watch. But I think it's mainly for the resolution part of it.
Yeah, for the longest time, I was trying to just jump in those Paul panels and just observe for a little bit. And I was like, this dude, Rob Cleveland, like, do they even let this dude speak? He'd just be back in the cut. I thought the guy was like a fixed image on the panel. They just gotta add the token black guy to the panel just for racial solidarity. But then he comes on betting and he's out here talking all night long. I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's
He
the
did come on my panel, I think, at one point when we had somebody on there. I don't remember.
yeah. I was there when Paul was there, but I mean, for me, it's I think I said this last night. I usually don't have much to contribute there. It's mainly for me just entertainment and learning a lot about myself. And I yield.
Let's be glad Luma Tommy's not here right now.
Yeah, he crashed a few hours ago because he's sober.
Or he's laying dead in the barrio on the streets next to the 7-Eleven. Dog's
Barrio Superstario.
The dog is eating his guts out right now. Is what's happening. It's hard out in the real streets.
Yeah, Tommy, I think a lot of that's timing. Kind of got to catch him at the right time, I think.
You caught him at the right time today because he was on there all fucking day.
I know.
Non-stop.
That was awesome. I really didn't have shit to say, but yeah.
You didn't even have to say nothing.
Hell no. I wasn't even on there after a while. I just dropped off and I was in the chat. And Paul was watching Paul was streaming himself watching some of Carl's videos, so I went and watched that.
Yeah, I watched that for a second. Saw my name in the chat a bunch, and I was like, I'm not trying to do that.
What was Paul saying about it?
He was laughing. He seemed to think it was funny, but
Well,
I thought I might get mentioned, but I was never mentioned. So
that shit was
this today?
objectively funny.
yeah,
Could not
yeah, well,
laugh.
yeah,
Could
yesterday
not
technically.
laugh at that.
Okay, yeah, 'cause I didn't watch. I think I caught like the last few hours of the fucking 12-hour broadcast. I was sleeping most of the day.
Okay, yeah, sometime I don't know what time, but yeah, somewhere in there.
I couldn't watch most of it. It was.
I just saw that part really.
We got Telescope in the chat saying that Paul is afraid of a round 2 with him. You know, I personally don't think Paul is afraid of anybody on these.
No, I don't think he is either. But
Who's Telescope? Provo kid?
no, he's one of Carl's one of Carl's boys. I'm not sure exactly what he does, but he did pretty good up against Paul, I thought, the other night, wherever that was. I don't even remember where that was. Whatever stream that was.
It's hard to tell anymore. It all bleeds
God, yeah,
together.
they all blend together. Yeah.
The fuck are you doing, Benton?
Dude, these headphones, man, they're hurting my ears.
You need to do some ear candles.
Well,
Get some wax. Get that wax out of that thick ass skull of yours, sir.
I mean, do you really think I haven't tried ear candling at some point? It's bullshit, by the way.
It's hard to do. No, it's. Oh,
No,
I don't think
it's-
so. No, it's not. No, it ain't.
Well, I guess I didn't do it right then.
You can't do it by yourself, really. You gotta have somebody else doing it for you. I guess you could do it by yourself, but it's easier with somebody else doing it.
Maybe I hallucinated this.
It might be bullshit. I don't know. A lot of shit comes out.
No,
Like,
that
it's
shit
hard to-
works. Yeah.
It's hard to
Does it?
believe that all that shit was in your ear canal, but I
Oh,
mean,
shit.
there's stuff that comes out that's not in the fucking candle beforehand. So I don't know.
Well, maybe I need to give it another shot then.
Yeah, I like them. I don't know. I always get lots of earwax, so I like to do it. The best thing I've found is take a cotter pin. You can take a cotter pin, and it's got the little loop on the end. You know,
Yeah.
you know, you can put the cotter pin in your ear, and you can just dig out. You can just dig it out, and it gets stuck in the little loop of the cotter pin. Yeah, it's good. That's a good life hack. Good life hack if anybody's looking for it. The Q-tip just tends to push stuff further into the ear canal. Is the problem with the Q-tip.
It's true.
Man, but it feels so good though.
It do feel good though. If you do it right at the best is when you do it right after a hot shower. If you try to do it otherwise, generally you're pushing that shit back in.
I love Woody's comment here. He said, "Well,
It's not the wax from the candle, Robin. Okay, you cut it open. It's obviously earwax. Okay."
Woody says when you start monologuing to the checkout chick at Walmart and try to pay for beats on the stream, then you will truly be a child of the metaverse. Yeah, I went shopping at Walmart because Mr. Miyagi wouldn't shut the fuck up, man. So I never had a pause to tell him that I needed to go shopping, so I just went shopping. And he kept getting confused because he could tell I wasn't like totally listening to him. And I was like, man, I'm in Walmart, dude. I'm shopping. Just keep talking. Like, but he needed me to give him my undivided attention.
There's so much lore on these streams. It's impossible to keep up with.
I'm just happy to be able to participate. Really, I know I look like a fucking jackass sometimes. I mean, that's just part of it.
I think
Maybe most of the time. I
I
don't
look
know.
like it all the time. That's cool.
Yeah.
I really feel like we're entering a different phase of the internet.
I would say only in the chat.
I
Mitchell, but
agree.
once you come up and you present yourself, you're like a totally different person.
He does get a little psychotic at times. Let's be honest.
If you only knew what was in my head, shit.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't. That's right. I don't. Yeah.
He said, "I don't."
Well, I don't care that you get a little psychotic. You just saw what I just did. Who am I to talk? But yeah, you. I don't know if it's the brain injury or what, but you go out, you get out there a little bit sometimes. I like it. That's actually how you got my attention in the first place. So
My memory's really short though, so.
Oh, I get it. I don't even remember when it was, but you were over there giving it to somebody on Paul's panel, and I was like, damn, I like this dude. He's telling them like it is.
I just speak my mind. I'm wrong a lot. I wish I was wrong a lot more, to be honest. But you know,
Yeah, shout out to Telescope, by the way. That's his channel, at Telescope. I need to check him out over there. Yeah, he gave it to Paul a little bit. Paul held his own though, as he always will. Yeah,
I
Carl
didn't
says.
see any of that interaction, so I don't know.
Yeah.
yeah, I just speak my mind.
There you go, Mitchell. But yeah, what happens to me, the truck driving is this weird thing where I can work every day because I only really drive like 7 or 8 hours. But dude, when I'm not working, my body goes into this rest mode and I'm like way crankier than normal, man. It's not an excuse, but fuck, dude, not working for this many days in a row. And I'm in trucker limbo, so now I'm just like playing the waiting game. It's going to be hilarious to see how this thing resolves itself. So bear with me. Thanks for putting up with me anyway.
Oh man, I'm loving it.
Yeah. I do think it's a better show when I'm driving. But this is cool too, man. We haven't had anything like this in a while. Got the heavy hitters in the house. And had a monologue. Provo Kid hosted the show for a few minutes. That was actually pretty dope, I have to say. Hopefully I didn't piss Illumitami off when I was shooting my mouth off.
Okay, so I just Googled it, and Robin might be right. There's a study by an Iranian journal of a word I can't pronounce that's really long, ornithology. Scientists say the experience of a 33-year-old woman who came to an ear clinic because of pain in her ear. She mentioned she underwent ear candling procedure at a massage center.
Oh,
Doctors
God.
determined that the mass in her ear was formed from the candle wax that had dropped from her ear when they removed it. The woman's symptoms went away. So yeah, maybe it is a hoax. I don't know. I don't think I've done it several times. I don't think it's a hoax. It's definitely not. It's definitely not paraffin wax when you cut the cone open. It's not. It's definitely not. It's definitely not wax.
I think I was just going by what I felt like later, probably, versus what I
it is
saw.
kind of weird that it would create that much of a suction to draw out wax from your ear, though.
But there would be.
I've seen it.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It was so long ago. Maybe I just bought the shit and never tried it. I really can't remember. My memory is that I tried it and it was bullshit. I don't even remember, honestly.
It's really hard to do on your own, though. I mean, I've always had to have somebody else be there guiding it.
Gee, I really don't need to be on here hooping and hollering. My fucking nerves are shot, man. That was not a good idea in the long run.
Yeah, that's what happens when you spurg on the internet, Benton.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm kind of always spurging though, so it's hard to tell the difference.
What's the what's the definition of spurging? It's just spazzing out.
Isn't it like a shortened term for Asperger's?
Yeah. It's just the ranting. For me, it's the ranting and raving, I guess, mostly. But I don't know. That's the thing
he talked at a guy in the chat for like over an hour and wouldn't let him come on the screen to actually talk with him.
Yeah, that's spurging.
That he talked at him. So by definition, that is spurging.
That's definitely a spurging. Yeah. The thing is, like, go ahead.
You could have just banned him out of the chat and moved on,
right?
Or have just let him on the chat,
and
let him talk for 2 seconds and kicked him out.
Yeah,
like I would.
Sure, that's all true.
And then be done with it and move on.
Correct. Yeah.
But you fixated on it.
That yes, I did. Absolutely. Correct.
And that's what he was, because he's an autism. He has autism as well, and it was a battle of autism.
That's probably why it was so fascinating to the viewers.
Well, I mean, anytime you get into kind of like that kind of it's going to be fascinating for chat trolls.
About to cut like the last 30 minutes off of it. I think it would have been a little tighten it up a little bit. It would have been all right.
It's always fun to try to make the guy on screen, spiral. I mean,
oh yeah, but the thing is, like from my perspective, when I'm driving and I get on a good rant, that comes from the exact same place, So
well, a rant.
It does though. It does.
Rant is one thing, but a spiral is something else.
No, I understand. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing.
It's a thin line.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is it's the same. It's coming from the same place, but it's not ending up in the same place. Yeah.
I agree.
Yep. Yeah. Well, Carl, you probably are similarly afflicted to me. So yeah. Shout out to Carl, by the way. Carl, did you see that Paul played some of your videos yesterday on stream and did a live reaction? I don't know if Carl knows about that or not. So.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that fixating on something is a bad thing, but I think it gets to a level where it may become.
Well, like I say, just cut the last 30 minutes. Cut it 30 minutes shorter. I think it would have been all right.
Right. Yeah, the internet has a big problem with nuance. Is the problem?
That's true.
What I see. So I mean, it gets to one level where it's like, well, maybe perhaps we should move on from this, and then you get to the point where you let Provo Kid come onto your internet. Well, I guess it's our internet stream, but you let Provo Kid come on and just monologue.
Oh, that's the best part. That was the best part of the whole thing.
Well, I mean, I would have never allowed that.
Oh, I know, but we're not the same. I mean, that's what's so great. We're not the same. So yeah,
that's true.
No, I knew he was.
Yeah, if anything, letting a monologue like that made Ben look like an asshole.
Well, I am an asshole. That's the whole point. Y'all need to know I'm a fucking asshole. I need y'all to know I'm an asshole.
Yeah, but shout out to Dennis Leary.
Well, because then he's like, I want to see how Benton is after this. I'm like, shit, so do I, man. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm going to say. I didn't know the show was going to, I don't have no idea it's going to turn out this. It's part of the fun, man. I'm not like, it's not a LARP. Like, I take it very seriously, but I think that's the performance art aspects of it. And I don't care if I look foolish. I mean, I legitimately don't care. But that's not always a good thing, obviously. And I don't want to make it about my stupid personality either. A little bit is okay, but too much is bad. But go ahead.
I would say in general, that's a net positive, though. The willingness to make yourself look foolish.
I think so, yeah. But I knew he would bring it. There's no way he's going to come on here and not fucking bring it. Like, I knew he would.
Well, in general, I don't understand like 90% of what the fuck Provo Kid says whenever I listen to his podcast.
Oh, really? Pretty abstract?
I just don't get him.
Okay. But you still watch him, right?
He's mildly entertaining. And it's I guess the entertaining part to me is that I don't get a lot of what his points are. So then that's entertaining to me that I'm not understanding what his points are.
Gotcha. I don't know, man. I like the getting in the box and going hard in the paint. I like that. So just not all the time, but I enjoy it.
I also like to get in the box. I'm a big fan of getting in the box.
I thought you swore off the box.
JG ain't been in a box for like how many years now at this point, JG?
Yeah, I haven't got laid since 2008.
I'm trying to think. For me, probably 2015, maybe 2016, somewhere in there.
The massage.
And I'm talking women. I'm talking women, by the way. I saw your face, EBT. I saw your face.
The massage.
That was my last experience for the record.
I'm gonna yield.
Thank you. That was ex-wife number 2, 2015 or 2016.
Let's go.
I'm yielding.
Massage parlor chick, Bubbles.
They don't tell you their names, JG. Obviously, you've never been to one. Okay?
Well, not their real name.
Welcome to the internet.
It's certainly not going to be Bubbles, especially not at a massage parlor. They generally just don't tell you. They say the model. We had the model coming in.
Her real name is
Generally.
Sheepa, you know? I don't know what her real name was, but she told me it was Bubbles. It's fucking hilarious.
I don't know. I didn't believe your story, JG. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
It's a true story. I paid, what, $120? First time, last time. I banged the shit out of some Asian massage parlor chick, wishy-washy chick, and I fucked her too good, and she got...
Where was this at?
I feel it back in Philly. I was like 22 years old.
Wow.
I mean, when you're younger, you can get away with that to some extent. Yeah.
Yep.
Generally in those types of places.
Well, when I was in my 20s, I was every Asian girl's type, by the way. My first wife was Vietnamese. I used to have not even a fetish really, but I was fixated on Asian broads for a while, for whatever reason.
I love Asians, but they don't seem to have that same type of love for individuals like myself, if you catch my drift.
That is very true. There is something in the culture that says, no Rob Cleveland for us, please.
Tubuku.
No soul brother. No boom boom. No boom boom.
No boom boom.
No
Tubuku.
Tubuku. Oh man, that's great. Yeah, Carl, I have partaken of the terps myself, and while I was home in the streets, because I'm still homeless, as JG likes to point out. But before I let Provo Kid trigger me, I was going to tell homeless stories, but maybe later. I'm probably just going to be on this motherfucker all day, because Lord knows the company's not going to do anything for me. I think I got at least another day of limbo.
You have a completely different perspective of homelessness than I do. It's interesting.
Oh, okay. Well, in what way? I mean, now you've piqued my curiosity.
I just have some very different experiences. Seems like
Yes,
you went off the deep end, and then now I don't know.
Oh, I definitely went off the deep end. Yeah, for sure. 100%. Yeah, there's something to that. But then the Jehovah's Witnesses brainwashed me, and then with my very serious nature and my level of self-discipline, I'm always able to behave just poorly enough to not end up in jail or the mental health system. So I can go right up to that line, but not have to go into incarceration or being medicated. Yeah, got to stay good on paper, man. Got to. But yeah, I was out there, man. I was way the fuck out there for a while.
I just sleep outside, man. That's how I look at it. It's no big deal.
Yeah, JG seems to have the balance figured out, but you do seem to have a problem being around the normies, JG. Let's be serious.
It's always that, man. Since day one.
Yeah.
So did you guys break down? I was listening earlier something about there's a new rap song about JG.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Del the funky Homo sapien. Or no, Gorillas. Gorillas.
Did that get broke down or not?
No, we never broke down the lyrics.
Robot
What was it
or
called? Captain Corny or something?
Nah, you wish. EBT. Captain Chicken.
Oh, Captain Chicken.
Captain Chicken.
Captain Chicken. Same thing. So you guys couldn't find the lyrics to that, right?
No. Too much was going on, too. That was when, that was like peak Illuma Tommy at that point, so. Although JG, he did manage to get some words in edgewise, I noticed, because for a while I was just fascinated watching Tommy's icon vibrate for so long, but then every once in a while it wouldn't vibrate for a while. And then it would vibrate, but then every once in a while it wouldn't vibrate. It's fascinating.
Yeah, I just found them. They just posted them. There's not much to it. It says verse 1, Captain Chicken, the master of the cluckers. When I knock on your door, you know it's a customer. Scary as hell. I be hella uncomfortable. I can't comfort you because I'm trying to run from you. Always urging, spooked. You could probably call. Dodging is my hobby, y'all. I have several bodyguards. I throw stones breaking through glass houses. Damn broke. Never put my money where my mouth is. Captain Chicken, thanks a lot. You're my daily. You're my car. Captain Chicken, oh my God. You look jolly. You look high. Captain Chicken, Captain Chicken, Captain Chicken.
By the way, Dell, probably the greatest living rapper, just that's at a level of skill, by the way, just skills.
You know, honestly, Tranquil Vortex has better bars than that. Like, way better.
Well, but it's more than just bars, though. Although Rob Cleveland had to leave the room when I said that, so I think that's probably the final word on my statement there. But
He's still listening, I bet.
oh, I know he is. Yeah, I'm just saying he had to physically remove himself from the comment. But yeah, I'm just talking about just being able to get on the mic and spit.
Yeah, Ken, you just use the cotter pin to clear the earwax from your ear canal.
Dell's good. Dell's no Black Thought. Black Thought is hands down the best rapper.
The Roots?
Black
from
Thought.
the Roots? From the Roots, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to go back and listen. I haven't listened in a while. But I'm also talking about, like, body of work also. Like, you know, all the Dell shit he did years ago, that still counts.
Yep.
When some people have died also. I mean, let's not... I'm also factoring who's passed away. John Price is dead.
Pat, but,
Project Pat? Okay.
No,
But it's all subjective. You know, it's not...
no, I mean, that's objective. That's objective.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, and then I'm not familiar with the younger crop, but then they're going to have to put in a body of work anyway, so I don't have to be familiar with the younger crop.
Yeah, Pat's definitely the biggest influence in music in the last, like, 20 years. Undoubtedly, in my opinion.
I don't know if EBT's serious or not.
I'm dead serious.
I haven't listened to most of the music of the last 20 years, so I have no fucking idea.
Yeah, I won't say that, BT. I see you're a fan of Project Pat, but I won't say that, man.
What's that, sir?
You heard me, sir.
You got the turn signals on your bike? What's the TikTok going on in my headphones right now?
The TikTok, I don't know. You guys gotta deal with it.
Although we are talking about rap music and we're not including Rob. We're not getting Rob's opinion.
Rob doesn't know.
You think that
On
because
what,
he's
rap
black
music?
that he listens to hip hop, Benton? Are you fucking racist, dude?
I think he likes metal.
Well, I like metal.
That's my preferred genre. Yeah, that's my preferred genre of music. It's like metalcore and things of that nature. Alternative music,
King.
pop
Don't
punk,
judge
all
him.
that stuff.
Don't judge him by his looks, Benton.
Don't give me that, EBT. Every damn one of us listens to rap, except maybe Mitchell. But I think Mitchell probably does
listens to Toby
No,
Keith.
I've been around.
Probably listens to
I like
Toby
it.
Keith.
Yeah.
I mean, to a
Yeah,
certain
rap has nothing to. Listening to rap is not racist anymore.
entertainment.
Yeah, even my dad likes some rap songs now. He fucking hated rap. Dude smashed my fucking Public Enemy CD. Like, smashed it. Yeah. He was triggered by the fear of a Black Planet triggered his ass. Smashed my cassette tape. I'm not even kidding, dude. He was so triggered, man. That's a fucking great album too, man. What the fuck?
Yeah.
That's when I had to go to a store and pay my money and go home with a cassette tape, for God's sake. What are you doing, man? I still listen to that album. That's a good album.
My dad used to call my mom an N-word lover, right? My dad would like just destroy my mom and call her an N-word lover and tell her she's from a broken home, she ain't shit. Then he would throw around this TNS phrase, which is a cop term called typical N-word shit, and he would always be saying that.
Man, my dad tried to indoctrinate me into that racism, and I took a look around and said, I can't claim some of these white people, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I didn't say it to him, but I said it in my brain. I said it in my brain.
To be honest,
They are the fucking worst. Absolutely the worst.
word.
No question. But yeah, man, I said I can't claim some of these people, man. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I fucking hate white people.
Hey, I feel you on the other side of the spectrum, Benton.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not putting anything on you. Yeah, I'm not projecting onto you, Rob Cleveland.
Oh no, I know. I'm just saying. I feel what you're saying. I'm just on the other side of the spectrum.
Gotcha. Well, when I was in the streets, I used to meet some black guys, and they said, black people won't help me at all, but white people help me all the time. And I had the opposite experience. Like, rich white people would never help me, but like a lot of black folks helped me out along the way. But a lot of white people did too. But yeah, so it's different. We all have different experiences, I guess.
Yeah, like I'll say just from my own like experiences with like policy enforcers and all that. Like I'm not denying that there's this fear from quote unquote white officers to quote unquote black citizens or whatever. Just me, I've never really had that experience. I've never felt like I'm being like racially subjected or anything like that. Maybe it just has something to do with how I carry myself. I don't know.
Yeah, probably so.
I mean, Rob, you're like in a super white ass state, though, right? You're like in Colorado or some shit, or
I live on Las Vegas.
Las Vegas.
So it's a melting pot.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
And it also kind of depends on what part of the city you're in.
I hear you.
Yeah, other than forget about the Strip. That is kind of a wild ass city. I go there truck driving sometimes, and I'm driving around at like 3 a.m, and it's a different type of place for sure.
I can't stand Vegas.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan overall. I got to be honest. But,
Me either.
you can tell it does.
Born and raised here.
Still got kind of a wildness to the people, because a lot of these cities, man, everybody's just real subdued and fucking just they got nothing left in them really. But Vegas,
yeah, but the thing is now there's so many people from California moving to here. It's kind of it's slowly starting to resemble what's going on over there.
Yeah, that's happening to a lot of places now. Thank God Arkansas is so shitty, because that's the last place they're going to go to. They'll go there eventually, but Arkansas, Mississippi, Louisiana will be last on the list.
I've only been to Reno. Was the closest I got to Vegas.
Damn, you got to go to Vegas at least once in your life. I feel like it's obligatory.
Circus in Reno was the only thing I remember of Nevada from when I was a kid.
Damn, I haven't been to Circus in years.
Shout out
went
to
there once when I was a kid. We were living in Alameda.
What's the Rob? What's the black circus?
The what?
Growing up, I would see commercials back in Philly. There was like a blacks only circus.
The Cirque du Soleil. Cirque du Soleil.
Yeah. Go to that.
Yeah, I don't think that's like exclusively black people doing shit like that.
The Blue Man Group.
You talking about the NBA
or the Harlem Globetrotters? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, man.
I don't know. I never went to any of those shows or attractions that they have, like the Titanic. I haven't done any of that shit.
Showtime at the Apollo.
Not Showtime.
What?
I forget what it's called, but I would see commercials growing up, and it was like a.
Oh,
just
wait a minute. The Universal Circus
There you
is a
go.
single ring circus established in 1994 by Cedric Walker and Calvin Dupree, an African American man who had a vision of creating a circus with a large percentage of people of color performing. Holy shit.
That's the first time I'm ever hearing about it.
Yeah, I
Universal.
never heard of that.
Yeah. It's got a website.
Always wanted to go to that shit.
Universal, spelled S-O-U-L. You're not going to be able to see this, but for some reason I have to always try to show my other phone. But maybe you can see that a little bit.
Yeah, I can read it.
Kinda, yeah. Kind of, sort of. I did achieve a dual purpose earlier, though. I showed Tommy that I can rant and rave for extended periods of time. And most likely I ran off the magabozos that a drunk trooper cop invited. So, mission accomplished.
Yeah, you guys will make some good content for sure. Oh, fuck.
And,
You're fascinated with him, huh?
with who?
Tommy?
Yeah, well, on some level, I like what he brings to the table. I actually knew some people who
He can talk.
I've never met anybody like Tommy, but I've known people who have that same communication style for sure. Yeah, I don't think he's impressed, Jessica. Just wanted him to know that I can also rant and rave too. No, I like Tommy. Tommy's and ultimately anybody that can talk about stuff I want to hear about and come on here, and I don't have to talk for a while. That's good for me, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm definitely perplexed by Tommy. Is what and that's entertaining to me because I find him as an extremely perplexing individual.
The gay shit.
I thought I had him pegged. I thought I had him pegged. The more he talks, the less I need to grasp on him.
It's a moving target. It's a moving target that shoots back. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So that's part of the fun, I reckon.
Although I couldn't listen to today. I couldn't listen to him all day today.
Like I said, I wasn't listening either at a certain point. So yeah, I get it. But I feel like I know D-Rex was on with him at the end. Hell, I went to sleep, but I think part of my mind was worried about what he was doing to the stream, so I didn't really get much sleep. But I laid down anyway. Yeah. About who was doing to this, D-Rex or Tommy? No, I just went to sleep, and it was more or less Tommy's show. I think I haven't gone back and watched it yet. Well, I guess
yeah, I don't know. I don't have a read on the. I don't have a read on the gentleman. I thought I did, and then it changed, and then it changed again, and then it changed again. And
the panel ended, right? And Tommy's in the still
Go
going.
ahead, Rob. JG, shut up. Let Rob talk.
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, I've always liked Tommy, even when when he first came on to the Paul on Slave show. I've always liked him a little bit, and having the interaction with him last night, it was nice. He's a funny motherfucker, surprisingly.
Yeah, definitely.
He is funny. I do agree.
Well, and people try to write him off as like just a meth head, but it's clearly way more than that going on.
It's more than that. It's definitely more than that. Definitely. Yeah.
And for me, somebody's personal habits doesn't just negate their humanity. Although it could. It could.
Not at all. That's right. I mean, you could call EBT a drunk and a fat fuck, and that could negate me entirely, right? Yeah. But I mean, like, that's obviously the case.
I could be wrong, but his use doesn't seem habitual. I mean, it seems like he's used it before, but.
Well, yeah, I don't think so. I agree, Mitchell, and that's kind of what I was saying. I could have continued doing what I was doing for 6 more hours, but that's part of the point I was making is one does not have to be on stimulants to do that.
Yeah, I think his honesty about it's pretty cool. It's honorable.
Yeah, I mean, stimulants don't do shit for me, to be honest. So.
Yeah. Exactly. I'm pretty sure I have the opposite effect. I think it probably chills me out. I wouldn't know as I don't
I
do
fell
it.
asleep in the damn truck on lunch break today for like an hour and a half
Oh shit!
on stimulants at the same
Nice.
time. Yeah, sleeping on stimulants is like a really it's a good feeling. It's weird. I don't know if anybody's ever done that, but
Well, I
Have you
know
ever
you.
I have. Well,
ever
coming
get-
down off. Yeah.
Have you ever got delirium there, EBT?
delirium
Yeah,
He's
have you
talking
ever
about
done
for like
DTs.
staying up multiple days. Is that what you're talking about? Like sleep deprivation?
No.
Alcohol DTs.
I don't know.
Delirium tremens. I don't think EBT is actually that addicted to alcohol. I give him a hard time about his
I've
drinking.
never got like shakes or any of that kind of
Yeah.
whatever people call
I don't
like,
think he's physically addicted to alcohol.
Yeah, no, not at all. It's very hard for me to get physically addicted to something. As much as I try, it's very hard for me to get physically addicted. Other than food, obviously.
Yeah.
That's why I'm morbidly obese. That's why I'm like literally 600 pounds. I'm literally morbidly obese.
Yeah.
I gotta have a forklift carry me to the so that I can go to work.
Oh man.
No, I've never had. I get anxious maybe, like if I don't have a drink, like. But like I can go like a week or more. Like I just go in cycles. I can just not drink, and it's not a big deal for me. It's like, but like I don't have. I'm an alcoholic. I'm not going to deny that, but like I don't think that I have a dependency on it, though, right? Like a physical dependency on it that I know of, that I perceive.
Oh, you would know. You would know if you had it.
Right. That's what I'm
You would
saying.
definitely know.
That's what I'm saying. Like I don't experience that because I don't. When people say that, I'm like I don't get that. I don't get why you're saying that.
Well, highly suspect ended up coming off of booze about the same time I did, and he went to the VA for 3 weeks, and I went to the Rick Simpson oil for 3 weeks. That shit was awful, dude. Those withdrawals were terrible.
Like Drew, like I'm a high functioning alcoholic still at this point is what I am. So like, I don't know.
Well, you have to manage it in order to be functional and still be a family man and all that. Like you don't have to.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way I look at it. I mean, like, I don't. It's a vice, obviously. Like I'm not going to disagree with that. I'm to some extent drunk right now talking to you guys. Obviously, it's fucking 4 o'clock in the morning. I should be asleep, but instead I'm drinking and interneting. And I've said that I need to stop drinking and interneting for like fucking like 3 years now at this point. But here I am doing this still, you know. So, but
Thank God, by the way.
But you know, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, like, at the same time, like, yeah, I do agree that I do understand that I have a problem, you know, but I'm also not drinking to like fill some void or like kill some pain or like any of that kind of like typical cope that people. I honestly just like to drink when I drink. Like, it's not to do. It's the only accomplishment is to drink, really, and to feel that feeling, I guess.
You don't think there's something subconsciously that you might not be aware of that may be that, you know?
I honestly don't think so, personally. I mean, there could be. If it's subconscious, then how would I be aware of it? But personally, I don't feel like I have any. I've been through some pretty deep spiritual stuff, and like I really just don't feel like that's what I would be doing when I'm drinking. Like, I'm not trying to escape anything. Like I would do other things if I was trying to escape something. Like I honestly just kind of like to drink sometimes, and it's not for
I can
any
dig that.
particular reason. Same reason why I smoke cigarettes. Like I don't even like really smoking cigarettes, but like I'm not trying to dull any kind of pain or fill any kind of void. I'm just literally just doing it because it's something that I do, right?
I think that's sort of how I am with my MDMA use, because it's not very often that I will do it, but when it's like a binging thing, you know. When I do indulge, it's kind of pretty heavy, but then when I'm away from it for like a period of time, an extended period of time. So I mean, I kind of get what you're alluding to there.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, I can't remember the last day that I haven't smoked weed for like the last 20 years. Like, so I guess like that would probably be more of an addiction than anything else. There's been many days where I haven't drinking alcohol, but there's been very few days when I've never gotten high. But I also don't feel like I'm doing that because I want to escape anything. I just feel like it's beneficial to me. I don't know. So
I dig it.
I mean, coffee's a drug. So many people drink coffee, and that's essentially a mind-altering physical.
Yeah, it's
drug.
psychoactive drug. That's
Right.
very
So
true.
how is that any different than anything else? How's that different from alcohol, and how's that different from marijuana? Or, obviously there's things that are more destructive. Like it's very hard to be a high-functioning heroin addict. But people still do it, though.
Yeah, a lot of people do
A
actually.
lot of people do it.
Yeah.
Heroin and fentanyl, man.
Yeah.
Well, that's the problem is, they can't even get heroin anymore. It's increasingly difficult to even get heroin. And supposedly that's supposedly what killed Prince. That he was on like OxyContin and he ended up getting fent instead.
I mean, every human is a substance abuser
go
from
on.
birth, right? I mean, like you're either addicted to the tit or you're addicted to the bottle from birth, right? From the instant, right? You're addicted to substance. And there's really no way to escape that. That's the flaw of being a human, right?
A lot of people are dying from fentanyl right now.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of people. Even in the South, which has historically been insulated from opiates. Culturally, opiates have not been acceptable in the South, but it's starting to, the pain pills have gotten a foothold. And now, economically, they end up going to other things. A lot of teenagers dying from fentanyl, like in Texas, believe it or not.
Oh, it's all over now, man.
Oh, yeah.
Everywhere I go, I see fentanyl. I see dudes that be like, "Yo, you got fentanyl? You got blue?" Like, nah. Just biking around, dude. Out in Arizona.
Yeah, in Arizona, yeah. I'm talking about the deep South, and you've gone so far in Florida, you're no longer in the South, by the way.
Well, I saw Savannah. I saw fentanyl
Yeah, that's
strong.
the South. Yeah, that's the South for sure.
It's out in Houston. It's everywhere.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it didn't used to be, and now here it is. Yeah, absolutely. You're right. I still want to get to this comment. Woody says, does the panel format kill the potential for information to be exchanged? I watch a lot less prepared videos, but I'm not sure it is a bad thing. What do you think, EBT?
I think prepared videos are a little bit contrived, like as JG would say. That's one of his favorite
Corny.
words. Corny. Yeah.
I'm very turned off by the prepared videos based on the clickbait title and the thumbnail now. Like, I might actually enjoy the video, but like I'm super annoyed by that. Just YouTube has become clickbait at the level of prepared videos.
Like I have all these prepared videos in my mind that I'll never make.
Yeah.
But even if I did, the value of them probably would be less than just shooting the shit. Though in reality, they're the same value, I guess. The way that I look at it.
Peace out, Robin.
See you, Robin.
Oh, looky here, Primal Jihad.
How's it going, man? Instead of doing these panels, you guys should be working. You guys should be working right now instead of doing these panels.
You're right. You are, Primal Jihad. Right, you are. Good to see you, sir.
What you doing right now, Primal Jihad? You working?
Yeah, I just got up right now on the West Coast. Just got my job 3:30 in the morning. Got a 15-hour shift. Working in the factory.
What's your favorite dip? Primal Jihad?
My favorite dip is you can find at Costco. It's the artichoke. I just buy it in a huge.
Not that kind of dip.
That was
Not
hilarious.
that kind of dip. You know what I'm talking about.
Anyway,
You
I gotta go back to my work, but it was great to call in, and yeah, I wish I could chat with you you people more, but I'm a high value man, you know. I need to put that value into work and not sitting around talking about gypsy.
What do you mean, you people?
What's that?
He meant us who are not putting in 18 hours a day slaving for the system, as a good goddamn American should. That was the you people he meant.
Yeah, I mean, I'm slaving here for 8 hours.
That's a good point. Yes, that's true. But it's not 15 hours in a factory.
Oof, God no.
Yeah.
No, my job is a little more cozy.
Yep.
That just means you're homosexual.
Oh man.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not sure if that's tinfoil or not. To be honest, like
Can't tell. Could be. Maybe,
Could be or
maybe
could
not.
not be.
Maybe, maybe not.
That blows my mind. It really does.
I'd say even odds. I'd say even odds on if it is or not.
I don't know. I don't know how he would be doing it.
I don't know either.
Because it's different enough to where it's like you gotta have. You've got to either have something in your mouth changing your voice, or it's doing digital or something. Like, I don't know.
Well, but then you get into comedic timing. Is somebody able to be comedic in a certain format normally, but then it's a different timing?
It seems like a legitimate cadence, right? Like it's a legitimate Southern cadence.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, it's right on the money.
Would be really hard to mimic, and especially like in timing. Like when he's conversating with people, like the timing is.
Yeah.
I think from Mississippi.
I can't figure it out.
Well, they don't actually talk like that in most of Mississippi, although there are a lot of different dialects in Mississippi. Maybe there are parts of Mississippi where people talk like that.
Yeah, I mean the Mississippi part could be like either way. Like it doesn't matter where the backstory is correct.
Yeah.
Like, I can't tell if that's tinfoil or not.
Yeah. That's part of the fun, I suppose.
Definitely not tinfoil.
You don't think so?
Nah, man.
There's enough to where it's like, well, that's tinfoil, but then you try to really get into it. It's like, no.
I don't think tinfoil can come on here with me here and not get triggered though. That would be the hard part. The being able to not to trigger him. But maybe he
thought it was.
I don't know.
When I saw that Primal Jihad in the chat, I was thinking it was Bakura.
Well, I thought that because that's what y'all thought. Well, with the jihad too, yeah.
Right, but then he got on, and it's like, who the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a mystery. It's entertaining. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out to Primal Jihad. Thank you for joining tonight, sir.
Indeed.
You still in Florida, JG? What you been doing?
Yeah, I'm in Miami Beach, north of Miami Beach.
What's your next move?
I just go with the flow, man.
I hear you.
Tommy almost had him talked into the couch there.
No. Nah, man. Would never do that.
Does it ever just get old, JG? Does it ever just get old and you just want to go? Can you go home if you want to go home? Like what? How does that work out?
My mom's got a house in Philly, but I mean, I'm 31 years old. I'm not 18. Like when I was young, I would live with my mom. But, you know, I have no desire to go back there.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I'm a 30 something years old too. I mean, I could go home if I wanted to go home though. At this point.
I've had, about 10 rooms I've rented since 2013, but I'll be in a room for months and I'll just get that bug to live how I'm living now.
I hear you.
Where do you shower?
Beach.
Hmm?
They got showers all over down here. Outside.
Beach. Yes.
Yeah, the
Oh.
beach. You can go take a shower. Yeah.
For a while, I was going to, when I was in Arizona, I was going to Planet Fitness. I was working out there, charging my phone and shit.
Those showers on the beach are cold as fuck, man.
Nah, man, it's nice. It's nice down here. It's 80 degrees. The water temperature's nice.
Right.
Yeah, the gym or the Planet Fitness or YMCA. That's a good option if you just want to have a membership somewhere and be able to go and take a shower and stuff.
I'm glad I stopped fucking with Planet Fitness though. It's hard. It's hard too to get rid of your account. You got to send them a written piece of mail. You can't do it online. You can't do it by phone. They make it so hard to cancel your account.
Yeah, I don't know. Me and the wife were on Planet Fitness years ago, but I don't remember how that worked out. We just do the Y now. It's the best thing for a family.
The best way to stay clean, if you can't get a shower, is just get a water bottle, poke a hole in the side, like get a lighter, just get a small hole in the side and just spray yourself down. Find a spot where you can just strip down and just spray yourself down. Works really well.
I would think it would just be baby wipes, right? So like a combat shower, just to get some baby wipes and just.
You could do that, but fuck that, man. I'd rather use water and just.
Yeah, the alcohol's bad for the biome.
Yeah, right.
It kills the shit you need.
You get the all natural baby wipes then.
There you go. I will say, man, I don't bathe that often, but I will say this: ever since I got off of the chemical soaps and the chemical deodorants, I do way better in general. That's just bad.
Well, I like to use natural soaps and stuff, and like I try to like limit. I don't know. I probably only shower like twice a week.
Well, yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, exactly. That every day, people showering every day with the fucking chlorinated water and hitting their pits with God knows what and whatever.
Yeah, I use like natural. I've been off of like regular deodorant for like 4 years. And I use like Castile soap and just natural stuff. And like if you use the right soap when you take a shower, you really don't have to take a shower every day. It's when you use the products from the store is really what makes you stink and makes you have to feel like you gotta take a shower. Like getting off of Old Spice shit was like one of the big changers on that for me. Like my dad was a big Old Spice guy. He had like the fucking. Everything was Old Spice, He even had the old can bottle of aftershave, Old Spice aftershave, and I always used Old Spice products. But after I got off that shit and got onto more natural stuff, it's like you really don't have to take a shower that often. You don't feel dirty and nasty and gross, like for a couple days, right? But you use that normal shit, body wash and all that kind of shit, like you feel nasty, like within 12 to 13 hours, you're already starting to feel like gross and you have to take a shower again. You feel clean for a few hours and then you feel gross again. It's terrible.
I hate body wash, man. I hate that smell. You got that like body odor mixed with body wash smell.
Yeah, no, like for I just use like charcoal paste for deodorant, and I don't buy any kind of hair deodorant or anything. And after you get off the regular deodorants for a long time, then your pits don't even smell. You can wash with like natural soap, and then you just don't produce like noxious body odor like you do if you use like the off the shelf products for a long time.
I had a Jamaican gym teacher growing up. They used to always tell us every day, almost every day, to use Mitchum deodorant. And that guy actually was like a straight up pedophile. Like the girls would be stretching, and Mr. Wilson's over there just staring at Kirsten Bolton's ass, and you're just like, holy shit. Like the dude was a freak, man.
Yeah, and it definitely does have a lot to do with the quality of your water too, is how like clean you're getting. But I mean, that's common. That's common. If you have super hard water, obviously you're not getting super clean, regardless of whatever products you're using. But definitely, if you're using that shit off the store and with all the petrochemicals in it, like it's gonna leave a film on you. You're gonna feel gross within a pretty short period of time. It's gonna make you smell.
Yep. Yeah, I noticed that when I was living, when I first started being homeless, and if I noticed that I really didn't smell that bad, but if I took a shower and just used the regular products, the next day I smelled way worse than if I just never had a shower at all. That's how I figured it out. Yeah, I was like, oh, these things are designed to make me stink.
Exactly.
Built right into the product.
Mm-hmm.
So then, some people in chat mentioned Dr. Bonner. That's what I use, but I had a couple of the 32-ounce bottles, and if they don't get stored properly in the truck, if they hit the deck and the cap breaks, and then it's a fucking wrap on that. So I just got some stuff I found at Walmart.
I like to use bars personally. That's what I used to use, is that Bonner's, that big Castile soap thing. I just changed to doing bars of Castile soap that we just get from like a local place, because they seem to last a lot longer as long as you don't let the kids put them in the fucking bathtub while they're taking a bath or some shit. But if you just use it to lather up and then put it back in its spot, like it lasts way longer than a bottle.
It's pineapple time.
Pineapple time.
Yeah. Be interesting to see what the day holds.
Trying to impress the lot lizards.
Oh yeah.
I'm
not even at the truck stop, EBT. I'm at the Walmart.
Well, there's probably some there too. I don't know. Just get on the internet, right?
Yeah, that's true. They're all on the internet now. But I dropped my trailer at the casino, so hopefully I hope they tow it at this point. Take it. I don't fucking want it. Good
they
Lord.
Still ain't got you an appointment at the. No,
dude. They didn't. The company. They didn't even contact me yesterday.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I texted with my dispatcher in the morning. Yeah, it's a whole thing, man. I can't even believe it.
I got.
I can.
On right now.
Say what?
No, I'm just sitting here in the parking lot, and this fucking dude, I look over, he's looking at me. I look over again, he's staring me down. I'm all nervous.
Probably
I don't even know what that word means. Dark light. What is OFFAL? What does that word mean? Oh, I never heard that before.
OFFAL.
I think. See, it's one of those things. I know what it means, but I couldn't tell you what it means. I got to look it up.
Dark Glasses Woody is too smart for me. Like he's.
Oh yeah. He's my barometer. If I ever lose Woody, I think I've come close a couple of times. If I lose Woody, we're in trouble.
Yeah, we've been talking about it. We're saying that Dark Glasses Woody is going to give you a eulogy at your funeral. And you're gonna die during one of these panel live streams.
Dude, that would be a life well lived if he delivered my eulogy. Yeah.
Primal Jihad knows what I'm talking about. If Primal Jihad is who I think it is.
It's not.
It might not be. I don't know. It's really blowing my mind. I don't know.
Decomposing animal flesh would be the context, I believe, in which Woody is using that term.
Okay.
Although it does have multiple meanings, like many words in the English language. I believe that's what he means.
I've never heard that word before.
I've read it in books, but again, it's one of those things. I was pretty sure I knew what it meant, but I couldn't have told you what it meant. Funny how that works.
Also called variety meats. Well, okay, I guess.
I knew it had something to do with animals. I knew that for sure.
I woke up 2 days ago to a raccoon.
Oh, okay. I know what it is. It's the smell like my grandmother was Mexican. She used to make tripe all the time. It's the smell of tripe. That's what it is.
Yeah, animal intestines. But it also means decomposing
smell.
Animal flesh.
Terrible smell, but it tastes delicious though.
Yeah, it's supposed to be intestines. Supposed to be really good for you.
Yeah, my mom, my granny used to always make. My nana would always make menudo with tripe and all that shit. And it smelled fucking terrible when she'd make it, but it was fucking delicious to eat it. You just couldn't look at it and you couldn't smell it. It was my experience.
Y'all talking about chitlins?
Menudo.
It's got tripe in it, so like animal intestines and stuff.
What is menudo?
It's like a Mexican soup dish, but it generally has tripe in it, so like it's got chunks of animal stomach or cow stomach and intestines in it.
Yep.
So it's got this really weird look to it, and kind of a weird texture to it, but it's like delicious at the same time. And but when they're cooking it, the smell is terrible. Like the smell is horrendous when they're making it, but after it's made, the smell kind of goes away, and then it's like the spicy kind of smell, and then it's kind of like a spicy soup, but it has all the, like the intestine has that really like weird creepy look to it, like with the structure to the lining of the innards and stuff. So it's got like a chewy, muscular kind of. It's delicious though. Like it's amazing.
When I was hopping trains, I got off in Gillette, Wyoming, Camel Junction, and I'm crossing this creek. I'm like in this big field, and there's just a fucking dead cow, this big ass dead cow, right in front of me. Fucking stink.
Yeah, that was an extremely complex, wordplay that Dark Glasses Woody did there with the herbal essences.
I can't smell.
Music proper point. It's like herbal essences, but it's meat. Like that's really complex and deep. If you think about it, I'll do the Zetetic Warrior move.
Yeah, cornball.
The dude always points to his.
Show us your face, Jack. Show us your face. Fucking cornball.
He's so corny.
Well, I mean, what do you expect from the person who's like perfectly symmetrically like in the fucking frame?
I know. Like, how do you even do that? How do you even
I've tried, man. I can't do it.
No, yeah.
It's not possible. I don't, even if I did, it's like, that's not even the shape of my face.
Yeah, no. How do you?
You know what I'm saying? Like, what is that? Yeah.
He wants to see people's faces so much that you don't.
He's like right up. He's like right up in there, too. Like it's.
But it's like the shape of
the lighting off his screen doesn't affect his face either. Like
he must be zoomed in somehow because like he can't be that far up on the lens though. There's no way.
Yeah, it doesn't.
The fucking aspect doesn't work.
You can't get it. No, you cannot get it right. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got to be pulled. He's got to be back, but then it's zoomed in.
Yeah, this Zetetic Warrior debunked right here live on Benton. Yeah. It's not possible. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Oh, nigga's funny.
Oh man.
It's funny, but it's real. That's why it's funny.
That's right. Thought I bought some grapes, man. Where are the grapes? Sometimes I buy shit and it's like I don't get back to the truck. Where does this stuff go? I know I bought some grapes. Where are they? Oh, I never refrigerated them. That's where they are.
Gotta wash your grapes.
Oh, I just eat. I never wash anything. I just eat it. I don't give a fuck.
I don't give
What am I gonna? Am I gonna get more life-threatening illnesses if I don't wash the grapes, JG?
Look, Benton, you're gonna get that salmonella. Okay. And I don't appreciate you getting salmonella in these YouTube streets, Benton.
Oh, no.
Okay. I just want to let you know that I don't appreciate that, sir.
Yeah, we will not be washing these grapes. I'm just gonna eat them.
I wash my grapes.
Yeah, you would. You would.
Oh yeah, they.
With a heated up water bottle on the street.
I enjoy. Yeah, I enjoy them better like that, man. You watch your grapes, get all that shit off. You enjoy them better.
Probably true.
You know, they put a coating on that shit so they stay fresh while they're at the store.
Yeah, they're also dirty
Oh,
too.
no.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also you got a whole bunch of niggas putting their hands in there testing the grapes out and shit.
That's extra flavor.
You got JG's in there all day.
That's extra flavor.
How much are you paying for grapes?
I don't even know, man. I live in a truck and work 7 days a week, except when I'm in trucker limbo. I don't care what this shit costs. I just buy it.
And you balling like that?
Well, I'm not rich. It's just I don't have any. I have very low expenses.
What's the price? I know you know the price.
I don't know per pound. I paid $3.28 for these particular grapes. However, I didn't notice the weight though.
It's
But
not
yeah,
bad.
you're right. I do know the price of almost everything I buy. That is true.
I don't care about the price, bro.
I don't, but I know the price.
Yeah, you're kind of rolling out there.
It's a paradox.
And just
Oh,
throw
it's
it in a
like-
bag. Don't ever look at the price.
But I still know what it costs. So JG is right. That I understand the cost. Yeah. Well, and I lived so many years with almost no money that I've still kind of tripped out on some level that I can just go in the store and buy shit. I don't know that I'll ever get completely used to that. Still somewhat novel, I would say. Because other than the food stamps, years, I was mostly going to free meals and such. Free homeless meal.
I wish I had food
Get an
stamps.
EBT?
Yeah, I had EBT. Yeah, sure did.
Enslaved by Truth card.
Yeah, not now, but yeah, I used to. Yeah, just getting off of that.
Rage quit.
He probably went to sleep. Yeah, just getting off the EBT was that was a momentous occasion. And I can tell you from personal experience, the government in no way, there's no systems in place to keep somebody from getting multiple states simultaneously. You would assume there would be, but there's not. So I generally had 2 states at the same time.
Yeah, I was doing that. California and PA.
Yep. I think they want you to, actually. Seems to be set up that way. Is Primal Jihad still here? Oh, it's Mitchell. Okay, cool. I don't want to eat on the stream, though, so if y'all aren't going to talk, it's going to be break time.
All right, take your break.
It's way better talking to you guys like this than talking to Tommy, how Tommy talks and trying to keep up with that guy. I feel like I'm on fucking meth, or you know.
Yeah. No kidding. It does kind of transfer over onto you at a certain point.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, like, he doesn't really let people finish their thought. When he has something that he wants to rebut to, he'll just, there's no impulse control. He'll just butt out right then and there. But you got to let people finish the thought out.
Yeah, he was totally off the fucking rails yesterday. Like he was on like 6 ideas at a time.
Yep. Slow your roll, Tom.
Mm-hmm. Well, he knows he's not focused sometimes, but I'm not going to put the effort into focusing him. He's going to have to do it himself.
Yeah, I woke up 2 days ago, right? Raccoon goes right on my legs and like lays down, and I just woke up, kicked him off, and he looked back at me all bummed and just walked away.
Oh, why'd you kick him off?
It's a fucking raccoon. They got rabies. I mean, I love raccoons, but I'm not going to let a raccoon sleep on my legs. A wild raccoon. Fuck that, man.
Yeah, actually, with the urban camping, the critters are one of the main problems. Actually, thank God for coyotes, because coyotes eat a lot of those critters.
Would be cool to have a raccoon. I always think about that, like hopping trains. Like say I adopt a baby raccoon, hop a train with the raccoon. Be pretty cool.
Oh yeah,
Seriously.
I'm not exactly sure what's going on with these coyotes, man. But like they're moving way closer into town here in where I'm at. Like there was some that were spotted on the UNLV campus. It's like right down the street from my house, and that's like in the city, like in the middle of the city.
Oh
Wow.
yeah, bro. They got them in LA, and they know how to cross with the fucking lights and shit. They know how to wait for the light to change to cross the road. It's getting wild, man. Yeah, they're very intelligent in that way. They know how to get in where they fit in.
That Truth Hurts dude is so mad that I think it's funny that you hit that dog or that possum, whatever it was.
Yeah, it might have been a coyote. It was either a dog or a coyote, but
it's pretty.
You're not the only one who thought it was funny.
Yeah, he's all butthurt, like, oh, dude, you're laughing. You got demons. It's like, man, relax. It's funny shit. Like you hear the thump. I seen it happen too. I'm watching. I saw it happen. I'm just dying laughing.
Well, I mean, it's not fun. I mean, to me, it's not funny, but I mean, I don't know.
It's pretty funny. Man. It's inevitable, you know. He pops out, you hit him,
Yeah.
So you just gotta laugh, you know.
Well, the main thing for me is I'm never gonna risk anybody else's safety because there's an animal in the road. It's just the animal's gonna get run over. That's just what's gonna happen. Because some dumbos they'll roll their rig over trying to avoid it.
Yeah, right.
You know, I'm not gonna do that. So all I could do was like try to put it out of its misery as humanely as possible. Really. Yeah, I didn't want to.
You guys ever see a bobcat in person? A bobcat encounter?
No, I haven't.
Nope.
Damn, them things are crazy.
I bet. Where was that, in Florida?
No, I've just seen videos of like a bobcat coming up on somebody and they're just, you know, getting all crazy, intimidating. Whenever I'm hopping trains or like traveling, I'm always thinking about that. Like, shit, there might be bobcats around or who knows what, bears.
Well, you have some form of protection on you, yeah, or no?
When I hop trains, I would carry a knife, but I mean, that ain't doing shit. Would be smart to get mace or something.
Or maybe some heat?
No, dude, hopping a train with a gun? Fuck no, I ain't doing that.
Yeah, that would be a bad idea.
Okay.
Yeah, EBT. EBT says he does better on a few hours of sleep than 6 to 8 hours. You know what? I'm starting to figure that out myself. I probably slept 3
Yep.
hours. I felt fucking fantastic. And
Yeah.
I slept like 7, or I slept maybe close to 8 the other day. I felt like shit the next day.
Yup.
Yeah, I was just telling this to Zetetic Warrior a few days ago. It seems as if when you sleep more, or at least in my experience, when I sleep for 8 or more hours, I feel very lethargic and not wanting to do shit. When I sleep 4 to 6 hours, even less, I'm more functional, more alert.
I got 6 hours last night, but I'll probably take a nap today and feel fine. But like sleeping 8, 9 hours, you just get too lethargic.
Well, and you're in public all day. That does wear you out more than just me sitting around in the truck. You know?
I'm on a bike, so I'm biking around doing tons of miles, and when
Yeah,
I listen, like I'll chime into Truth or Copper or watch like some crypto shit, and then I'll just pass out and wake up and just get right up, or I'll just lay there for a bit and let my body rest if I need to. Because biking around, it does fuck up your joints and everything, and gotta rest. Listen to your body.
oh yeah.
Yeah, to go back to the Bobcat thing, I was watching a video a few weeks ago, and this couple, I guess they brought home what they thought was just some cat, I guess. And the dude had it. The dude had this bobcat in like one of those crates or whatever that you put those animals in, and it was just crazy because the thing started growling like, and it didn't sound like no regular cat, and the dude just flipped the fuck out, and he threw the bobcat across the yard. It was fucking hilarious.
Were they white? Must have been white people.
Yeah, yeah, they're in their driveway. You know, got on their ring cam, I think it was some type of camera. But
Dumbass.
yeah, they
white
were
people.
definitely white. All right, guys, I'm gonna hop down and watch from the YouTube chat. My phone is about to die here. Appreciate you having me out, Clinton.
Oh yeah, man. Anytime. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good day or night or whatever it is.
Yes, sir. You do the same.
Yes, sir. See you later.
Switch Mongo Rob.
Indeed.
Not a fan of Switch Mongo. I hate how it looks. People always shit on Mongo, right? Like, oh, it looks so bad. And I'm like, dude, Switch Mongo looks just as bad, you know?
Mongo is bad in general.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like the Switch Mongo, a lot of these like 90s skaters, some people just naturally push Switch Mongo, but it does look like shit. And, you know, pushing Switch regular does look cooler.
I'm just saying, like, I just don't understand Mongo because it's like, just go ahead and make yourself push not Mongo and you'll fucking figure it out, right? That's what I would think. But I don't really understand the Switch Mongo because the Switch wasn't really a thing. Like, that was just starting when I was skating.
Yeah.
So my mind never fully adapted to just watching Switch.
Well, I mean, you grow some people grow up pushing regular, and then when they push switch, they're pushing Mongo, which is still pretty much regular, but it just looks wacky. I grew up pushing Mongo, but then I got clowned on, and people are like, "Dude, you push Mongo," and I'm like, "All right, it is kind of corny looking." So I started pushing switch regular, but when I push switch now, it's switch regular. I've tried to push switch Mongo just to see how it feels, and it feels as bad as when I pushed Mongo. It just feels weird pushing with that back foot, or having pushing with your front foot.
Yeah. But it's front foot on the back truck, right? You know what we're talking about?
Yeah, if you're goofy stance, if you're pushing Mongo, you're pushing with your right foot. If you're regular stance, you're pushing Mongo with your left foot. So it's your front.
Okay, so switch would just be the wrong foot, but still on the back truck.
Yeah, if you're riding switch, if you're pushing Mongo, you're pushing with your front foot.
Gotcha. Makes sense. I'm just confused by why people want to put their foot on the back truck, over the back truck. I never understood that part of it. I've seen people do it, so I know it's a thing. I don't know why.
You push Mongo. I saw you pushing.
I thought Mongo was when you have one foot on the board and it's on the back truck.
Yeah, Mongo's your back foot is on the board.
Yeah.
With your front foot, which that's what you do. You push Mongo.
Are you talking about with both feet on the board at the same time? Is that what you're saying?
No.
I don't get it. I just don't understand what you're saying.
If you're on a skateboard and you're about to push, right?
Yeah.
Your back foot is on the board and your front foot is pushing the board. That is Mongo. And that's how you push. I've seen you skate. You're pushing around Mongo.
But what do you mean by front foot? I put my left foot over the front truck and then I push with my right foot.
You're pushing Mongo. Your back foot is on the board when you're pushing, and you're pushing with your front foot.
No, I never push. I always push with my right foot.
You're goofy footed, right? No, you're regular.
Yeah, I put my left foot over. All I know, this is how autistic I am. When I get on a skateboard, I put my left foot on top of the front truck and I push with my right foot.
Are you goofy or regular footed?
I think that's regular. I don't even know, to be honest with you.
If you're going,
and I'm left-handed, which it confuses me further. But go ahead.
If you're going straight forward on a skateboard,
yeah,
right?
Yes.
Are your toes to the right or your toes to the left?
To the right.
Your toes are to the right, so you're regular footed. If you're going forward, your toes are to the right. That's regular stance.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because even though I'm left-handed, I do most shit right-handed as far as that goes. Like, I play golf, I swing a baseball bat.
Now,
right-handed.
You're going forward, you're regular footed, right? You go to take a push.
Yeah.
What foot is pushing? Which foot of yours is pushing?
My right foot.
So you're all right. You're not Mongo.
I don't like Mongo, man. I was just confused on the way you were. No, I don't push Mongo. No. I mean, I can go show you right now, but yeah, it was still dark, but yeah.
No. I thought you were pushing. I'm sure.
No. I always thought Mongo was fucking stupid. I never understood why people did it.
I did see you try that nollie back shove.
Yeah, I can usually land those. Yeah.
Actually, no, that's a nollie frontside shove if you're doing it. Yeah.
I never even knew what it was called. I was the only one that did that. I just kind of scoop it with my back foot and catch it behind me, but I can usually do those too. I used to do those in manual, but yeah, I don't know. I don't want to roll my ankle.
The skateboarding terminology is crazy, man.
It is.
I nollie
ahead.
shove you tried. I think that's got to be I think that's a nollie backside shove, because if I'm doing a nollie frontside big spin, I'm doing a nollie front 180.
The only thing is, I'm not really I've never learned to actually nollie those, so it's not even. I'm not even really nollieing. I'm just kind of.
You're not
Just kind of.
popping. You're
No,
not popping. You're just doing a shove. It's not.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Yeah, no nollie. Yeah, yeah. It's what you described, but without the nollie. I used to actually. I could do just a ollie shove it, but
frontside or back.
the board would spin front side. Front side.
Yeah, frontside pop shove it.
Yeah.
Great trick.
Oh yeah, I liked it. I was not a very good skateboarder, JT, but I skateboarded a lot, so I could actually do some stuff. But I was not a very good skateboarder overall.
Well, it takes years and years and years, man. I mean, if you never stopped, you'd probably be really good by now.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. But I had a friend who skated as much as I did, and he was way better than I was.
Yeah, I guess some people want it more, you know. Some people.
Oh, he wanted it. Yeah, he was very motivated.
There you go.
Very motivated. I was motivated for basketball, but I enjoyed skateboarding. Like I really liked it, but I recognized pretty early. I was like, I'm just not gonna put in what is required to be as good as my friend here. So.
I wonder.
Go ahead.
I wonder how good Rob is on a board. I'm sure he can pop.
Yeah, he's probably pretty good. Yeah. Then we had another friend who was like a really good, like he was good at like gymnastics type shit.
Yeah.
And man, he could do all kind of stuff on a skateboard without really practicing a lot. It was impressive. Like he just naturally could do a bunch of shit.
Yeah, he's got the footwork. I know some.
Oh yeah, it was crazy.
Dude, I used to skate with. He was growing up. He was like a not a trapeze artist. What's the word for that? I think he might have been a trapeze artist. But that dude's got crazy skill on the board. Just like when he falls, like some people can just fall. They got the falls down well, you know.
Oh yeah.
He mastered like all the physical stuff behind skateboarding. You know, he's got the falls down. He's got everything calculated.
Well, you know, now that I'm older, like people want to talk about styles in skateboarding, but you know, Nigel Houston gets shit on a lot, but dude is a very high level of skill, man, especially with falling. He's able to fall and not just completely fucking kill himself, you know.
Well, the whole style thing, it's like Naja, he'll do a trick, but he's not doing it like 100. He's not doing it to do it as well as he wants to. He's just doing a trick for the camera, right?
Yeah.
This thing comes in where it's like these dudes are so like people. They'll say I got style, but what I'm really doing is I'm trying to do a trick as well as I can, or as I want to do it. You know, I'm not just doing a trick. I'm like, all right, I want to do this back tail a certain way. I want it to feel a certain way every time. I want to ride away clean, and I want to ride away with my feet this way on the board, comfortable.
Yep.
Where you'll see guys just do a trick, and it's like they're not giving it their 100%. They're not. Yeah, I know. They're not like real seriously. You know, they're just doing a trick. And then you'll see dudes that are contriving their style, where they're doing a trick and they're trying to land a certain way, and they're bending their knees a certain way to do it like they have steez. It's fake steez, you know?
Yeah, I got you.
They're faking the funk. So I'm not trying to fake the funk. I'm really just trying to fucking do a trick, you know, that feels good. Like I'm trying to throw that punch where it feels 100%, you know?
That's why I like watching Antoine Dixon, because you can tell that's how he skates. Like he's doing all the shit in a very specific way.
Look up Gino Iannucci. He's got the best, hands down, in skateboarding, and everybody's got him. He's like on this pedestal of like the best style in skateboarding. He's got a great style, but you know, he's got that. He takes skating real seriously. You can tell when he skates. He's real calculated. He's really you know, on his game. He's really strict. That's all it comes down to. You're strict. You're trying to do something.
Well, you're trying to do something, yeah, very specific. And if it's not that specific thing, it kind of doesn't count.
Yeah, he's hard on himself, where other guys are more, they don't care. Where you got guys trying too hard, you know.
Yeah. Rob Rob said in the chat that he's not that good. His best trick is a tray flip, and he can kick flip a 6-stair.
Gotcha.
That's way better than I ever thought about being. But
Yeah.
But that was a long time ago when I was skating. But
even the way guys are pushing nowadays, man, people they're pushing around, and it's so contrived. It's so you know, dramatic and faked out, you know.
yeah, it's something I definitely notice when I watch videos. But now that I'm getting older, it's kind of a different thing. But yeah, I think I understand what you mean.
It's like an insecurity, you know. Like dudes are insecure how they are on a board, so they're trying to emulate something, and they're just playing themselves.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, when I knew y'all were watching me, I could tell I was skating a little different than I would normally, you know. Kind of got up in my head a little bit about it, but not too bad, just a little bit. But I haven't been doing it enough either, man. Like, I got to do it more regularly. The older I get, the more I'm going to lose. Because I had a board like, I don't know, like 6 or 7 years ago when I was traveling around. I was way better just pushing around and moving around. I was way better than I am now. And I'm not even talking about doing tricks. I'm just talking about skating.
Oh yeah. I mean, dude, 3 days into skating, your third day you're gonna feel fine, and if you're constantly skate, your second week in, you're gonna be, on point. You're gonna feel fine on your board. It takes a few days. You got to rest a little. You'll have a couple days where you're all tight and shit, and but like 2 weeks in, you'll be fine on a board.
Yeah, because I have decent style. Like if I shoot a basketball. To this day, somebody will comment on how good my form is,
Yeah.
But the skateboarding, it's like, it's not the same muscle memory, I guess. But yeah, I think you're right. If I just did it for a couple of weeks, I'd have my style back. Because I got to look halfway cool, even though I'm old and corny now.
It's not about looking cool. That's never the case. It's trying to look cool.
No, I don't mean trying to look cool. I mean I do look cool. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying, JG. Come on. You gotta give me a little bit. You gotta give me something sometime.
Everybody's trying to be cool now. They're trying too hard to be cool.
They are trying. Yeah, I never tried. But then again, I'm from Arkansas, so it was like, oh, I'm one of the few cool kids in Arkansas. Like it doesn't really translate. Yeah. I didn't know I could just have gone to San Francisco when I was 17 or 18, or I would have.
It just amazes me how like everybody's trying to dress like a skater now, or like how influenced people are in skateboard culture. Where growing up, we were looked at as like the cornballs, but at the same time, like shit, I'm thinking about how my pants fit me, how my shirt fits me. I'm thinking about what I'm wearing. I'm really fixated on that, and now everybody's fixated on that. Everybody's wearing cargos, and they're trying to have this like this skateboard image. People are wearing Thrasher. They care about their fits now.
Yeah, and back in the day, me and my skater friends, like we wouldn't have tolerated somebody showing up dressed like us who couldn't actually skate a little bit.
Yeah.
Like you didn't have to be great, but you had to actually be able to skate, So it seems like now a lot of these guys probably can't even really skate at all,
Oh, a lot of people can't skate.
Yeah.
And the people, I just saw a couple kids. I see what they're wearing, and they look like skaters, but they don't skate. It's trendy and cool to look like a skater nowadays.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we were just considered a joke, more or less. People used to drive by and yell "skater fags."
Oh yeah, I got that shit too. Like,
Yeah.
I'm looking at these dudes like, dude, you dress up as a girl for Halloween. Like I used to crack up. People would diss me for being a skater, but I'm watching them for years and noticing all the kook shit they're doing. And I'm like, you guys are lames, you know? Like I grew up with a lot of white dudes that were clowning on skating, but they were like just wiggers. Like, you know, I shouldn't say wiggers, but they were wearing FUBU and shit like that. And I'm just looking at them laughing like, you guys are fucking clowns, you know? They're wearing fucking Timberlands. You know, they're looking like the Island Boys or, you know, shit like that.
Well, I mean, it'd be one thing if the person just really liked FUBU for some reason, but you know that's not what it is.
Well, if
Trying,
one dude growing up, if you're wearing FUBU, my buddy Mike growing up, right? He's wearing FUBU, Rockaware, he's wearing all this shit, right? Nothing fits him dope. He's just, he's all white boyed out, looking like J-Rock.
yeah.
To me, that shit was always corny. I wasn't the white dude growing up trying to, you know, wear that shit. Like I did fuck with Reeboks, but it was because like I liked how Reeboks felt and they looked dope, especially the Iversons. But I'm not out there wearing Rockaware, wearing FUBU, wearing corny shit. Like, dude, that shit was corny.
Rockaware, I agree.
Rockaware had some dope stuff, but like some of the South Pole Rockaware.
South Pole.
Some of the dudes and the graphics were just like, this shit was too much. It was too corny, you know?
Yeah.
I fuck with polo, but even like some of the polo shirts, it's just like, you know, big ass horses. Like you'll see polo shirts and they got the big ass horse, like a polo collared shirt. And they got the big ass horse. And like that shit's corny, man. Just keep the small horse, the big horse, all these, you know, it's too much.
It's funny, man. When I was with, right about the time I met ex-wife number one, that's all I wore was polo. But it's because I went to college and there was a black guy in one of my classes and he was wearing all polo. And I was like, shit, that's pretty awesome. Yeah. And I thought, well, shit, I'm white. I can, you know, I'm almost looking at it like from a black culture standpoint. Like, you know, and I'm not thinking like, oh, it's going to make me look like some preppy fucking frat boy. You know, I just thought it was cool. So I started wearing it. I'm talking head to toe, man, shoes and everything.
Did you ever wear fitted hats, New Era hats?
Not a lot. I had some fitted hats, but not a whole lot.
Dude, it cracks me up seeing these dudes wearing these flat brim New Era hats or like, you know, snapback hats and all popped up. That big hat energy shit looks so goofy, man.
No, the first thing I do when I buy a hat is I start working the brim, you know.
Yeah.
First thing. I got a specific way I want it shaped too. Very specific way, yeah.
Just the way people wear hats, you know, like the hat's barely on their head, flat brim, that big hat energy shit. You just look like a kook, man. It looks corny as shit.
Yeah. The only time I buy a hat is I have to really like the actual hat. Like, I'm not just like, you're going to always see me in a baseball hat and it's just a matter of what style. Like, I have to actually see one that I like and then I'll buy it.
I've tried on those polo hats. I hate how polo hats fit, man.
Oh, I can't. No, I don't want to wear those. That when I said head to toe, actually, I didn't have the polo hat. Now that I think about it, no hat. I went no hat back then.
I'm a big fan of the 5950 hats, like how they fit. I mean, New Era hats used to fit great back, like growing up in the early 2000s. But the New Era hats nowadays, some of them are just too puffy on the top. You know, the top of the hat, it's all puffed out, and it looks kind of funny. I mean, they break in. I always go to 5950 now.
Yeah, I hardly ever wear a hat, but it's like I say, if I find one that I like. The last hat I had was it was a Duck Down Records, a red Duck Down Records hat, like the one John Price wears. I found it on eBay. They're hard. You can't hardly find the red one.
Yeah.
But eventually it got too fucking dirty and shit, and I had to throw it away.
I just fuck with New Era hats now. It's hard to find.
That was a New Era. Now that I think about it, yeah, that was a New Era.
Even like the Mitchell and Ness hats, like they fit kind of weird. Mitchell and Ness.
But my favorite hat before that was I had a a San Francisco Giants hat, but it had the like the desert camo pattern.
Yeah.
I like that hat. I like that hat a lot. That was a cool hat. And then I found one in Portland at the Upper Playground store, and then it was some kind of San Francisco theme, but somebody stole it. It got stolen in my backpack, so I haven't had a hat since then.
I agree with EBT. Polo hats, they look corny.
Yeah, they suck, man. They suck.
They feel corny. I'll put a polo hat on. I've tried them on, and I'm like, it's too tight. The curved brim. It's a small brim.
Yeah,
just feels corny. It's emasculating.
Yeah, I'm sure I tried to wear it at one point, but yeah, they suck. I agree. No good.
Plus, the kids I grew up with, they're rocking polo hats, and I'm always looking at them like I always have that in my head. Like I don't want to look like that. I don't want to look like the dudes I grew up with. You know, polo hats they feel corny. They look corny. Then in my head, I'm like, I look like this kid I grew up with. These guys I grew up with. That's how corny it looks. And now all these dudes are wearing pro hats. And I'm looking at them like, God, you guys are so fucking lame walking around with the Bass Pro hat thinking that's cool.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's terrible.
Shop hats. White shit. That's fucking corny, man.
Well, in fact, when I was in college, some of the girls would wear the polo hats, and I liked it on the girls, but not for the guys.
Oh, yeah, me too. Dude, a girl wearing a polo hat does look pretty dope. They got the hair going through the back. They do look sharp. It is, works better on girls. Guys wearing polo, it's just like, not cool, man.
Yep. Showing up.
It's all how a hat fits and looks, Fuck the make, polo or Nautica,
Yeah. I don't know. I like some of the Nautica stuff back in, but this was years ago too. I don't know what the fuck they're doing now. I just wear work clothes now.
I fuck with Tommy Hilfiger, but I can't wear the hats, man. Even the clothes, like, dude, Tommy's making these shirts. They got these real thin collars. I hate that shit, man.
Oh yeah, terrible.
I like that Gildan fit, like a Gildan t-shirt, the Gildan collars, or what else? American Apparel's not bad, but these t-shirts with these real small collars, man, I can't get down with that shit. They just get worn out. It looks kooky.
Man, I found a Gildan, a specific type of Gildan at a truck stop, and it fits me. It's just perfect, man. It's totally perfect. I've never been able to find that same one again. They have Gildans, but it's like a different type, I've looked and looked and looked. I've never found. If I had known, dude, I would have bought every one they had. I had no idea. I'd never find it again.
The Gildan 100% cotton all day. They're the best shirts. The polyester, 50% polyester, 50% cotton. Nah, man.
Yeah.
They
make several different types of t-shirts, though. I've noticed there's a lot of them.
Yeah, back in Philly when I would go to Boscov's, they would have all different types of Gildan shirts. I would always just get the 100% cotton. They got the best collars. They fit well.
Yep.
Can't stand shirts that are like ride up on you that are tight and the whole slim fit shit. Fuck that, man. And then tall. Shirts.
Well, I got the long torso, man, but I got the kind of small shoulders, so I'm trying to find a medium that's long enough. That can be hard to do, man.
Try to get a large Gildan 100% cotton shirt. They sell them at
it's too big, man. I'm too fucking skinny in the shoulders. I need a medium.
That's crazy.
I know, dude. I'm like this weird combo of like I got big hands and feet, but I'm not a big guy, but I could carry a lot of weight too. It's strange, man. It's very strange.
Yeah, I wear XL now. I can't wear larges. Sometimes I'll get a double X. Depends on the shirt or the jacket or hoodie, but I can't go back to larges, man. It's too young ball on me. Shit.
When I still had weight on me, I could wear a large, but not now.
Yeah. I wish I could make my own clothes, man. I got.
Well, I mean, you could, but yeah, I hear what you're saying.
I got like an imaginary company in my head, themselves wear. And I always thought that'd be cool, like themselves wear, making T-shirts and stuff like that. But I mean, everybody's doing that now. Everybody's making their own clothing. A lot of skaters they got their own clothing brand. A lot of rappers and shit.
What do you think about that Jason Deal stuff?
Fucking awesome.
Yeah, I think that's what it's called, right?
I'm not a big fan of it, honestly. I think it's kind of corny. I mean, some of the board graphics are cool, but I really the name of the company to me is just corny. And when he started,
Yeah, the name is what, and they have like HA or something. There's like two different companies, I think.
there's FA, which is fucking awesome.
FA,
And
yeah.
there's Hockey, which
Hockey, yeah, that's right.
that's
Yeah.
part of FA worldwide.
Yeah.
But FA, like when he started that shit and Kanye's wearing fucking awesome, I'm looking at it like as a young kid, like, oh, that shit's corny, you know, like fucking
Yeah.
awesome.
He was old by then too.
Not really, but
Well, compared to you, he was. He was 30 probably.
but then it took off as like a skate brand. It was just a clothing brand. Now it's now it's everything. But
Yeah.
just the name and I
Yeah.
can't, man.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that. I like his art. I think he's a good artist, but it seemed like because I'm the type I would buy some shit if I thought it, but I have to think it was cool enough to buy. I've looked at it and I never could really be like, oh, I could see buying that. I'm pretty specific with what I buy, you know.
Yeah, me too. I'm a bigger fan of streetwear shit, like skateboard stuff. I'm not really a fan of skateboard stuff. You know, like having a shirt that's just fucking awesome. Even their fonts and the logos, like
Yeah.
kind of
I
it,
know
man.
what you mean. Yeah.
What's his name? Gino Iannucci. He's doing cool shit. He's got a company called Poets, and I've seen his shirts and the stuff he's doing. It's pretty cool. Poets.
Yeah. I just like to find something here and there that I like that's kind of unusual, you know, just to stand out a little bit. But I thought I was going to get that Sam Hyde T-shirt, man. I don't think they're ever going to send it to me.
Workshop. They used to have cool stuff. Alien Workshop. They had cool shit, logos. I was a Workshop growing up.
Yeah, I was a New Deal guy back in my day. That's what I like.
New Deal's dope, man.
I know, man.
All these
It's still to this day, it's dope. I think.
SMA, Santa Monica Airlines, all that shit's dope as fuck. Like I wish that would make a comeback, you know?
Yeah.
I wish these 80s companies with all those cool 80s graphics and fonts and artwork, I wish that would make a big comeback, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
But I mean, Santa Cruz, you see people wearing Santa Cruz now. I really wasn't a big fan. Like, I'm not a big fan of that Santa Cruz look.
No, I didn't like it back then, to be honest with you.
Like Streets of Fire, when they were doing that shit, that 80s era of skating, and like early 90s Santa Cruz, that shit was dope, man. Like all the logos and stuff like that. But now, like when I was in Santa Cruz, I'm seeing everybody wearing these like plain Jane Santa Cruz logo shirts, and I'm just like, ah, man, it's, you know, there's nothing. It's played out.
Well, another thing though is back then we had so little money, so we were so limited in what we could buy. Like we really had to, we had to really be invested. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I thought the Santa Cruz stuff, like I liked the fucking hand with the, you know, the mouth, but it wasn't cool enough for me to spend I'm going to buy a New Deal. That, you know what I mean? Like I'm very limited on what I could buy back then.
Yeah.
I would have had to gotten a job. You know, I had a job, but I would have got like another job. It's hard to buy shit back then, man. The money was not plentiful back in the day.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
It really wasn't. That's why I don't romanticize the past, because I remember not being able to buy shit. And nowadays, like at least I can buy stuff, you know.
Well, I put all my money into clothing growing up and skate shit. Like I would shovel snow and cut grass and shit like that, and then I would just buy boards and I would buy Allen Workshop shit, and I would just, you know, buy like jeans from fucking Kohl's, or I would skate cargos growing up, and then I would buy skate shirts. I would always be rocking Nocturnal, because Nocturnal in Philly, they had dope fucking tees, man.
Yeah, dude. When I was at their shop, I wish I had bought some. They had because you know I like these anorak style jackets. They had a really dope anorak. I wish I'd bought while I was there.
Yeah. Knock was sick because my old buddy Brax and Plain, I'm not friends with them anymore, but they came in the Nocturnal, and dude, they started putting out some dope shit. Like they were doing Wu-Tang shirts and a lot of cool stuff, like making cool knock tees. They did a Ghostface shirt, the purple tape where it was the knock symbol, but it was, you know, purple M with like old tapes. They were putting out cool like streetwear shit. Yeah, the Killer Bee shirt. They were putting out dope boards. That's when Knock was really sick. Was like 2007, 08.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm
Before
glad
that,
I got to go
even
there.
before that, like Kerry and his buddy Tim, like they were putting out dope shit. But when my buddy Mark and Brax came in, they were doing. They were getting cool with the what do you call it, Photoshop, and they were putting out dope stuff. And that's when I was like, damn, you know, it felt cool to be wearing that shit, you know. The shirts fit good, the logos are dope, you know. Everybody was rocking Knock shit.
Yeah, I didn't, like I say, I didn't know anything about it. I just Googled it and was like, I was just like, I need a complete skateboard. It's kind of funny being just a goofy Southerner, you know, and an older guy. And I'm just like, they're like, well, what do you want? I was like, man, I'm here on vacation. I just need I'm going to just ride around the city, dude. Just fucking hook me up.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm not a huge fan of orange, but I like that board. And I got a shop board out of Austin, and that Nocturnal board's way better. The graphics are better. The shape's better. It's just better all the way around.
Well, those Knock shop boards, they're great boards. I think the guy,
Yeah.
I think the board you have, I think that's a Don Pendleton graphic. So Don Pendleton, he did all the Alien Workshop stuff. And I think,
You know, they mentioned it was some kind of special board, and I was like, "Fucking bring it on!" You know, I didn't care.
I think that board's a collaboration with Don Pendleton.
You know what? That's coming. I think starting to come back to me. I'm starting to remember. I just didn't care at the time. I was just like, whatever, man. But it sounded cool.
I think that board's corny as shit, honestly.
It is. Yeah, but again, I'm old and out of touch, so.
Just the colors and.
Yeah, I don't like the colors really. To be honest with you.
Colors in the graphic itself, I'm not a fan of that, but Knock was putting out some dope shit, a lot of cool board graphics.
Yeah. Well, you know, like I said, I didn't know anything about the ship. For all I knew, it wasn't even a good shop. I'd never been to the city, so what do I know?
Yeah.
Like I say, it's still better than what I got in Austin. So I got another board in my storage somewhere.
What board's that?
It's just some shop board. I don't even remember the name of the shop. It's when I first started working. So I was like, fuck it, I'm going to treat myself. I'm going to buy a complete skateboard. Before that, I just had like hand-me-down shit that people just gave me when I was living in the street.
Yeah.
Which was cool, by the way, but you know, you still just hand-me-down. Like I had fucking trucks off a longboard type of shit. You know.
What kind of wheels do you skate?
These are, what are these? I don't even know. Let me see. The other board's got some rat bones, but this has I forget what company this is.
Spitfire, Bones, Skunk, or
this is some old company, but I you know what's funny? I don't even remember. They're like Super something is the style. Fuck, I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. No, see, it's worn off. I can't even read the name. It's a famous name too. I know the name.
Bones?
No, it's definitely not that.
Spitfire.
I'll have to show them to you. Maybe you can figure it out.
Damn, Mitchell's still in here.
Yep. Can you tell what that is? Whatever that is, I don't fucking know. Pretty sure it says
Juice Wheels.
Is it?
Oh, I think they're OJs. You got, are they?
Yeah,
Cruisers?
OJs.
Yeah, that's an old school company that like.
Yeah, old school. They came back, I think. Yeah. Yeah. I never had them back in the day. I love them, man. These things are fast as fuck.
But are they cruiser wheels? Are they soft?
Yeah, but they're still fast too. But they're not super. They're not crazy soft. But yeah, they're not hard. Like I don't hit rock and fucking fall over.
Yeah,
Because
nothing
my
beats
other setup is they're too soft, so they're not fast enough. Yeah, what were you gonna say?
nothing beats a cruiser board, but those soft wheels do get old, man. Like just skating around on soft wheels gets old.
Yeah, that's why I like this. It's a good balance. I don't have to worry about flying off the front of it, but I can
Yeah.
still haul. I can still haul ass. Yeah, and I got the hollow trucks. I guess these are indies. I think.
Yeah, hollow trucks are great, man. Just you're light on your feet.
Yeah, man.
I can't stand heavy trucks trying to skate through tricks on heavy trucks. The fucking the hollow trucks, man, it makes everything way more enjoyable. Like you just enjoy skating better. Can't stand fucking heavy trucks.
What do you think about no risers?
Oh, no risers all day, man. Fuck
Yeah,
risers.
dude, they tried to talk me out of it, man, and I was like, no, man. But then in Austin, the dude basically was just like, I was just like, all right, man, go ahead and throw them on there, but I want the smallest ones. But with this board, I was like, fuck it, dude, I want no risers. He was still trying to talk me out of it. I said, I don't care if the fucking deck cracks. Who cares?
I like to be low to the ground, so if I'm getting cruiser wheel, I'm gonna get like a 51 or a 52 at the highest cruiser wheel.
These are 78 A's, 55. I guess is the size. 55.
Big, man. That puts me up on my board too high. I like to
Well,
be low.
I'm not doing any tricks, but yeah, they're definitely big wheels.
But yeah, you should try to get a pair of 51s or 52 cruiser wheels, man. They're amazing. Like you just
All right, I'll try it.
Go to the ground, your push is on point, you know, you're not riding high, you're not up, too high. Small wheels all day.
Remember, I came from the fucking tiny wheels era, so I know a little bit about small wheels.
Oh yeah.
Big pants, tiny wheels, man. That was my era of skateboarding.
40 millimeter wheels, dude. I had that shit early 2000s, man. I was skating. Everybody in my neighborhood, they were skating wheels until they were like bearing size.
Exactly. That's yeah.
I was skating wheels down to like fucking 40s, man.
So I think I like the bigger ones just because I'm used to the really small ones. It's like, let's just do something different.
But you also figure out, like growing up skating, I figured out that grinding a curb or a ledge felt way better with smaller wheels because you're just on the grind better. You're sitting on the grind better. A bigger wheel, you're kind of tilted, and you're not digging into the grind. You're not feeling it. You can't feel a grind as well with bigger wheels than with smaller wheels. I can pinch a crook with smaller wheels better than with bigger wheels. You can sit on that trick and pinch it better.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, EBT's reminiscing about his skateboarding days, apparently, in the chat here.
EBT didn't skate, man. He put in 1 year and gave.
I don't know. Hard to say.
Shout out to CCS catalog. Yeah, CCS. That was the shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to look at that and look at all the things I could not afford to buy.
Chad Muska went crazy, dropped the N-bomb on TMZ. He's like live on TMZ, dropped the N-bomb.
When was that?
Probably like 10 years ago, 12 years ago.
Huh.
But he's on dropping the N-bomb. I think he was drunk. That dude was on some wigger shit, on some fucking white boy shit, but he was also drinking and drugging. So, he tightened up. I think he sobered up. He made a full 180, but I don't think that dude can skate the way he used to skate. He's had injuries and shit.
Is he the guy that quit to become a rapper, or was that somebody else?
Nah, that was Jeremy Rogers.
Oh, yeah. He was fucking good, too.
But that dude's kind of like, he's on some Tommy shit, kind of wing nuttish,
Yeah, for sure.
Great skater, but, he took it real weird. Now he tried to be a rapper. But the way he went about it's weird. Like, you know, if you're a skateboarder and you rap, like just do you, man. But don't be like, oh, I'm retired from skateboarding, now I'm a rapper. Like he went real gay with it. He went real corny with it, you know. But that's how that
Yeah.
dude, Rogers, he's just a cornball, you know.
Yep. I saw an interview with him where he seemed to be able to explain it, but I could still see why it doesn't make sense what he chose to do.
Yeah. I miss my old Stussy jacket right now. Tranquil said. Stussy's
yeah.
Stussy's a skateboard company. That started off as a
Yep.
skateboard company.
Probably
Same-
had maybe some surfing crossover.
I don't think nah.
No?
Stussy, I don't think they ever collabed with like surfing. I don't think they took that route.
Oh.
I think Trank was saying she grew up, you know, skating, and she was a skate groupie.
That's cool.
Rob Deerdick, JG on Fitz. Yeah, Deerdick's got some. That dude's. I don't know, man. I don't fuck with the shit he's wearing. I'm not a big fan of DC's. Just how they look and how they skate. DC
I
shoes.
don't know. Yeah, I've never had a pair, so I don't know how they fit, but I'd try them just to see. But yeah,
Like Deerdick was putting out shoes that just looked fucking corny as shit, you know.
yeah. I wear hiking shoes for the most part, so. I just go with what I like for shoes. I don't even really care about the looks so much. I used to buy these badass. I like these Salomon Speed Cross 5s, man. But they're awesome, but they wear out in like 2 or 3 months. They're just done, and you got to buy another pair. But that's the best fitting pair of shoes I've ever worn.
All of JG's tricks are probably corny as fuck. Dude, my tricks used to be corny. I had the fakey big spins. You know, I was doing like cornball tricks, 180, 50-50, fakey, 180 out. But that's like young bullshit, you know? I don't do it anymore.
Well, that video we watched, you said you're better than that now, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, shit, that footage was when I was filming. Like, I was gung-ho and psyched to, like, film and try to, you know, put out a video part. But it was hard to fucking, like, I could put out a video part, but it is really hard. It is a hard thing to put out a video part because you're dealing with filmers and you're not. Yeah, I don't have the time. I was trying to work with people and trying to get that time. I'm trying to get the time to film and go to spots, but dude, it takes years and years to put out a decent. You as yourself, I personally psyched on. Like that video footage, I'm psyched on maybe like 2 clips, and everything else is kind of corny. Like if I was going to put out a video part, I'm going to put years and years into it, where I'm like really fucking, you know, meticulous about it and really serious. That's what a lot of these guys are doing, you know. They're putting lots of time and it's taking years and years to finally put out a part they're psyched on, you know. Yeah, all that footage, Ben. I'm 10 times better than that now, man.
Well, yeah, no, I mean it was impressive footage, but I remember you saying that you're better than that now. That's why I brought it up.
A lot of that footage though was just me. Like, say we go to a spot, I'm just fuck it. I'll nollie heel into this bank, or I'll.
Well, you know, you've got a limited. You're limited because you knew you had to get footage, right?
Yeah, like we're at that barrier spot, and I was like, fuck it, I'll just Wally 180 it, right? But that goes in the video. That's kind of filler shit. Like it's nothing. Then
yeah. If you don't put something down, you don't get anything, right?
Yeah,
well, I get it. I understand how it works.
We went to another barrier spot. This kid wanted to skate, and I'm like, fuck it, I'll just 50180 it. It felt cool to do that. it's not that hard of a trick, but we were just skating the streets. So, I mean, that went in the video. But I you know, these pro skaters, they're on a different level, man. They're able to
Oh,
get
I know.
they get free
Yeah.
product. They're privileged, you know. They have filmers, they have people they can
Yeah.
work with. These
Well,
guys,
and these filmers want them pretty much to go out and film it for free, from what I can tell. Like they want to be the one who films it.
well, they're getting paid. The filmers are getting paid now.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, it's the whole business side of skateboarding is just it's on a whole different level, man. Like,
Yeah. Still, that can't be a whole lot of money, I wouldn't think.
nah, they're getting paid. I mean, America, they've got their own filmer. All these companies, you know, they have their own personal filmers that are getting paid, you know.
I figured like certain skaters wanted to work with certain filmers and vice versa, but that's just me guessing. I don't really have any knowledge of that.
Yeah, well, a lot of photographers now. DC's got their own photographer. America's got their own filmer. Toy Machine has their own filmer. Fucking Workshop has their own filmer. And then you got guys that are working for Adidas. There's a cat from Philly. And he's not from Philly, but a cat he's based out of Philadelphia. He's filming for Adidas, but then he's filming for all these other companies and other skaters too. But like all these different companies have like a main filmer now. They have a main photographer.
I see.
And they're getting paid, getting that Adidas money, getting that fucking American money.
Yes, sir. I wonder if it's going to be nice. It rained yesterday. I wonder what the weather's supposed to be. I should probably check the weather. Walmart's open. I need to go in here and get some more batteries for my microphone.
Yeah, I got better footage. If you want to check out, type my name in. There's a video that's like 4 years old. My old buddy Steve, we were filming some shit. But I got like 2 tricks in there I'm psyched on. I got a line in there I'm kind of psyched on. I could have did it better, but I was like, fuck it, you know. Then I got this nollie tail slide in the end. I was kind of psyched on. I was trying to do a nollie 180 switch crook, but it just wasn't working. But that footage, like that's way better footage than than the other shit I showed you.
What's that video? What's it called? The one you're telling me about?
Jack, and then last name's Gannon, Gannon, and then I think it's C_2006. It was a video from 4 years ago.
Okay.
But me and my buddy Steve, like old buddy Steve, we had like it was so hard to film with that dude. It was like, you know, I'd be like, yo, you trying to film? Nah, I can't. You trying to film? Nah, I can't. And then it'd be like, you know, 2 months later, we're finally able to film, and I'll get something I'll try a trick, I can't get it, or you get something that's mediocre, or you'll get something that you're psyched on. So it's too tough, man.
Yeah, now I'm looking for the video.
I'd rather shoot a photo nowadays. Like I'm a bigger fan of photos.
Okay.
Like when you're in the zone, you're at a spot, and you're doing a trick, and you pinch it a certain way, or you're a certain way on your board. It feels dope, and you get a photo of that. Nothing beats that, man. That's way better than a clip. I'd rather get a photo than a clip on footage, you know. Wake up, Mitchell. It's time for school.
That's right.
Yeah, Mitchell was talking some shit. Got triggered, man. Was talking about my mom and shit, and my some stepfather comment
When was that?
a few days ago.
Yeah, he gets he wigs out sometimes. I don't know if it's a head injury or what. They say people sometimes when they have head injuries, they makes them moody and they can get lash out in anger and stuff. But hell, I'm moody and I lash out in anger. I don't think it's because of a head injury.
Well, it could also be like if you have a head injury and people are always saying, "Oh, it's probably the head injury."
Yeah.
Probably gets under your
Yeah.
skin, right? And then you're that
Yeah.
guy. It's like kind of like pigeonholed as the head injury guy or the
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
like somebody sees you having a hard time, they're like, "Oh, it's because he's he had a bad accident and that's why it's crazy." And you hear that and you're like, "Dude, like shut the fuck up!" Like people are constantly on your dick about some injury you had. That might drive you a little nuts.
True that. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
That footage, you don't have to put it up, but did you find it?
Well, I'm on my phone. I don't have any way to play it. But yeah, I think I did. I found something from 4 years ago that had your name on it. Skateboarding.
I'm regular footed, so if you watch the footage, you got to remember I'm regular footed the whole time.
That's the problem. Is it's hard. It's hard for me to. I can't hardly tell what's switch or not. That's my problem. Part of my problem.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're watching the footage, if you see somebody going straight and their toes are to the right, you're regular stance.
Yeah.
If I'm doing an ollie trick, I'm in regular stance. So if I'm doing a fakie trick, I'm in switch stance.
Yeah. So most of this is switch stance, then, right?
I got a couple.
A lot of it.
Here
Yeah, a lot of it.
switch. I did a switch backside 185-0, 180 out, and then I did a switch pop shove it. I'm trying to think. I did a shitty fakie front nose shove into a bank. Rob Brown's here. Rob used to hop trains.
Sweet. What's up, Rob Brown?
He gave me some good advice for Montana. Go up to Shelby, Montana, and hop a train out there.
Oh, really?
That's probably what I'm gonna do come June. I gotta take that trip, man. I've always wanted to get that Highline trip, go through the mountains and whatnot. Hopefully these the cops and I mean, dude, Ben, all of our phones are tapped. You just
of course they are. Yeah.
No, so they might know I'm doing this now, and they might give me a problem. Who knows? But I gotta be careful.
Well, I mean, at this point, the authorities are just going to do whatever they're going to do. So you might as well do whatever you're going to do. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, it's kind of like skating, like Bluff Park. We knew the cops were gonna give us a hard time, but we're still gonna do it. We're still down there getting chased, but you just bite the bullet. It's inevitable. You just gotta deal with it. But hopping trains is different than skateboarding. Like I saw a video. This guy's hopping a train and they put him in prison.
Damn, hopping a train?
Yeah, he hopped the train, he got caught, and he goes to prison, and he's telling people in prison, "Oh yeah, I was hopping a train," and the guys in prison are like, "Dude, you shouldn't even be here."
Oh, I saw that video. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And
well, I think it involved a border crossing is how he got in trouble.
But nah, some dickhead cop took it too far and they threw him in prison, and then they eventually realized that was pretty crazy, and they kicked him out, or they took him out. I got caught hopping once in Jersey, but those cops, they just let me slide, you know, they gave me a warning. But man, those cops were so scared, man. I'm sitting there calm and cool, and I can read cops well. They were so fucking nervous and timid, man, just on edge. And I'm just like, dude, like, no, I was on a train. I'm not doing anything. I don't have a gun on me. I don't have, you know, I guess they were just nervous cops, you know, just never really had action, I guess.
Well, they probably do run into some dangerous criminals on occasion, I would imagine.
Yeah, but I mean, those cops are just real nervous and timid, man.
It makes sense. Yeah, there's a lot of those, I would imagine. Rob says it's the best trip. Just go prepared because there's a lot of space between A and B on the High Line.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the footage, man, if you get some footage.
I'll be prepared. I just got I have to get a solar panel charger pack. Got to get that, and then I'll have food and water and shit. So I'll be fine.
Yep.
I'm just hopefully nobody tries to jack me, you know, not jack me, but like jack up my trip.
Yeah. I hear that.
They got people out here called filmers, right? And they just post up filming people, like filming trains, and they'll call the cops if they see somebody.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking snitches, man.
That's fucked up. I don't know why they would care.
They're just white, man. They're just cornballs, you know. They're, oh, this guy's on the train. I'm gonna call the cops. I'm gonna be a hero here. Fucking nuts.
Well, I've never just like seen a train go by and saw a person on it. But if I did, I don't think I would tell anybody, and I damn sure wouldn't tell the cops.
Oh, I have, man, and I always look for it. Every time when I was up in West Palm Beach, all those trains going by, I would watch to see if anybody was on them.
You've seen people before?
Oh yeah, I've seen people before.
I probably don't know where to look.
I always look in the back because in the back, that's the best way. That's the best spot to hop a train. Like if a train pulls up, you want to get on the back.
Okay.
You know, it's in the back of the yard, and then when it picks up speed, you're going through the yard fast. So you know you're getting out of that yard quick. Where if you get on the train in the middle of a train, you're kind of a sitting duck. You know, if you're in the middle of a yard, you're kind of playing yourself. You're better off in the back. Those coal train rides I took, man, when I'm in a coal train, they were fucking crazy. You're covered in coal. We got all that coal soot on you. I got off that coal train. I'm walking 5 miles, and I finally got a ride. And this dude picks me up. I didn't know I was that covered in coal, right? I'm oblivious to it. So my whole face and hands are covered in coal dust. And this dude's like, oh, I'm going to Home Depot, blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah, I'll help you, load the lumber and shit. So I go into the Home Depot. Everybody's staring me down, looking at me. I'm like, what the fuck? Why are people staring me down like this? I go in the bathroom. My whole face is covered in soot. I look like a chimney sweeper. This guy, he didn't tell me at all. I hop in.
Wow.
I hitched a ride. He didn't tell me, hey, dude, you're covered in soot. Your whole face is covered in soot. I'd look back on that. It's kind of funny.
I wonder why he didn't tell you. I guess he thought you knew. I don't know.
Yeah, I wish you would have told me. That dude was cool, though. He was a guy from New Jersey that moved out to Montana, and he was doing construction and working out there, and he got away from all the bullshit, and I think he had his own house built. So it's cool when you're traveling and you meet people from the East Coast. A lot of the East Coast people you meet when you're traveling, they're all pretty cool. It's when you're back in the East Coast dealing with all the East Coast people.
Hey, highly suspect in the house. My my homie, highly suspect. What's happening, partner? Click the link if you're so inclined, sir. That's up to you, though. Yeah. I actually know highly suspect from real life as well. Cool,
Yeah,
man.
the people you meet in your travels, like usually when they're from the East Coast, they're usually the coolest people you meet. You know?
I like East Coast people. I like West Coast people too.
You're out in Montana or you're
I
out in
like all the
Arizona.
people, really, but I hate them.
You meet somebody from New York or Pennsylvania, or they're usually the coolest people you meet. Or Boston, Massachusetts, Jersey.
Damn, I'm gonna have to go get a battery for my mic now. How's my sound?
It's fine here. My
All right.
sound.
Yeah, I mean, it's a relative term. Sometimes yours is not so good, but it's pretty good right now.
Got that lag too. Can't stand that lag.
Now I'm wondering what highly suspect's up to.
UPT is crazy, man. Going to bed at fucking 6 a.m.
Well, yeah, I think he gets a few hours and then goes into work.
Fuck that, man.
Well, he said that he shows up late for work, but since I guess he's good at his job, they don't really say anything to him.
You're playing yourself with that sleep schedule.
He seems to pull it off somehow. I don't know, man. He's making it work for him.
Fuck pulling it off, man. Go to bed early.
Oh, I love going to bed early. I went to sleep very early. Well, actually, not even late for me anymore. I went to sleep around 6. Some days I go to sleep at like 4. We lost Mitchell. He wasn't talking anyway. Hey, well, real quick, if Keith here wants to join, just so he knows, there's a link. There's a StreamYard link at the top of the chat. It's pinned if you have any desire to come chat with us. If not, feel free to listen. We've been doing long live streams over here at the channel pretty much every day. I do a lot of them while I'm driving, but I'm in trucker limbo, so I have a load that I swapped trailers with some team drivers, and I was not able to. They wouldn't unload me yesterday, and I don't have an appointment or anything, so I'm probably just in the truck for a few days. And I was in the truck all weekend. So.
Yo, if I send you this footage, right, I'll figure out the best way to send it to you. But you could just play it on your stream if you want. Like,
yeah, man, that'd be cool.
I'm just gonna film stuff, make a little edit, and I'll just send it to you. You can
that'd be cool, man. Yeah, we'll do that.
I'd like to make a cool edit. I just got to have the battery to do it. I'll be filming the whole time, but like before when I was hopping trains, I would have shit like 10% maybe or 50%. I'm on a train. I would just take a quick video or a photo, but I definitely got to have a full battery for these rides. Have like one of those extra batteries. What do you call it?
Oh, I got one. I know what you're talking about. Power bank. I got one of those. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta buy like 2 power banks, have them fully charged, ready to go.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. Because that train ride through Montana, like going west, you're going through the mountains. You're going through, the coolest part of America.
Oh, I bet, dude. I bet it's awesome. Yeah, I can't wait for the footage there.
I might put a video up on YouTube, but I really don't care about YouTube and shit.
Yeah, me either, but I kind of do at the same time.
It's just cool to have footage I can show like a couple of my friends and just have it to look back on.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not trying to get attention or subscribers or likes out of it.
Yeah, I get it.
That's kind of corny to me.
Yes, sir. Well, I don't know how long, if Keith's still here, highly suspect, or if he's going to hang around, but I might shut it down here pretty soon. I'm running out
Yeah.
of shit to say.
Yeah, I'm gonna dip out here. I gotta get to work and get some food.
All right, man. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Have a good day.
Right.
All right, man. All right, back solo. That was JG. Yeah, we're in the live streams now. Highly suspect. I usually have a microphone. My audio's a little better, but I got this little mixer with a boom with a shotgun mic. It's hard to see. The lighting in here is terrible. I'm in the Walmart parking lot here in Indiana. I need to go inside and buy me a 9-volt battery. The battery's dead, and I think I lost the door. I had the door to this thing. I think it's lost. But I'm still alive, man. But I'm down to about 128 pounds, as you may see. I don't know if it's the first live stream you've caught over here or what. But like I say, just about every day. But most of them I'm driving, and I actually show the the road as I'm driving. And then we had I spurted out for like an hour and a half at the start of this live stream. Somehow Provo Kid got me triggered. But then I dropped off the stream, and he got the monologue for a while, so that was amusing. And then there's this guy, Paul Enslaved. I don't know if you're familiar with him. Highly suspect, but he's got a channel over. He's got 2 channels, but he's been live streaming at Proper Instruction Motivates People, which spells out pimp. And he has these big panels. There's like 150 in the live stream. But then there's other guy, Truther Cop's been doing live streams. And then he's over here sometimes, Truther Cop. And then, of course, Drew pops in from time to time. Chalk Body Outline. Did my graphics, by the way. All channel graphics by Drew World Order. So I don't know if you've been watching any of Drew's stuff lately. I don't know what you've been up to, man. So it's good to see you around anyway. Don't be a stranger, as it were. But if you want to, with the StreamYard, you don't have to show, like you can just show your icon, you don't have to show your face. So you turn the cam off if you want to. But I don't know if you've used the StreamYards before, but it works really well, actually. But I'll give you a couple minutes and see if you're still around. If you bounced out, I'll probably shut it down here in just a few. It's been 5 hours and 37 minutes. But I am in trucker limbo, so, maybe I'll just keep rambling. Who knows? And as much as I like the convos, sometimes I would rather just ramble. And 17 folks in here, amazingly, right? But yeah, I'm definitely doing better than the last time I talked to you on the phone. So, although I'm certainly still suffering from all the same ailments, I'm not near as fucked up as I was. Got my diet and my nutrition pretty well, or my supplements pretty well dialed in. A bunch of herbs and supplements. And I usually drive, man, from like midnight. Usually start driving around 2 a.m. But in trucker limbo, man, it's fucking hilarious. I was loaded up about 100 miles from here Friday afternoon, and I was out of hours, so I was just about to go to sleep in the parking lot at the shipper, some furniture manufacturer, like a mom and pop, like an independent, probably Amish adjacent type of deal. And the company called me and said something about they had some team drivers, a husband-wife team drivers. Oh, good. Thank you. Shout out to Tranquil Vortex, by the way. I'm trying to coax highly suspect out of retirement here. Find out what he's been up to. I think he was remodeling houses last I heard, if I recall correctly. So I guess I probably should have said no, but I live in the truck and work 7 days a week. So, I don't mind if I have the weekend off. So that's what that necessitated. So instead, I had loads scheduled. So I was scheduled to go from Indiana to our customer in Dallas Fort Worth, and then drop a loaded trailer at our customer, and pick up a loaded trailer, and then take it to a retail store in Arizona. So that would have been Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. And was it Tuesday or it's Wednesday now, right? No, it's Tuesday. So I would have delivered later today in Arizona. Oh, I realized I got the windows down and I'm yelling like a crazy person. Yeah, I thought I was going to make some more coffee, but I'm pretty much caffeinated. I would say maybe later. But yeah, just here in the big rig, man. And so yeah, that's like I don't know, that's close to $1,000 I would have made. Instead, I'm getting the $80 a day. Drop my trailer at the casino here in town. The truck stop. It's all about the internet now. I've got Verizon prepaid, and for my work phone, I got Mint Mobile, and I'm on a phone right now doing this because my laptop died. I did 48 hours of live streaming one weekend, and I think it contributed to the my laptop taking a shit. But yeah, now I'm only $80 a day to sit around, which I kind of don't mind, but I'm in limbo, man. Like I got shit to do. I got supplements I need to buy. But I can't order anything to my my Amazon lockers or whatever. In fact, I had a big like $300 order that I had to cancel, and then I called in yesterday to get them to refund me, and they refunded me, but they actually refunded me for the wrong order, so now I got to call them back. The whole mess, man. But these are good problems to have. Good problems to have. As I wither away to nothing physically. Oh man. Yep. So my company had was under the impression that I had an appointment to deliver yesterday morning at 7 a.m. Well, of course I go to the place. It turns out that the team drivers had missed their original appointment, and that for whatever reason nobody was ever able to successfully reschedule the delivery. And I talked to the guy, and he's not going to unload me until his company which is a major corporation, tells him that it's been rescheduled. And even then, he's only going to do it at the appointed time, which I respect. Won't by the book. But my company has a very laissez-faire attitude towards these things, and they just sort of just kind of accept whatever comes. Which I found really the only way to work with such people is that I take on a very laissez-faire attitude. I'm happy to work. I would rather be driving actually, but I found that any energy I try to put into now I'm obviously I could just hook up to the trailer and I could just drive the load back to where it came from and say, look, I went there and they wouldn't unload me, so I don't know what to tell you. I guess unload it. If it was me though, what would happen is I would find some kind of like a delivery service around here with a dock, and I would just take the trailer to the dock and have all the product unloaded, and then have them store it, and then they could actually it would just become an insurance claim at some point, and somebody would have to just pay for the storage eventually. Probably somebody's insurance would end up writing a check. But this company is very short-sighted in a lot of ways, and people that work in offices, I mean, I understand their motivation. This happened on Thursday. Hey, what's happening, Mr. Miyagi? Good to see you, sir. And we got a VIP in the house, highly suspect. So I'm hoping, still trying to coax him, but he may not want to come up and talk to everybody. But he could, if he wanted to, he could post more. I think maybe it's just a hit and run. He might have just popped in, said, hey, what's happening, and then left. But good to see him anyway. Always good to see you, Mr. Miyagi. Well, I'm procrastinating. I don't want to shut down the stream yet, but I want to go in, and I need to go inside and grab a battery for Actually, I need to grab 2 batteries for my mixer here. 9 volt. God, they're so expensive. And I can get them for free at the truck stop on my points, but I used all my points parking the trailer at the truck stop over the weekend. Like I said, the Wi-Fi, you know, the 5G or whatever the fuck, you know, the cell service is not good enough. So that's how I ended up at Walmart. Works great here in the Walmart parking lot, but not the other Walmart. There's a different Walmart closer to the truck stop. Also, no good internet over there, but we got it on this side of town. Amazing how well this 5G works. Although it's not quite what they promised it, is it? It's fast, but it's really just like a faster 4G. Yeah, man. Oh yeah. See, I need you guys to clue me in. See, I didn't know Z. Where is Z on Paul or is he on his own shit? I don't even know what his channel is. Is it Zetetic Warrior? I need to just. Hell, I got 2 phones. Let me go on the other phone here. I don't even know what y'all watch, really. Zetetic Warrior. There it is. Hey, 950 subscribers. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. Does he do this every day? Well, like I say, I didn't know what his channel was, but I just found it. So, yeah, I don't blame you, man. If y'all want to go over there, you're not going to offend me any. In fact, I'm probably going to shut it down. I would have shut it down when JG left, but I'm holding out hope that highly suspect will be in contact. And I don't have the same phone number, Mr. Highly Suspect. I have a new phone number. If you're attempted to contact me. And in about an hour, my dispatcher will be in the office. So we'll see what she has to say for herself. I'm anticipating another full day of just sitting around in the truck. And hypothetically, I should go to the casino and at least put eyes on the trailer. But at this point, they could tow the motherfucker for all I care. I mean, it's hard for me to even be motivated. But all right, I'm going to go ahead and call it that highly suspect is not indeed going to. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I did know that. Yes, Synthetic Warrior is the. Yes, absolutely. I just, for whatever reason, I've never made it to his channel. It's funny. I'm a little different than some of y'all. There's a lot of these creators that like Provo Kid. I've never been to his channel. There's a lot, and a lot of people get brought up that I've never even heard of. And they're like, "Well, people are just like, well, I'm sure you've heard of such and such," and I've like never heard of that person. So I'm a bit out of touch that way. But I may, and I say this every time. Well, no, that's not true. I did 2 streams yesterday, so I may actually come back later. So we'll call it there. Highly suspect. If you're still watching, please don't be a stranger. Would like to get you on the panel at some point, or just on here one-on-one. Oh, there you go. Yeah. RT is like Z's kryptonite. Good to see you, RT. Yep, I hear you. Well, we don't need too much modding there, Tranquil. We prefer less moderation around here. In fact, I would say the major, because you don't want to post the link, I see. Yeah, that's the major benefit of the mod around here is that they're able to post links. So, yeah. But yeah, you're good. We know how to search the YouTube. I just typed in Zetetic Warrior and it came up, so I didn't even have to know the whatever. So that was good. But I see the numbers dropping. I think probably at least 5 or 6 folks went over there. So probably I'm going to go ahead and shut her down, and then I may check it out. And I'm going to go here in the Wally World and grab some batteries. No, you're good. Yeah, no link. You're good. We appreciate whatever contributions you feel like making. And again, not my channel, by the way. This is our channel. And it's even Provo Kid's channel if he wants it to be his channel. How about that? He can come on here and host anytime he wants, unless he just happens to be around one of the rare times that I feel the need to take over the channel, like I did earlier. Normally it's me on here, not hardly able to get in a word in edgewise, although me and JG had a pretty good streetwear slash skateboarding conversation. I thought that went pretty well. Overall, I'm actually pretty happy with the stream. I must say, we had EBT was in the house earlier. We had the first appearance of Highly Suspect in the live chat that I'm aware of. We had Tommy, Illuma Tommy, in the chat. This would be a good time for. Well, actually, let me take a break, and then maybe later on we can get Illuma Tommy on here possibly. Yes, sir. You too, RT. And I don't know what you've got planned for the day, but I may very well be back. But thank y'all. Much appreciated. Have a good day.